Four, three, two, one.
Good evening, or good morning. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is our regular meeting of the Select Board in the form of a workshop. For December 9th, 2025. First order of business is going into executive session. I move that the Select Board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing strategy related to a litigation matter. The litigation matter must be discussed in executive session because an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the litigation position of the town, and the chair so declares an executive session therefore to be necessary. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay. Are we live?
Now, let him, our one guest in, Sam Mintz.
So we can, Sam Mintz, you just let him in.
Oh, I did just let him.
Good.
Sam, how are you? Good.
Oh, one thing I thought worth mentioning. It's hard to hear the audio, at this end of the table, people are speaking at that end. There's this background ventilation going on. I think maybe we're all gonna have to speak at an unnaturally loud tone of voice.
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah, that kind of voice during this meeting, because I
I
think.
agree, no, it's very hard to hear.
Yeah, and I'm sure it must be hard for people on, the Zoom feed of this meeting too, so, yeah. So we'll all talk really loud during this meeting, yeah.
Don't infer anything.
No, no.
We're not angry.
Okay.
Okay, let's start the meeting. I'm Bernard Green, Chair of the Brookline Select Board, and this is the regular meeting coming out of executive session of the Select Board for December 9, 2025. First item is announcements and updates from the Select Board. John, do you have something to say?
I do, and thank you. So, excuse me, I was absent for a meeting a week ago. There was a matter that was addressed at that meeting having to do with an appointment to the CDEICR, Committee on Diversity, Inclusion, Equity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. And I have, there was such a public interest in the outcome of that vote and in what was at stake that I drafted an email to the chair of CDEICR, sent it to Kevin McKenzie yesterday. And I would like to have that email to Kevin McKenzie just entered into the public record of this meeting, because it states for people who want to know what would have happened if Mr. Van Scoyac had been present at the meeting. It states clearly where I would have come down on the issue in question. And also, I hope importantly, gives a sense of my wish that we will go forward with more than just a continuation of the appointment process, but rather a review of the mission of CDEICR, so that we have a clear understanding of what our expectations are of future appointees to CDEICR. And so I'm just asking permission to have that email put into the record.
Just put in
I don't think that's necessary. Yeah, I think if we put it in the record of the meeting, I have other ways of sharing it with people and so on, but.
Good. Any other comments or updates from the board? Seeing none, let's move on to our miscellaneous calendar. We have items 4A through 4H, nothing changed, right? Okay, I'm sorry, it's not, well, something has changed. It's more than,
For I.
yes, 4I. So I'd like to move in omnibus fashion, items 4A through 4I. Unless someone would like to take something out of the list and discuss it further. No one responding to that. All in favor of items 4A through 4I, please indicate by saying aye. John Van Scoyac.
Aye.
Paul Warren.
Aye.
David Perlman.
Aye.
Michael Rubenstein.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Now, to the real meat of this meeting, the financial forecast. I think it's you, Melissa.
Yeah, it's me and Charlie and Lincoln.
And you're gonna put something on the screen there?
Yes, do we need to wait?
Oh,
Oh, here we go.
oh,
I don't think it's
yeah, it says 9:30.
it's not a hearing. It says 9:30.
Yeah,
Usually,
We should wait till 9:30.
Yeah, you didn't put the language in. But Tiffany used to put the language in that said, possible things we can happen earlier or later, we don't have it on the agenda, so let's wait till 9:30. Okay, sorry.
Okay, close on the fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just sent you all the resume of the person who's replacing Tiffany, starting in January.
You have found another miracle worker.
Straw full, so.
Very strong.
Yeah. So,
That's good to know. That's good to know.
I was.
Mhm.
Start the fire.
Chad, should I send that email to Kate? just
Yes.
For her, yeah, purposes, okay, good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we both.
yeah, Kate, I gave Kate to upload to the pack, so she will need to next.
Do you know what the, how big a town Southfield is?
It's around 18,000. Okay. It's 10,000. It's right, yeah, it's right around the size of that. Oh, right next to something. So, but we heard good things from the town administrator, right, of South Borough?
Well, Tim used to work there, and then she also used to work in Framingham.
Got it, so,
Yeah, she's second best, so,
yeah.
she's familiar with.
We have people that used to work with her in Framingham that work for us now.
You know, frankly, I would rather have somebody who worked for a town than a city.
Well, when she worked, she worked during the transition from town to city.
Yeah, even better.
Yeah.
Better.
Time we didn't know, and so you can from so. She's at ATA, so.
She worked for the town, some town in Framingham, but she was the assistant too, and.
Okay.
Experience with licensing, experience with lots of the good stuff we were.
Scheduling various requests, but also, in every job she's been in, she's been given more and more responsibilities, so seems like we're taking care.
January 5.
You gotta keep things together till January 5th, Charlie.
Yeah, doing my best. Yeah.
The 16th is when we take the licensing will be open. Okay.
So we actually can't do this.
It's humbling to
That's what I
realize
Friday
that
saying is
one
we have to
never
try to
had
meet
a
some of those on that
resume.
meeting.
Oh, right. It was
That's
this
very
extensive.
That's actually a good thing. To have the whole capability page.
I had the strangest career in journalism in
Never fully
one
released.
time, and over the course of a
We can do
43
one of
year
those.
career, did I have to actually
Yeah.
show some.
Someone,
Just making sure people might be away. from this.
And it was like,
Yeah.
presumably it was about.
Fully remote job. No.
So.
Hmm.
And I would send you the degree, I was, we've always had to have what's happening. right
Special
now. We don't have any difference in this too. Like one word here.
With me, yeah, just, hey, understand that you, somebody to call up, you know, would you be interested in looking at a job or something, that's stuff else? And then before you know it, I was hired, and I hadn't even been asked this.
That's like an investment thing.
Well, some of them weren't the greatest either. Okay.
Oh, that's too late.
It's not stacked. They want me to stack them.
yeah. I ordered.
Yeah, you remember all this all back.
Years ago. Oh, God. It's
Ken
gone.
Robertson.
And I've been buying the
Video.
$10 bundles. It gets expensive.
Namings and names.
Oh, namings.
So I
and
asked him where he's going.
It may be worth touching base with her, to see her. Because I mean, she's
More
apparently talked to that.
Yeah, well, yeah.
The name.
Friday night's date night.
The
Like the
original.
romance.
Nice. It's nice.
Me and the cat said, bye.
What do we, I mean, we don't know what space to stop.
There was some discussion
No, I,
about,
no, I have them.
The new Pier School, and whether it's.
I have a lot. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, I've got, so my basement isn't finished.
School committee is talking about naming chair.
Oh, you put it in the basement.
Pierce was a good guy, as far as I know.
Fair enough.
That's why I usually order.
Maybe someone thinks.
there was a committee that I remember, when I was on the school committee that looked into the origins.
It's the kiln dry.
School names.
Yeah.
It's like, really the only other problematic one is Lawrence, so Amos Lawrence.
laid down.
Great on race issues, but there's some quotes from him such as, why are we educating men? They want the kitchens.
I can, I mean,
To have a school named after someone who didn't feel women should be educated.
Very
So
difficult.
I could see that maybe becoming an issue. but
Was it
everybody
okay?
else-
Sir, what he asked.
In that era, we didn't have unions like that.
Well. Yeah.
Well, Driscoll. Very solid individual, Michael, he was a school committee member for apparently over 50 years.
Wow.
When he first got
That
elected.
was interesting. but it-
And he was very generous to town and also provided affordable housing for people. And so he has a great background. He was from an Irish immigrant family. Uh, Lincoln was very much involved in the Underground Railroad. So a lot of them are pretty good, actually. Lawrence is the main problem. I don't really remember Pierce, but I don't recall anything negative.
I don't either. I actually have no, I don't know anything about it. I'm just giving you as the select board liaison rule. A little heads up that I've heard. So.
Are we signing a beam or something that's coming up for Pierce?
Yep,
Is that-
you have an opportunity to
When-
climb the.
Where is the beam located?
It'll be in the health department.
Oh, it's not gonna be on top of the building?
No.
Oh, good. Oh,
You got a ladder.
Climb up there?
Hard hat.
I hadn't thought of that. Maybe they'd have you sign it before it goes up. This is my basement, as viewed from the camera.
Nice.
It's,
Oh, yeah, there's police.
yeah, it's a huge basement. And so this is all, pudding stones?
Yeah, that's big.
Yeah, I painted the basement,
You know
I
what,
gotta
you're,
do-
you know, you're.
1885.
Yeah.
It's kind of a mess right now.
Maybe they should name the school after the person who was chair.
We're slowly getting rid of stuff.
The Perlman School? Yeah, no.
All walking down the stairs.
Yeah, that's been your dream.
These are kids.
Well, I think
Convince
that
Amy to-
Bill McGrory was the veteran service director. Recently, they named an award after. Yeah.
Doesn't flow.
So, maybe give David a few years. Give him like this on.
Yeah.
And that used to be finished.
Yeah, that's huge. Oh,
And I became almost into the wall. I couldn't stay in the house. I had to have someone to look at the basement.
like the false drain.
Well, we didn't do that. We fixed the gutters. I have a huge, so it's
So-
always like 36% minimum damage.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just, that's it. Only an old home. I heard
It's
is
the
that.
main pit, yeah. I feel like we finally got new head of it, although Amy still need a kitchen and the bathroom, wait for the kitchen, the bathrooms. Short reshading and putting money wood.
Have you had that? Well. Yeah, I bet you did. Yeah. You can give us the good news.
Still in the middle of construction. Well, it's never gonna end. I mean, the envelope's not done.
Do you have any good?
All we need to do,
Oh,
we've rebuilt all the chimneys,
We can't.
all the, just about every piece of wood in the house has been replaced. with mahogany and custom
news is-
mahogany mold.
This is a pro.
If not, there's meetings.
We'll never get it back.
I know there's the room at the
We
library.
consider ourselves scared
There
to,
are
Amy's is a kitchen, we have the kitchen from the eighties.
A bunch of
It's like, I just need-
dedicated meetings.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why we didn't have.
We just
Yeah,
finally,
well,
I think,
I think that.
You what?
I don't know, we just finally got our basics back
Is
together from last time.
All
Right,
the
right.
semi-urban quality.
Well, we don't have
Flood.
Yes,
basement's not finished.
You know, the transitory nature of the population.
Okay, it's 9:30. Okay, wait, 15 seconds before.
Many generations.
Oh, we can do it. Okay, let's get back to business, financial forecast.
Yeah, probably easier.
Melissa Goff is gonna present the news. Hopefully something
Good,
is
bad, or
good.
otherwise, right?
Right.
Check my voice and, be closer to the screen so I can read it better.
I hear you.
So this is kind of a summary of what we're looking at, for, forecast. Basically, the headline here is really that our group health costs are consuming most of what we have for them. And so we're looking at a 12% increase in fiscal 27. And speaking with our health insurance consultant, hoping that there would be a little bit of relief in the out years. We're also assuming 12% for 28 and 29. It does not seem to be anything that we're looking at a downward curve just yet. ARPA spending is going to be ending in December of 26, so that's halfway through 27. And we really tried to make sure that we didn't build recurring costs into our ARPA allocation, and for the most part, we were successful with that. There is quite a demand for the transportation services that were provided under ARPA. We've heard a lot of that from the Council on Aging. You may have seen the Mass Municipal Association putting out a report about municipalities and the constraints that they're feeling under Prop 2.5. And also, you know, when you apply inflation to state aid, it really shows that cities and towns are not getting kind of the same level of increase that the state is giving to themselves. Unfortunately, even with that report out, we don't see that changing things dramatically in 2027. But hopefully there might be changes to either the Chapter 70 formula or some other relief. There'll be recommendations coming from the Mass Municipal Association on the heels of that report that hopefully will provide some additional options to consider. So what we're looking at for fiscal 27 is a town deficit of $2.9 million. And that is just level services, and then with the collective bargaining agreements that we have negotiated in place. And then the school's deficit is $13.5 million, which is a pretty large number for them to try and manage. They are still working on their projection. So the number that I have in there for the schools came from a projection that they had put out about a month or so ago. So that is continuing to be refined. And the cost pressures are very similar, both town and school. You know, in years past, it's the same issues of, you know, most of our money is in people, so collective bargaining provides a lot of pressure on the budget. Special education for the schools is definitely a cost pressure for them. And then both town and school benefits is definitely an issue for us, and, you know, collective bargaining, inflation and benefits on the town side.
But before,
Yeah.
it's okay to ask,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna forget, is it okay to ask as you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, the 13.5, I noticed you were very explicit in saying that the 2.9 for the town was level service.
Yes.
Is the 13.5 level service from the schools?
So I believe that the 13.5 is still needing to be refined for, well, I think Chaz might be able to speak better to it, he's gonna see it in the race.
Yeah, so I've talked with the superintendent about this. It is largely a level service budget. There are several things that are in there that are not in there last year. I mean, a couple of things that are in there that were not in there last year, but they are things that the superintendent views as vital to the operations of the schools. For example, they need to revise their science curriculum. Their science curriculum is up for review. So that's money they didn't have in last year's budget, they're putting in this year's budget. So, you know, in terms of function, they intended to be a level services budget, but in terms of things that are added in, you know, but for example, is K-5 world languages back in there? No. It's only things that the superintendent thinks is educationally necessary.
Okay, and then my other, My other quick question was related to the 12% increase in healthcare costs.
Yes.
Can you quantify that as a number?
Each 1% is $421,000. So, 400, times 12, so, 4
5 million.
yeah, 5 million.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mike, I think was next.
A couple of questions. Following up on the school budget question, did that include things like restoring the position that got cut in terms of data management? That was a central office cut that was made last year.
I don't know where the superintendent is on that currently. I know they've been going back and forth on that conversation about the need to stabilize the central office, but I don't know whether or not that position has been restored.
And in terms of so that 12% increase represents $5 million. Do you know what the overall increase to the budget
For the town or on both sides,
for the?
All the slides will go into.
yeah,
detail.
we have like, we have like 40 slides for you, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
David?
Just following up on the school budget question again, so you gave the example of reworking the science curriculum. I doubt that's a significant percentage of this 13.5.
Correct.
So would you say that the vast majority of the 13.5 is for level funding services?
Yes, steps and lanes.
Have we ever done an analysis of what our costs would have been if we had not gone into kick?
Into what?
The GIC.
Oh, the GIC.
So just to give you an idea, Bernard, most other GIC communities are seeing similar increases. Towns that are not in the GIC are seeing larger increases,
Okay.
like 20%. There are a few outliers that are doing better, but they're very small communities. They're not comparable to Brookline. And so, we haven't, I don't think we've done a sort of vast analysis going back all the way to when we joined the GIC, but we have a chart later in here that shows sort of how the health costs are just outpacing what we had thought they would be many years ago. So they were like double what they were when we joined the GIC.
And as part of the process, when we talk about renewing our options in the GIC, Pat Aaron, our consultant, does the analysis every year. It says, should we be staying in the GIC? What are the benefits? What would it cost? And I will just say, just anecdotally, I say this every year. The joke is, we know whether or not the healthcare market thinks it's good, depending on how much we get propositioned at the MMA conference by, and by HMOs and, trying to get us to switch. And in the past 2 years, no one's come. No one wants it. Everyone understands that the market's bad. Blue Cross or any of the other individual providers can't offer what the GIC is offering. They know it. Even the other kind of big consortium that could be a part of, Maya, the Massachusetts Insurance Association, interlocal agents. Yeah, their premiums, communities in that group have seen the premiums go up between 15% and 19%. So we're actually a little better off there.
So, a big function of the health benefits cost is the split that the share that the town pays of its health insurance, which if you want to change, needs to be, you need to work with the unions to do that, right? And so there's a cost to doing that, and you'll see there's some of that is reflected in the override slate at the end of the presentation. So talking about how to bring that down. So you ready for your next slide, Melissa? Okay, and please do feel free to interrupt us and ask questions. It's better.
So these are just showing some of the highlights of the assumptions that we have moving through the forecast. So we're assuming, raising the property tax levy to the full levy limit. And we have a $2.5 million assumption for new growth. Probably about 3 months ago, I was at 2.1. We did see a new growth number in fiscal 26 that was really strong. So we felt comfortable kind of bumping that up a little bit. So Ted has really done a lot of great work around personal property. And so we're kind of updating our forecast based on what we're seeing coming in the door. Right now for state aid, I have a 1% assumption for UGA, which is unrestricted general government aid. And I have a 2.5% assumption for Chapter 70. Local receipts were growing by 4.1%, and then slightly more modest in the out years. We did see some year-end numbers coming in stronger on parking meters, so we were able to bump up the estimate related to that. Also seeing some strong numbers from our motor vehicle excise, so, made some adjustments on that as well. So on the expenditure
Can
side,
I ask a question?
sure.
Next year, the World Cup is coming to, Boston. If we thought of, is that gonna be a significant, have a significant impact on our, revenues, do you think?
I don't think that we have seen any estimates anywhere else on like hotel, motel and meals, kind of in anticipation of the World Cup. I've been kind of looking at Boston and what they're holding for their projections, and at this point, they haven't indicated, any bump around that event.
In fact, it may cost us more if we were asked to host anything. or
Right.
Asked to help.
You don't know, Sam?
Well, that's what we're saying, right? We also, know that, you know, not to denigrate FIFA, but they are not the best run or least corrupt organization in the planet. They tend to do things last minute and say, you should pay for the privilege. They're not very good with local partners.
But any bump in revenue from an event like that would be one time, and so we
Yeah,
would
no, I
want to
understand.
put that into the, recurring costs that we have, so.
Just what would be host, what would, give me an example.
I've just heard from the police chief that they're anticipating you can cover events that are gonna happen in Brookline, that may happen on fields in Brookline, or may happen in areas around Brookline. That's just what we've heard from the
soccer
police chief,
culture.
that there's
Or the watch party,
there's gonna be soft costs associated with World Cup coming to Boston, that Brookline will have to.
Other communities have talked about closing off the block, when games are being played and showing the game on a big screen.
So overtime for trash pickup
Yeah.
and all that other stuff, okay.
So on the expenditure side, we're assuming that we are continuing to hold those 6 positions in the police department, open. Well, and we can talk about, override, no override scenarios, what we're, looking for with that. For health insurance, we already talked about the assumptions there. We also have a subscriber growth assumption, town and school as well. Sticking with our funding schedule for pension, that the appropriation increases annually 7.85%. For collective bargaining, we have a 1.5% assumption in fiscal 27 and then 2% in the out years, but then we also have the fire contract tail built into fiscal 28. That's about $900,000. We are assuming that we are continuing our policies around the funding of OPEBs. We paused that in 26. We can talk about that. And then going back to the 6.6% level for the CIP as well. So all of those assumptions are carried through in the plan currently. Go to the next slide. So this is just a snapshot of the town's history around overrides and kind of dealing with budget gaps and how the plans have been coming together. Go ahead and go to the next one. And so this is the overall picture, town and school, of the outlook through 2031. So you can see the current year deficit of $16.6 million. And obviously each year we'll be closing that gap, but you can see, how it builds up to $42 million going into 2031. And so, we'll be continuing to work on the deficit and, look at strategies to try and close the gap. But you can see the structural gap is really, revenue growth around 3%, and then you can see the expenditure growth on the other side. And so that is what we call the structural gap, is when the revenue is not growing as fast as the expenditures. You've got a difference there as well. So, and we go ahead and go to the next slide. So this just shows.
I'm sorry, could you go back?
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's pause for a minute.
I'm still looking at the numbers and,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
it's, there's a lot.
Yeah.
They're pretty small.
The 2 lines at the bottom are your town deficit and your school deficit.
So it's 3 million.
Correct. 2.9, just under 3.
And do we, okay, that $42 million deficit in 31. Do we know what the cost in terms of, or the revenues in terms of overrides would be required to fill that gap?
So we have been talking with the expenditure and revenue committee about, the constraints. And I think, we've got a few slides at the end that talk about what we think the town override ask is potentially. And we're kind of working through that with the committee as well.
And that's at least two asks between now and 2031. But no, I guess, okay, no.
Yeah,
one ask.
there would be two override cycles there,
Yeah.
if you're thinking of it on a 3-year schedule, although that varies depending on who you're asking, right? If you think of 27, 28, 29 as one override, 2030 and 2031 could be another. I think something to remember about the 5-year projection is that it's assuming nothing changes,
Yeah.
right? And a lot will change between now and then. A lot could change between now and then. We'll meet our pension obligation in 2030, things like that will change. So the idea here is to show you that cumulatively over the years, revenue continues to be outpaced by expenses.
Right.
That's really what this is supposed to show.
And the top line, excuse me, the top line property taxes includes new growth projections.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah, and we have slides that go into the assumptions around revenue that, each of the categories are kind of broken out in a slide deck.
Yeah.
You'll probably answer this later, but just to help me
Yeah.
get my head around this chart. By 2029, we're looking at like a $36 million deficit.
Between the two sides, yeah.
Yeah, so just say that's the town, the big T town. What would be the ask in May? Just as an example, I know this is not saying what it is, I'm just trying to help, how does that fill in? Are you asking for 35 million in May, or what, so explain how the numbers?
We're asking, at least on the town side, we're asking less than that. And it's because on the one hand, what we're building into that is, that amount allows you to increase the levy, and then the levy would increase percentage wise
Yeah.
from there. So you do see a compounding of that levy growth over time.
Oh, right, because when you increase, then you're getting 2.5 plus the growth.
Right. So
Every year, yeah.
You're gonna get some benefit from that.
But just these numbers, forget town versus schools, just let's make it a big T town.
Yeah,
Knowing that, and I'm not saying, just assuming these numbers,
Yeah.
for the sake to understand how it would impact the spreadsheet.
yeah.
What would be the ask in May to deal with a $36 million budget?
This is where it's really hard. I don't want to speak for the schools until they're done with their work. That's the big open question here. And it's the reason why we've been pushing them to get done by this date. I wanted to be able to say at this meeting, the ask is X. I know what the ask is on the town side. It's 5.3. I don't know what the ask on the school side is.
Okay, so the ask for the town would be 5.3 and you're projecting an $8 million deficit by 2029, but you're asking for 5.
Which is, as well as some reductions that we plan to make with.
Okay, no, again, I'm just trying to get my head around like how big the ask might be.
Yeah.
Or, that's all.
So I think implicit in Michael's question perhaps, as to what these top line numbers are projecting, does this include potential growth from Chestnut Hill West?
That's not the same, exactly. It's assuming everything stays the same.
Okay, but you did say that it excludes some projected growth, so what specifically was included?
So
Yeah, so
new
we'll-
growth is a line item.
If we dive into the slides, we can talk about each category.
Yeah, well, so the next slides will go through revenue and then we'll go through expenditures.
Let me get you.
So,
No, but, no, I'm good, yeah. So we said.
So,
Yeah, I'm
so
sorry.
I just wanted to follow up on Paul's question to make sure I understand this right. So if we have a 35 million, an $8 million gap, and you have a $5.3 million asset, presumably some of that $5.3 million is going to be added to the levy in year 1, so that it's going to be repeated in years 2 and 3,
Yes.
so that's what you use to make up the difference between the 8.3 and.
Some of it, and then the other part of it is we are gonna make some reductions. We're budgeting around $1.4 million in reductions as well, to make up some of that gap. And between those things, we are going to get to a number that will carry us through this cycle. The other thing that I'm recommending that's different, which we'll talk about in more detail a little later on in previous override cycles. In the past, we have done overrides phased in, like we said, we're not gonna tax the full levy in year 1, we're gonna phase it in based on what we need. This time around, what we're recommending, and we want to discuss with you as to whether or not this is viable, whether you think it's appropriate, is to tax the full levy amount in year 1 of the override, but not spend all. Basically build an override stabilization fund, so that in the likely event that there are unexpected costs, we're not in a situation where in year 2 and year 3, which is what happened in this override cycle, we're saying, well, we have cuts, and people are saying, why are you making cuts and just passing override? We want to build we want to build certainty into the budget, which is something that other communities have been doing in their overrides in order to ensure that the community is confident that what they're being asked to fund is not going to go, is not going to be eaten up by unexpected costs in the future.
Does that mean the override would be higher?
So the override, so 5.3 includes, and we'll go into some detail on this. Because there are certain costs implicit in 28 and 29 that don't come online until later, it will build a stabilization fund into the budget in FY 27. That could then, when the need comes online in FY 28 and 29, particularly that tail of fire expenses. Even though then that's part of the regular budget, we still have an override stabilization fund that carrying around $1.2 million that will carry us through at least that.
But the practical implication is that tax bills go up immediately,
Yeah,
right?
That's
That's.
yeah, and so that's the balance. That's what we want to talk to you about as to whether or not.
We have a slide at the end that shows how we're planning to close the deficit with a combination of the, potential override reductions and increases in revenue. So we'll show you that question. We'll answer that question, how we close it. Okay, any other questions on this slide?
But, in other words, the override that we asked is gonna be higher under this approach.
It won't be
than would
higher, it'll be the same amount, it's just that you'll raise the full taxes for the override for first year, instead of raising it slowly over 3. So instead of total of 5.3 million, 2 first year, 2 second year, 1.5, whatever, 1.5 the third year, it's, 5 million in the first year. And like Paul says, this has the practical impact of hitting tax bills the first year. On the other hand, there is something more transparent about that, in the sense that, folks will immediately see the impact.
And say no.
And
So-
ultimately, it is the board's
That's the rest of
decision.
it.
Right, this is why we're having this conversation. You want it,
Right.
and it's your decision.
I do want to add one quick thing, and I'm just saying, this is my personal perspective as parent of school systems and a taxpayer. It's it's difficult for me to have this conversation with the uncertainty around the schools. The schools are 60% of the budget, right? The guidance and recommendations or advice to you, staff, on how you should deal with the town side and whether you should accelerate or not accelerate, take cuts or not take cuts, is greatly dependent upon the 60%. And so we're being asked to reconcile the future finances for the town without understanding what the heck is going on with the schools. It's impossible, in my view.
We understand that, but
We would, and we're working with what we have, and we're working in good faith with the schools and both the school committee and the staff leadership there, to try and get this to a point where you can make that informed decision. The good news is the drop dead date for any potential ballot question is the end of March.
Well, I've heard this, that it's good news. It's actually bad news, because nothing is gonna pass if we're having this discussion in March, right? I mean, there's so much education that has to happen with the community. If this board is gonna get behind an operating override to get out and promote it and try to defend it, it can't be March.
No,
It should be end of January, February, beginning of February at the latest. To have this conversation in March is way too late.
Yeah,
Just in my-
in March.
What's that?
Yeah, good point. The conversation is gonna be way before March.
Well, but the number that you have to bring out to the community, if the schools can't figure out what the number is until March, like, we should be.
It's gonna be way before
no,
March.
again, we really, we pushed as hard as we could to get the number right on this date. And the reality on the ground is the reality on the ground. We're doing our best, we're providing whatever support we can, we anticipate that they're gonna have, and, we also understand from their perspective, it's not like they're not doing nothing, they're working. What their concern is, if they come out with a number before they've really done their due diligence and it goes up, as they refine it, that creates a negative public narrative as well. Like, oh, at first you asked for X, and now you asked for X plus 1, X plus 2. So they're trying to measure twice and cut once. And we're trying to balance that with the need for clarity so that you can make an informed decision. And so we're pushing as best we can.
David?
So I agree with Paul. That'll be very helpful, obviously, to have all the details at this point so we can make an informed decision. That being said, based on what you've presented to us, it sounds like whatever the ultimate figure will be, it's not going to be much lower than the 13.5. If they're saying that most of that 13.5, say for science curriculum and maybe a couple other relatively minor line items, is for level funding. So even if we very roughly assume that it's 10, it's still going to be a significant amount.
Well, I agree with that, David, but the issue is like, so I asked Jazz, what's the number? What does 8 million translate into an ask of the town? Who said it was something like 5? I don't know what $27 million, even if you just assume that's the number, take it, make it 30 million.
Right.
What's the ask? Right? My sense that, the longer this drags out, the lower the probability of anything passing.
Yeah.
And I think a delay on the schools affects the town. I think that there'll be uncertainty all around that, and I don't know if we're gonna piece this thing up and say you can have choice A, choice B, or choice A and B equals C. I don't know how it's gonna be presented, but the probability of anything passing greatly diminishes with how long we wait to actually get it out and start vetting it with the community. That's my view. So if the number's not perfect on the school side, that's fine. You know, let's pretend that they have a test due and they need to study for it and hit the date, right? March is too late.
So what is the date that we feel?
So they anticipate being able to give us their preliminary number by 12/18. And that's gonna
This
be,
month.
yes, and then, we will continue to revise that as we revise both our. January for us is crunch, both of us in the schools is crunch time, as we prepare our budget, we prepare budget books then. And because this is a potential override year, it's a dollar budget, basically, it's a yes, override. And so, in conjunction with you and the expenditure revenue study committee, the town and the schools will be having those discussions, revising those numbers. And then the budget books will be published in early February, but we will know the numbers before that date, before the books go to us.
Yeah, it would be really helpful if this board could start discussing in detail and deliberating in January, the number, before the budget books come.
Yeah.
It'd be really helpful.
David?
In terms of budget preparations, it might actually be more than 2, right? Because depending on how we would structure a potential ballot question, if we lay out 3 different options, for example, then we would need 3 additional budgets depending on which option would pass.
Yes. But I think, on the town side where we are, we've been thinking about that, we've been studying other communities, thinking about how other communities have done this. Malden, for example, in Medford, last year. There is something to be said for like a pyramid style override, but you'll see what we talk about, at least on the town side. This is not an override where we're asking for new things, right? This is not an override where we're saying, wouldn't it be nice to have, catalogs and so forth? We're saying, in order to maintain the service that people have expected and people who voted for, town meeting has asked us to provide, this is really it. This is what we need. And where there are line items that didn't previously exist, it's in the service of either providing those services or seeking new revenue. For example, some of the new revenue that we would be generating from increased parking fines would be going towards improving the parking system, which is both what community has been asking us for and what we need to do in order to make sure that that revenue source is appropriate, given the amount of money we spend on. So, we're not in a situation where we would say option A is level services, option B is some nice things we would like to have. Like we were last time, we talked a bit about municipal composting. That's not on the table this time. We think we're not in a place where we're asking for these things. Obviously, if the board thinks that there are new things that we should be asking for, we'll go back to the drawing board and think about how to put that in place. But on the town side, this is not a luxury overflow.
So the question is, do you keep services as are, or do you cut?
And we
It's
are
really the level of payment, that's really what.
Yeah, and we are, and I will say, even in an override scenario, the town is talking about making cuts. The town, we've already, over the course of this last override cycle, because of collective bargaining and healthcare pressures, cut a lot. And there has been impact to services that we have done our best to conceal from the public, so that the public has confidence in the services that we are providing. But we're really nearing the end of what we can do that can be disguised from the public at that point. We're gonna make cuts where we can, and we're gonna demonstrate to the public that, for example, you hire a bunch of consultants? Do you have, do you have money lying around? What about free cash? What about revenue? All that needs to be part of a public education. To demonstrate that we are being good stewards of people's tax dollars. And that at the end of the day, what we're asking for potentially is not something radical. It's something that provides the level of service that people are asking us to provide.
I just have to step out briefly to do a Zoom court, but I'll be back.
Mike, I'm sorry, John.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Michael, so I just want to raise a different issue, and it's kind of a hobby horse of mine. I hope it doesn't seem repetitious on my part. But I find it very difficult to evaluate all of these issues in the absence of clear statements of, if we're going to tell people that this is a level services budget, is it is it a level FTE budget? Or does it turn out that level services mean that we had X number of FTE in the previous year, and there's actually 10 additional FTEs in this budget? Without those numbers, I can't really figure out if we're giving people a straight story here about what happens and requires an override. Is it that positions were added, maybe? Or is it that actually these other known factors here? And that's especially true, I'm sorry to say to my friends on the school side, where the school side is concerned. And there's another kind of major factor that rarely gets discussed here, because, it makes people uncomfortable to discuss it, because it implies that there could be layoffs. But the number of people served by the school system varies, and it sometimes varies significantly. And in recent years, we had a drop of some, hundreds of students that are served by the school system. I think perhaps the number at this point stands at about 800, less than at peak. So it's very relevant to talk about how many FTEs does it take to serve a school system of X versus a school system of X minus 800 students. And we rarely get that kind of analysis of what's going on with the school department numbers. So I'm hoping that along the way, we're going to have those numbers, but I'm not sure we can make a convincing case to voters that without an approval of X of a certain amount of override, there's no way we can continue to provide the services that you expect for your whatever children, et cetera. When in fact, well, actually, we might not need that money if there were 17 kids in a classroom on average versus 16 in a classroom on average. So if we don't get into that level of discussion, I don't know how voters can have confidence in what they're being told about the need for this or that amount of override.
Michael.
So you said that the school was gonna come back on the 18th. So in this period of 9 days, what from your perspective is the risk that number will go, the 13.5 will go up as opposed to down? And I guess the other question is, once those 9 days have elapsed, assuming that we get through this, we're not going very quickly, but assuming that we get through this, how much are we gonna have to revise our thinking, or how valuable is today's numbers relative to what we're gonna see in
So I think this is, so to your first question, recall that this assumes everything stays the same. And some of the cuts that we are proposing, reductions that we are proposing, because will have an impact on the school side as well. So some of the things that we are proposing, conflict split, for example, raising parent funds, that would provide the schools with additional revenue. Reducing the revenue funded CIP would provide the schools with additional revenue. All of those things will have an impact on that number, and it will drive it down. So I think that number is more likely to go down than up. With that said, I don't know what the schools are going to find as they continue to go through this. So I'm reluctant to say 100%, that number is gonna go down. I think it is more likely to go down, than up, but to David's point, I don't know by how much. I don't think we're gonna see, seismic. But neither do I think we're gonna see go up by a certain.
Yeah, Paul?
I just wanted to, John raised an interesting point about FTEs kind of being a proxy for the numbers. I think we have to be, while I appreciate it, I think we gotta be a little careful. I'll use an example. As costs increase, collective bargaining, health insurance and others, that money eats into the money that's available to fund positions. A perfect example of that is policing. We're holding back 6 positions.
Right.
So we don't have a level service budget on policing because we're holding back 6 positions. We're gonna have the same situation on fire, right? We're expecting some benefits and reducing overtime. That may not come out. And as a result, we're not gonna have a level service budget because we may have fewer firefighters. I'm not saying that would happen, but I think we have to be careful about headcount being purely a proxy for whether a budget's level service or not. On the school side, as you said, it wouldn't be level service if you actually increased the students per classroom, right? That wouldn't be the same. You'd have to consciously say, this budget means you're gonna go from a class size of X to X plus. And that's it. But you do raise a good point. It would be very helpful to have more transparency about the number of employees that we have in the towns.
So this one?
Yes.
So this just shows kind of our revenue composition, and you can see that property tax is really our biggest piece. Coming up behind, the enterprises are also, kind of separately factored in. And then local receipts, and then state aid, and then followed by free cash, which obviously, we talk about a lot, is one time in nature. And then other available are reimbursements for benefits. We'll go ahead and go to the next slide. So this shows the changes in revenue, so you can see, property taxes, it's kind of the same slide, just in bar format here. Slightly lower estimate for free cash, and then, slight reduction in other available as well. And that is, around the, marijuana money, being fully utilized. And so that will be an additional funding source in fiscal 27. So you can go ahead and.
I just have a question about the free cash estimate.
Yep.
Is the baseline for that estimate in fiscal year 26? How much actual revenue is that, or is that based on the budget number?
We're assuming a $23 million estimate in fiscal 27.
But what about fiscal 26? Because this is a reduction from fiscal 27.
Correct. So so our fiscal 25 free cash gets appropriated in fiscal 27. So the money that we're using in fiscal 26 has already been certified. And so we've already allocated all of that money. And so, we'll be looking to
Okay.
kind of.
So the fiscal year 26 number is not an estimate.
No, exactly. Yep, 27 is an estimate, 26 was certified.
And the free cash is based, when we're talking about estimates and baselines, it's based on pre-certification, but it's based on, the actuality of what we're seeing from our accounting system and working with the comptroller. So it's not like, we have a base and building it up or down. It's based on, the actuality of what we're seeing and how a fiscal year ended in terms of revenues and expenditures. It's just not fully certified by the state yet. Okay.
So Lincoln,
Yeah.
let's get the next couple slides.
Good morning. So, just to delve a little bit more into property taxes. So, as mentioned earlier, they're projecting a 5.1% increase in property taxes in fiscal year 27. You can see in the green column, how that levy is built up, taking the prior year levy, applying 2.5% across the entirety of the tax base, right, built property, but across the entirety of it. Melissa mentioned new growth. The new growth estimates have come up, some for fiscal years 27 through 2031. I was looking at the historical new growth. There's two pieces of that. Number one, we have seen an increase in new growth, particularly over the last 8 fiscal years. So over the last 8 fiscal years, we have had new growth of at least $2.5 million. And we're seeing that, hopefully that's the new normal going forward. The other big piece of the $3.56 million in new growth that was confirmed by the State Division of Local Services is the increased investment in looking at personal property and making sure that we're taxing all personal property fairly and correctly. So with the continued investment in that and looking at personal property there, we do believe that we can, continue to maintain a higher new growth figure for the next few years. So that's a bright spot there, as mentioned. Then we have our new levy limit without debt exclusions of $314.1 million. And the debt exclusions we'll go a little bit more into in the next slide. That is the third and projected final year of borrowing for the Pierce School renovation and reconstruction. And the third year of 5 total of borrowings for the fire station reconstructions and renovations.
Michael?
Yes.
What are the inflation rate projections that go along with this?
So we don't have inflation rate projections here. I mean, we can do that analysis. You're saying, overall inflation as
I'm assuming that these numbers are all not, and are not
Correct.
inflation.
these are not inflation adjusted.
Correct. So there is some projection of inflation that will change these numbers.
It doesn't change the revenue because remember, the strictures of Proposition 2.5 do not take inflation into account.
I understand,
Yeah.
I understand that, but it does, what it affects is the purchasing power of that.
Absolutely. No doubt it does.
So
Yes.
that's, what I'm trying to understand is what is the change of the purchasing power of the annual levy over time?
Understood. Yeah, and I think we can discuss that a little bit more as we get into the expenditure side of things. And I think that's further analysis we can do as well.
That,
So, like, one of the things that's really helpful when we set the tax rates is that we get to see what the average property tax bill will be for a single family home or a business or a condominium. And this doesn't really translate to that. Is it possible to overlay this information, just assume all assumptions are the same as to we're maximizing the shift, right? Whatever we've done, typically the status quo, how that would translate into tax bills, especially when we start getting into a potential operating override, because that's really where the rubber hits the road for taxpayers and where they're feeling it. And whether we accelerate, take the full amount with the override in the first year or not, it's just what I'm hearing, and I think my colleagues are probably hearing, we're hearing a lot from homeowners that their bills are going up significantly. And to try to explain it, it's, well, why has my number gone up so high, my bill, if it's just 2.5? Well, it's because these other bills are coming due that was approved by the voters. So it would be really helpful to overlay this into what the average tax bill would be for our classifications.
So one thing we definitely will do again, if there's an override on the ballot, is an individual property by property
Yep.
based calculator. So
Yeah.
that someone can put their address in and see, based on this override and based at my current valuation,
Yeah.
what will my taxes look like in the ensuing fiscal year if this
Yeah.
override is passed or not?
Yeah.
Um,
I would argue that we actually need to mail that to every resident. I would mail it to the taxpayers as opposed to make them go to it, but I do appreciate that. But for this purpose,
Mhm.
for this discussion around the budget and also what it would mean to increase the levy, I'd really like to see what the impact is on tax bills.
right,
Mike?
and adding on to that, and I agree, so like, how much of your tax bill is going for the debt exclusions, how much is going for the increase, how much is going for the override, how much is going for all the prior years though? I would ask that when we sort of generate those numbers, this is my hobby horse, John. That either instead of, or in addition to talking about condos and single family homes, that we talk about homes by price level? Because my understanding is that a $1.5 million condo is taxed exactly the same way as a $1.5 million single-family home. And that division is sort of an arbitrary element of our classification when it comes to taxes. So, for example, what is $1 million residence cost? What is a $2 million residence cost? What is a $3 million residence cost? Just to have that information as part of our messaging, so that we're not just pitting condo owners against single family homes arbitrarily.
Understood. Yeah, so we can, so, you know, we can definitely do some of that.
Yes, it's just been saying, thank you.
Yeah, unless there's any further questions on the slide, let's move on to the next. So again, this is an analysis of the debt exclusions that we currently have going out until fiscal years 2031, and then the projected, again, the third and projected final borrowing for Pierce School at 77 million, and laying on that debt beginning in fiscal year 2027. And then again, the fire station renovation projected borrowings 3 through 5. And you can see for the third borrowing coming on for the first year in fiscal 27, the fourth coming on for the first time in fiscal year 28, and the fifth and final projected final borrowing coming on in fiscal 2029. Just to give you and and the other watchers here a picture as to what the impact is of already approved debt, excluded debt outside any possible new overhead. So I'll go back to Melissa to discuss state aid. Thank you.
So we talked about these assumptions earlier at the beginning, so a 1% increase in unrestricted general government aid, level funding for veterans benefits, 2.5% for chapter 70, level funding for charter tuition, assessment reimbursements, and level funding for, offset aid, which goes directly to the library. So showing 2% increase in fiscal 27, slightly more optimistic in the out years. But, you know, we're not hearing a lot of good news at the state level as well. And obviously they're concerned about their federal funding and the ripple effect that might have as well.
Where is federal grant funding in this?
So the, if it's coming from the state, it would probably be in the form of a grant. This is money that is coming off the cherry sheet directly to the town. We can go ahead to the next one. So these are our local receipts, and so we're growing those by 4.3 after a 10% growth the prior year. So we did change our estimate for the motor vehicle excise because we saw our year in fiscal 25. Local options are still holding pretty steady right now. You know, marijuana obviously has dropped off. And, you know, meals we're keeping an eye on, especially, you know, if the economy changes even further, we might see a decline in that as well. But hotel motel still looks pretty strong. Licensing and permits is pretty standard every year, so that's level funded. Parking and court fines, we'll talk about that later on in the presentation. There's a proposal, potential increase in fines to help support some of the expenditures that we're seeing. General government, specifically that is, building permit related. And, you know, traditionally we've been conservative with our building permit estimates because a lot of the activity that we see on building permits are, you know, one-time permits that get pulled, and, you know, generally that is used to support the CIP and not recurring expenses on the operating side. Interest income, is, you know, modest growth as well. We've talked about the fact that there's not ARPA funds kind of sitting in our bank accounts anymore, and that the interest rate environment is also changing as well. Pilot's just an assumption of normal growth there as well. The BU pilot is our biggest, and obviously, in a declining economic condition, you know, that we're very concerned about preserving the existing agreements that we do have. And so we're just trying to be mindful of what that might mean going forward as well. For refuse, we are assuming the increases that the select board voted last year for the sanitation fees. That is included in the forecast here. And then we are also assuming that funding will go directly to support the sanitation expenses, just like it did in fiscal 26 as well. Departmental and other, so that bump up there is directly related to parking meter fees, but these are also fees that departments charge for a variety of services as well.
Well,
So could you, with, because 25's not here, it's hard to see, what was the bulk of the 10% increase? From 25 to 26?
Some of it was trash, some of it was local option, and, some of it was, building permit as well.
Bumped up at meeting, I think.
Mhm.
Because there's been a narrative in the past that we're underestimating.
Yep,
Local receipts, and therefore we should be putting more. And I know, and I actually support being more conservative because there's no guarantee. It would be helpful that 10% was a big number. Do you know what it was the year before, what the growth was?
On local receipts alone.
Yeah, I wanna say it was probably north of 5%, but, you know, this is only 10% of our budget, and I will say that, you know, the surplus that we saw in local receipts last year was 11 million. Free cash was around 24 million. So some of the sources of free cash don't necessarily come from local receipts, but
Yeah.
this is the one area that we have certainty that we are budgeting conservatively in order to generate the level of free cash to meet our fiscal policies.
But the interest income was where we saw a big jump, right?
Yep,
Was
yep.
because we had so much ARPA money sitting in the bank, right?
Yes, and we had a high interest rate
And we had,
environment.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, I just think it's important when this comes up, because I'm sure it will come up
Oh,
again.
yeah, it already is coming.
One thing to keep in mind, it's, as Charlie and Melissa said, the motor vehicle excise and the local option taxes and the interest. But those three categories were the primary area that was generating surplus, and the increase in those areas, the motor vehicle excise and local option taxes. Was significant for several years, but again, volatile, right? You know, based on economic conditions, for all three.
Also, they were low because of COVID, and then they bounced back,
Yeah.
right? So you saw a big
Exactly.
percentage
Yeah, so
increase.
very susceptible to a downturn from time.
yeah,
Can someone break down the local option taxes number as to, I'm assuming it's sort of divided between marijuana, dining, what else?
So
Meals and
meals, marijuana, and hotel motel. So marijuana is around 300,000. Meals is around 2 million, and then the rest is hotel motel.
Okay, so through, the marijuana number at peak, does anyone remember what that was?
Over $1 million.
Yeah, but, yeah, okay, oh, well.
Yeah. Well, and that's another example of why, you know, building that into your recurring expenses is a little bit dangerous, because it can go away, and we saw that happen. So, you know, that's why we're continuing to monitor these and make sure that our estimates are conservative enough that we're kind of buffered against shocks like that,
Can I
because
ask a follow?
it has been coming down over the years.
There's been, coverage of, I think it's a Governor Healy, initiative to, see if the legislature will approve allowing people at the local level to bump up pretty much those areas that we just mentioned,
Yeah.
right? Has anyone done a, quick calculation of what that might mean to our revenues if the legislature were to approve?
We looked at it last year. I want to say, I think we were looking at like $700,000 of growth.
Maximum.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then obviously the
So I have
target.
the legislature is listening to meetings like this one and, taking seriously, it's not just Brooklyn, every single municipality in the state needs that kind of a bump up, and.
David, yeah.
I just have a question about interest income.
Yeah.
Interest income.
So the town has, cash on hand that Lincoln invests to make sure that we are, trying to capture what we can in terms of interest income, and then there's also delinquent taxpayer interest as well.
it's all of our cash that's in bank accounts, basically.
Is there any way to try to expand the interest?
It's a great question. So interest income is, I think it's cranked as far as it can go.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
The question was whether or not we could earn more on the cash we have on hand and interest income.
Yeah, so for the most part, no. So, but because, there's different categories of how the town may by law, invest it.
Excuse me.
And so, the primary answer is that is that, it has to be a more liquid thing. So for example, with the exception of trust funds, none of our funds may be invested in equities, in the stock market. Right, so what we're really looking at is the interest rate environment that's set by the Federal Reserve rate. And, slightly below that.
What about CDs? Every now and then there's a 12-month CD that's around 5%.
Yeah, we can, remember that, for the most part, we need to say relatively liquid. But we can do CDs, yes.
And what are we getting on the money market?
On the money market right now, we're at, depending on the bank, we're at like 4.5 to 4.7.
That's not bad.
Yeah. But that's, that's been ticking down, right? That's not what it was, a year ago.
Yeah.
So what percentage is this? Interesting. What percent are you getting interest?
It varies by what fund you're talking about. So in general, it's probably hovering around what we consider between 3 and 4, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
It very much follows the Fed. So if the Fed lowers rates, we'll see more interest. And the large numbers have been from having large balances associated with ARPA, and ARPA is now more than half expended. So we had 40 million in the bank and now it's ticking down. We're well below that.
So again, these are nominal numbers, and what this is actually showing is that our local receipts on a real purchasing power level are dropping.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Other available, so these are mostly reimbursements from the enterprise funds and the revolving fund to pay for the benefits and associated costs that they have in the general fund, so sending those funds our way. Walnut Hill Cemetery provides $100,000 in support of the cemetery division within Parks and Open Space. And then we have the opioid and stabilization fund, so the assumption for 27 through 31 is just the opioid funds because the HCA funds have been exhausted. Yes, so this is our free cash estimate here. So we talked about $23 million, and we'll kind of go through the way that free cash is allocated for our policies. So the first bucket that we need to replenish, 25% of the funding for the reserve fund comes from free cash. So that target number is 892,000. So the reserve fund is 1% of prior year net revenue. That's the target. Then we are looking to put money into our undesignated fund balance / stabilization fund. So we, purposely don't appropriate around $2.8 million so that becomes the following year's free cash. It's kind of a way to provide us with a little bit of flexibility and a little bit of certainty around what we know is going to be kind of redeposited into free cash. And then we're looking to put 3.5 million into the stabilization fund. Per our fiscal policies, we're trying to meet the targets to preserve our AAA rating, and so that's another infusion of free cash that we're looking to support that effort as well. You'll see the liability fund. This is a rather large requirement for the liability fund that also has the target of 1% of prior year net revenue. You may recall that we had a settlement with the police in the police department. That's contributing to that, and then obviously the more recent school department related settlement did draw on a lot of those funds, and so in order to kind of get the balance up to where it needs to be for our self-insurance program, we're looking at another 2.1, close to $2.2 million for the liability fund. Then we are looking at our capital plan and trying to get to 8.1% of prior year net revenue. So our CIP is funded from operating funds, 6.6% of prior year net revenue, and then we use free cash to get to 8.1. So to get to that level, we're looking at the $5.3 million. And then once we've visited those first 4 buckets, we look at what is still remaining in the free cash number, and 15% of that then goes to the Affordable Housing Trust if the balance is below $5 billion, which it is. So that's another $1.2 million. And so after those are all exhausted, we are looking at special use. At this point, we are looking at, special use, all exclusively going to additional CIP. We are talking about potentially, reducing that slightly, and potentially recommending, additional funding going to, the accrued time liability fund that we set up, because we are looking at a couple of hits at the end of the year that, may require that we are, needing to replenish some of the funding, for that account. But at this point, we're looking at additional CIP, so a total appropriation of $20.2 million. Pause right there if there's any questions.
Questions?
Yeah.
Have we closed out all of the ARPA spending, or at this point?
ARPA's deadline to expend is December 26th, so it's a
Okay.
year from now, so there's still quite a bit.
A year
to
from
spend.
Okay,
Most of that is in our subrecipients, like the nonprofits we're working with.
yeah,
Most of the town departments have finished their projects. and expenditures.
Yeah.
So we still have Tyler on board for another year, for example.
and are we anticipating any turnbacks?
Yeah, it's a great question, Don. We are actually doing some outreach now to all of the subrecipients to say, hey, listen, if you want to turn back money, now is the time. We have done a little bit of research on whether we can reallocate those funds. We can't reallocate them to new projects. We can only reallocate them to existing buckets. So maybe we have some town projects we could expand on, or we have some subrecipients we could give more money. We have not heard about any turnbacks at this point. We budgeted ARPA down to the penny. So, so we don't think there's going to be significant money available. We think most of these projects are going to spend right down to the last. We'll keep you updated on that as we learn more, if we need any feedback.
Thank you.
The liability reserve line, the 2.1, you said that was a particularly large hit for that line.
Yes,
What is the typical hit?
so,
Mhm.
typically there are.
Past few years.
So.
Are there typical?
So, I would say that we have had two settlements in the most recent years that are multi-year, which is unusual for us. But we generally don't draw on the liability fund that frequently, and that's something that Joe has talked with the advisory committee about, because some people are saying, well, does it make sense to be self-insured? Is this really something that we should do? And, given the town's claim experience, self-insurance does still seem like the way to go. But these two claims obviously are a little bit of a departure from them.
Right, and is that 2.18,
Mhm.
does that fully fund the gap? Or
Yes,
is
it
there gonna-
brings
is
the
there-
liability fund back up to the policy target.
And including the expected expenses?
Correct. Yeah, the
Future.
projection for the multi-year settlements are embedded in that number as well.
David?
I was just going to add that on the self-insurance part, as someone who's participated in some of these settlement negotiations, it's very helpful in keeping the settlement amount within the broader range of reasonableness, because a lot of potential claimants do not want to have to go before town meeting and be very public about why they're requesting what they're requesting. And so it does somewhat lower what the settlement amount will be.
Well,
Yeah, can you explain a little bit further additional CIP?
So I have a lot of.
Repeat that.
Could you, please go into a little more detail about what additional CIP means?
So, essentially, it basically is providing more funding to do more projects, cash projects. And
Yeah.
so we have a lot of requests. We'll be talking about the CIP, I believe, next week. We
Yeah.
weren't quite done yet. So, we have a lot of, unforeseen project requests that, weren't in the plan last year.
Yeah.
That, as an example, the AC at the town hall field over the summer.
So,
So the 7 million is the funds that are left over after the free cash waterfall.
I understand. So my, I'm not saying we shouldn't be using that money for the CIP, but the prior chart showed a significant debt load that we're carrying.
Yep.
And should we be considering, we don't want to use free cash for operating funds,
Mhm.
but it certainly could be used to pay down debt. right?
Yep.
Do we have a policy at all about paying down debt? Have we ever developed one?
So I think there's two different things we're thinking about. So you've got the debt that is debt exclusion related.
Yep.
And then you have the debt that's within the levy. And
Yeah.
so the debt within the levy, we have, the overall funding for CIP is 6%, 6.6% of prior year net revenue. And we try and make sure that we have 4%, no more than around 4% of debt. So that then we have the flexibility to do these cash projects. And so changing that balance between cash and debt only just provides relief within the CIP because the policy limit is really what's setting what the town can take on for debt.
Is there a policy against, or would you not be able to apply some of those funds to the debt that's in the levy?
So
If we paid off debt earlier, because for whatever we're cash rich.
Yeah, so for existing debt that has already been issued, for the most part, it's difficult to prepay that. However, for excluded debt that has not yet been issued, it could, some of this could be applied to that, and the debt is never issued.
Mhm. I mean, I don't, it would be worthwhile having that discussion to possibly consider a policy around that. Because it certainly is beneficial to lower our debt load and obligation. And if you have to set up a reserve fund or something to prepare for that time, versus always just saying, let's do that next CIP project because we have a wish list of things to do. Our debt is what's really holding us back, I think.
So we did get an interesting analysis from Sergio Modigliani, which explained how using debt is actually better for the town's finances long-term because of the nominal value of money. So essentially, his recommendation, and we can send you this analysis, it's pretty good, shows that you're better off borrowing money now to pay for projects than using cash. And the cash should go to, other one-time expenses. In other words, he was arguing for increasing our debt, not decreasing it because of the time value of money. It's interesting. It's because in the long term, the value of that money now is higher than if you were to basically there's an economic driven for it, and we can show that too. But it's not like we necessarily adopted Sergio's point of view, but it has made us think about whether or not we're striking the right balance.
Well, I guess I would, in all deference to Mr. Sergio, I think that's actually the purview of the select board and not him. So if we're gonna start.
He was asked to do expenses and others.
Well, I'm just saying, so that's great, but I'm just saying, I think that the select board should deliberate on that and not just have staff taking. I know that's not what you're doing, but you're saying we're inclined to do what he's suggesting.
Well,
I'd like that to be the decision of the select board.
I do think it's very interesting when we're talking about sort of the time value of money and trying to eliminate the structural deficit. This eventually comes down to long-term decisions, not necessarily short-term.
And we do, I do think that we do have those conversations, around the high school. We decided that we weren't putting the full amount of the high school on the debt exclusion. We absorbed $35 million in the CIP. So that is hitting, within the money that we have to spend on CIP, that's a pretty substantial amount of money that we can't utilize for other projects. And so, and we did that with the Ridley School as well. $40 million was supported within the levy as well. So I think it's really a question about, when we are looking to take on additional debt, how much of it should be funded within the levy and how much of it should be funded outside of the levy and what the ramifications of those decisions are.
And again, this would be revisiting the free cash waterfall, but it might be worthwhile to have a discussion about should some of that money go to a reserve fund that could potentially pay down debt
Yep, and I
as
think
an option.
that's also, what we'll be talking about a little later on in the slides is like to provide operating relief. We are recommending that we continue what we're doing with the, bringing down the policy level in order to provide some relief as well, so.
Yeah, we'll say, and we're not where we need to be in terms, we're gonna bring the CIP to you next week, hopefully, but I will say that it is not, again, it's not projects that would be nice to have, like the CIP is very tight this year. There are a lot of unexpected expenses, like the town hall ACPL, like a couple of other things that are eating into the CIP that we have to do. And that does not leave us with a lot of money for discretionary work. And we're trying to honor all of the commitments that we've made to the community. For example, the community wants the pavement management plan to move forward. We want more roads paved, and we want roads paved. We want roads done more efficiently, less transformative work, more, repaving and sealing work. So we're doing that work. But that just then means that in order to meet all of those demands, it is really a juggling game. So you'll see that there's not as much wiggle room in the CIP as we would like. So this money is really vital in terms of getting the projects that need to be done. So look, that's not to say that we can't make those trade-offs. There are trade-offs to be made. They're not. It's not like, oh, we can put this off for a year. And then, it's not a need to have. There are a lot of need to haves in CIP this year.
Well, I guess, but just a closer, we don't currently have a policy where if there was a windfall of funds or extra funds, having an option to put it towards debt. Is that correct?
No, I think, we could, there's no policy that says if free cash is over X amount, then you use the first, and add another bucket here and it's
Yeah.
going to reduce the debt load, but it's something we could think about.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think Paul, is pursuing an important question. At the same time, I'm not sure there's an absolute answer to the question because a lot hinges on your expectations as to future interest rates. And, you could be in a situation where, you say, let's only borrow a little bit of the total that we're gonna need over the lifetime of a project, and then we'll borrow a little bit more, and then we'll borrow a little bit more. Well, it might turn out that you're paying a higher interest rate every time you move to the next phase of the borrowing. And you have to sort of measure that against, if we had borrowed it all at the beginning, what would be the additional cost of that? Where would we park the money that we weren't using? What would we get in that? So there's no one answer. But I think we do have to be making our best guess at these policies along the way. And, I appreciate the research Sergio has done. And I think we should have more discussions about it. That's all.
okay.
I just want to confirm where in the free cash, or if it's somewhere else, the getting rid of the pension liability and the OPEB liability payments on.
So in the past, we have had special use towards OPEBs and additional money for the pensions as well. I would say that, prior to a few years ago, it would have been less in bucket number 2 and more in those other buckets, but we've gotten the indication from Moody's that we really need to focus on our unreserved fund balance. And so to the extent that there was less of a need to put money in that bucket, then that would probably be the recommendation we would have.
And so does this free cash choice affect the end date of meeting our pension
No.
obligations?
Not this one.
Not in a significant way, right? Because remember that, for example, the town appropriated an additional $1 million towards pension, towards the outstanding pension obligations. But remember that, the outstanding amount due in 2030 is like $50 million. So, it's not a huge significant factor when you're considering the overall outstanding liability.
Okay.
No, I got it. You're good.
There, Charlie, we did it.
No, you're all set. You're fine. They'll take us. It's all good.
So this is just another, we had this illustration last year, kind of looking at our fund balance levels and trying to make sure that we're hitting the target around Moody's metrics as well. So let's go on to the next.
Sure.
The next, yeah.
Yeah, so Charlie, talk a little bit about expenditures for a little while, which we've actually spent a lot of time on, so I'm not gonna get into it too much. This is a look at your current year FY 26 budget, which is about $120 million in the general fund. And this is the pie, by category. Highlighting here is that salaries are 50%, benefits are 21%. So a total of 71% of your budget is salaries, and there are a few other major categories like debt, that take up what there would be for discretionary funds. So not very much in terms of discretionary fund in the budget. I'll let each slide hang for a second, see if there's questions if you want. Again, this is FY 26, but what we're doing here is taking all of the costs that are in the town's budget that are actually school costs and reallocating them over to education to show you what percent of the budget are the schools actually taking out. And this year, FY '26 is 57.9%. So benefits over here is just town benefits, then over here is just town debt, so you can see the non-school debt is right about 4%. And so that's the plan, just give me a second.
Yeah. Well,
Go back, yeah,
What happened to our
Go
1
ahead,
second?
yeah.
You have 1 second, one.
Yeah, exactly. May I, just a quick question? You know, a meaningful, to me, meaningful, additional bit of information, since we see this pie chart every year, you know, year to year. And the only thing that might change would be, you know, a teeny little, you know, adjustment to the relative, proportion of various uses for the monies. So could that be accompanied by a, you know, the portion of the pie allocated to education represents an increase or decrease from the prior year of X%, so that we get a sense of where how the money is moving around from pie slice to pie slice, and it doesn't move around much.
It's a
you
good
know,
point, John.
yeah.
I was gonna say, this is relatively stable.
Yeah.
I don't think the numbers are that much different.
Yeah.
This is just a look at the current year budget, but it is an interesting idea to think about projecting this on the 27 and what changes if the pie shifts at all.
Mhm.
I think, largely depends on where that school number lives, right? Because if, let's say, for example, they had to go up 13 million and the town had to go up 0, that would significantly change the pie.
Yeah, well, I will just go ahead and make a point of my own, which I've done some, you know, looking at these things, and it does become meaningful the more that you go backward, you know. And then take a long-term view, like a 10-year difference between the 10-year-old pie versus the pie today. And, you know, what I've seen whenever you do that is that pretty much everything that's departmental either stays the same or shrinks a little bit, and that debt thing keeps growing. And then the other piece that keeps growing is the benefits, you know, slice keeps growing. So, and, you know, it's important for people to kind of get that sense of what's happening over time.
Do we see debt growing over time? I think it's should be relatively stable.
Not going forward.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think even looking back, it's probably, you know.
The debt exclusions.
I'm talking about plus the debt exclusion.
Right, if you're
not
thinking about
just
debt
the-
exclusions, yeah,
Yeah.
this is just, you know, non-excluded debt,
Right,
right? This
yeah,
is just debt
okay.
that's in the limit.
Yeah, okay.
So you would, I think if you included other funds, other than the general fund, yeah, that, I mean, the pie actually would be a bit different. So you have, for example, excluded debt included in this pie.
Yeah.
Right,
That excluded debt is it is.
Oh, it is.
It is
in the general fund operating.
Yeah, okay, yeah, it's gotta be somewhere, right?
It is, yeah.
So we're factoring that. I mean, so I should thinking that this is 4% would be nice. You're right. Okay, any other questions on what we allocated?
So you've said before, if I recall correctly, that about 85% of our expenses are computer expenses. Is that right? And presumably that 85% or whatever the actual number is distributed across this entire pie chart. But, you know, things like non-school debt, and I'm assuming that the education has a portion of that is school debt, you know, contains 0% personnel costs, so it's just paying. And I'm assuming things like public works, when we're contracting out roadway repavement or whatever, those parts are not personnel costs.
Yeah, we could, Michael, we could show that next pie, then by category within each source. You know,
Well,
and say, like, this percent of each of these categories is personnel services. So what we're actually saying is that personnel costs are 71%. That's what we're actually saying.
71%, okay.
That's what we're actually saying.
So salary plus benefits.
Salary plus benefits and GDP.
Well,
From the kitchen
it
sink.
gets you to 7. Sorry, gets you to 7. Great.
Thank you.
No problem. Happy to let it soak in. So we could theoretically show this, you know, but for the purposes of this discussion, right? Of this 59.7%, 70% is salary. So you can
Right.
you make the assumption that 70% of that number is.
Right, and then a certain percentage, yeah, and then the rest of it is.
Service to supply, you know, it's the other stuff, yeah, it's the other things we list on this. Chart, right, it's
Not a lot of places to.
not without making changes to personnel, that's correct. Yep. Okay, this is showing now we're looking at FY 27 going forward here, this is showing the major expense categories and how much they're increasing. We have the school budget increasing by 13 million. We have the town departments increasing by 3.5 million. This is personnel costs, your collective bargaining steps, it's the new sanitation contract, and it's utilities. I just want to emphasize, there's no growth in departmental budgets here. This is a stress point for departments. We hear about it every year. We heard about it this year. Some folks have said in the past, well, could we just limit the department's increases to 0 or to 2%? This is level funding everything except for what is fixed costs, 3.5 million. And then benefits, which is both town and schools, are increasing by almost triple the town appropriation increase. We'll talk more about benefits on the slide here soon. These are special appropriations, so that's partly because of a good free cash number and partly because we're increasing the amount that we're funding the special appropriations out of the operating budget from the 6% to 6.6% of prior year net revenue, as Melissa just talked about on the previous slide. And then debt service are those projects that are going to combine. It's the fire stations, it's Pierce, and it's Bruce repairs. So, and Melissa had on an earlier slide, the out years annual increases of 1.8%. As you can see, expenditures out years are 3.2%. So there's first illustration.
Charlie, you're going too fast. for
Sorry, go ahead.
My aging brain.
So,
I want to understand what you're putting in here. So this slide is showing how the 34 million is being allocated.
this is FY 27, total growth of 34.1 million, and it's showing the
So
major.
an 8% increase in expenditures,
Correct.
Projected, yeah.
projected 26 to 27, and this is how it's allocated, schools, town departments, benefits.
By major category.
So,
And when I'm sorry, Mike, I have a couple, it's gonna take me a minute to get through my, you are going too fast.
Yeah.
So when you say town departments is 3.6 million,
Correct.
what is that?
Yeah, so that is personnel, it's collective bargaining, and it's steps, and it's the new sanitation contract, and it's utilities. In other words, it's just fixed costs. This is
So
what I was talking about.
it's salaries and utilities is what you're saying in contract.
It's fixed, it's all the fixed costs we have.
There is growth assumed in the non-personnel of 2.5%, but we are trying to pare that down in order to come back.
So to get at John's question, I don't mean to be speaking for you, but I'm gonna advocate
No,
for
it's
the
fine.
question. That 3.6, are there additional headcounts there?
No.
No, so this is just flat headcount, increase in steps and lanes, increase in collective bargaining. Okay. Okay, thank you. That helps me.
Someone else wanted this.
Michael has, Michael.
um,
Oh, my God.
two questions. One, am I reading this right? If the 34.1 million is an 8% increase, then about a $4 million increase in any one of these bars represents 1%. Is that right? So the school budget there is roughly a 3% increase overall total budget.
Of the 8%.
Right.
You can also think of it just in terms of aggregate, right? So, of the 8%, yeah, it would be like 3%.
3% of that is schools fixed cost, and then another 2% is benefit.
Charlie, that 13.2 from the schools, that ties back to the number we saw earlier?
Correct.
Okay, all right, great. Thank you.
And the other question I had is that. If you divide the increase in our personnel costs by the number of people that we have to support that, can you give us any sense of like what the median cost is for either a junior or a senior person on staff? Are we talking like on average 200,000 a person, 300,000 a person? To be
Per
able to-
staffer, there's a huge difference between, say, director salaries and
food service.
front level and frontline employees, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It depends on the employee class too, mid-managers versus clericals, they get a different level of a step increase. There's differences in their
Public
steps.
safety, pretty similar.
Public safety has large increases and they have, increases associated with, with other additional pays reaching.
Okay, so then maybe what I'm looking for is the average across the board. So for example, if we are holding off 6 positions in the police department, right? On average, that
That we know, for
That-
example, police officers around $100,000.
including benefits.
Yes, fully loaded, police officers.
And overtime.
Retired.
Correct.
Yeah.
Well, not, maybe not including pensions.
No, not including pensions.
Not including pensions,
Right.
yeah, but salary and benefits, yeah. It's
Okay.
just shy.
Okay.
One other question, Charlie. So the 34.1 million increased expenditures. What was the increase in the levy without asking for? Is how much, you know what I'm saying? So how much how much did our revenue go up?
Well, we
Without
actually
an
have to say,
operating-
so we're touching on, it, but it's in, what is it? It's
It's
three and a
a
half.
5.1%. 5.1% increase in the levy from 2.5, from Prop 2.5, plus new growth,
And in dollars.
plus
The
your.
dollar value of
Just
that?
in dollars.
Okay, so we have a 34.1 growth in expenses and a 17.6 million growth in revenue. So the gap is between 34 minus 17.
In the levy revenue. And what's the delta in the non-levy revenue?
No, that's totally.
What's total?
That's total revenue, so the levy is
So
different.
34, well, no, but so the gap is 34, I'm just round numbers, 34 minus 17, yeah?
Yes, that
Correct.
first slide that we had with all losing the numbers, that was.
Yeah.
That 16.6 million. I think.
We can go back.
Okay, no, I'm trying to tie
Yeah.
what he's talking about to what we've seen.
Absolutely, yep. Absolutely. Okay, any other questions here? These are the major categories. We'll talk a little bit more about benefits on the next slide, so. All right, so very quickly, I want to recap the town school split, which gives us the revenue numbers, the bottom line budget numbers that the deficit's really working on, okay? Follow me on the FY 27 column only for now, so for the FY 26. Each year, we take the total available revenue, which is $436 million here, and we subtract our non-departmental fixed costs. This includes stuff like pensions, benefits. This is your above the line adjustment to the split, right? So we're taking $195 million off the top, and now there's $241 million available for the town and schools. We take the prior year split. So if you look now in the FY 26 column at the bottom, we're taking the 40 and the 59 there, applying that 241, which gives us 2 new numbers for the schools. Before we can call those final, we have to add our adjustments, which these are the below the line adjustments. And we're moving 500,000 from the schools to the town side to pay for utilities this year. Last year, there was an adjustment in the opposite direction to account for the schools cutting school building repair and maintenance. But this year, it's a reduction on the school side in addition to the town side to pay for utilities adjustments. And so after you apply those below the line adjustments, which includes things like utilities, R&M, payroll, etc., you get the new bottom line numbers of 99 million for the town, 142 million for the schools, which gives you the new split at the bottom. So we're talking about the schools being $13 million over a number. This is the number that they are currently $13 million over. And this is the number that the town is currently $3 million over. So this is sort of just giving you an idea of how it is we calculate the amount of revenue that's available to town schools. It's supposed to be done so in a fair way, right? That allocates the cost fairly. Some folks may ask, why is it the school numbers going down? That's a typical thing that happens because of it making adjustments for things like payroll, IT, and purchase. Any questions on the town schools?
So,
David.
oh, I'm sorry.
Just in terms of those reimbursements, if that at all impacts the rates that we get, so for example, usually if you bundle everything under one umbrella, you get a slightly better rate. So this does not adversely impact whatever rate we are getting for utilities, it's merely the school budget will reimburse, but it's not at a higher rate.
Correct. So essentially what this means is we pay utility bills for all of the schools on the town side. And so we need to make an adjustment that says, okay, we need to charge you for the amount of money we're gonna be paying out of our budget for school utilities. That's the 500,000. It doesn't adversely affect what we're paying.
Charlie, could you just cover why was that number 195 last year, and now it's a negative, just.
Yeah,
What
absolutely.
happened?
Once again, so these are your below the line adjustments. So these are all of the costs that are not factored in
I'm just talking utilities.
Yeah, and so for the 195, what happened there is the schools cut school building repair and maintenance. And so in order to give them that money, we had to reduce the town allocation, which has school building repair and maintenance in it.
Mhm.
Reduce that by 195 and give it to the schools in order for them to realize their cut. So for example, if they said, we want to close the schools on the weekends and we're not gonna have any natural gas costs. And we're gonna save 500,000, these two numbers would flip. Because we would then be giving them the money from the town budget that they're saving. Does that make sense?
It does, so this year, there's a
The
500,000 because
Because of a new supply contract for natural gas for utilities.
it's going up,
Correct. So
the
you-
cost is going up.
correct. We settled a new contract starting this April. Which doesn't affect this fiscal year, but essentially we've benefited from having very good fixed supply rates for natural gas for the past few years. And now you're seeing folks in the community complaining about their bills going up. At the same time,
Yeah.
the town's bills are going up.
What about electricity?
So electricity, we have a fixed contract through next year, and so in FY 28, we have built into the forecast another adjustment
They're gonna go
upward for electricity. So we have a fixed contract for now,
Yeah.
but we will see a bump in FY 28 costs.
Michael.
The school number, the bottom line school number, 142, you said that they have a budget that they're working on that is $13.5 million higher than that, so that's 155.5%. How does that number compare to the current, or the closest to their actual fiscal year 26? How much is that?
Well, this should be their 26 number.
So that is their actual 26 number.
Yeah.
So, sorry, I can't do the math, but so they're saying that it's growing at about 5-6%.
9%.
9%, it's 9%.
9%, from 142 to 155
Yeah,
is 9%.
and $2 million of that growth is their structural deficit that they were talking about last year.
Right, but if they grab, yeah. So if you shifted that in the other. Well, you can't.
Yeah, I mean, I think also, this slide also just illustrates that the non-departmental costs are consuming. I mean, that's another highlight on this.
It's a good point, Melissa, because we're seeing $17 million in growth in non-department fixed. So.
We've got more slides to talk.
John?
I just want to say that one of the other things I find difficult to get my head around in these budget processes is it feels like, we're a dog chasing its tail all the time. In that, as Charlie just said, very well. Okay, so here's how we, blah, 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 blah. We look at what is coming in revenue. We got that bottom line number that we're gonna have available to us. And then the second part of what he said was, and then we look at what we're spending now. Is it what we're spending now or what we budgeted the prior year at? Because how will we know what we have spent by the end of FY 26 when it isn't yet the end of FY 26?
The forecast takes the current year budget, so fiscal 26 budget, and implies a 2.5% of inflator to non-personnel.
Right.
expense, and then also adds in a factor for collective bargaining, so the 1.5% in 27.
Right.
The 2% in the out years, plus an estimate for steps, the estimate for steps is
Right.
based on Charlie's work over the summer, and then an estimate for utilities.
Right. So, and I think we're all saying the same thing. So we're essentially saying the budget builds on the budget from the prior year, but sometimes it comes out, the budget builds on what we had to spend this year or have to spend now we use these expressions like, for continuation of services, a structural deficit and so on. But we don't really have a hard number because the actual number often is different than what was the budgeted.
Yeah.
And we don't have that hard number until after we've already taken care of the next fiscal year's budget.
Right.
And that's why, I tend to keep coming back to these questions of, what are the FTEs here, and how is that changing? So I just hope people who are listening to this discussion get that it isn't quite as set in stone as to where we are in all of this as it might seem. Like, if we don't absolutely ask for, an override of blah, 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 we're not going to be able to sustain our services. Well, that depends on whether your actual spending in FY 26, which doesn't end, until June 30th of 2026, comes in at where you thought it would come in. So want to make that point.
I mean, I take your point in terms of the estimation, but given that 70% of our costs are personnel.
Yeah.
And those personnel costs are fixed, unless somebody leaves or we hire somebody, those.
Which happens all the time.
Well. It happens, that's true, but to the degree that as a percentage of our town staff, I mean, we're not getting like. I don't know, what is the percent turnover of our staff over here? It's not that high, so I think there's more certainty in the numbers than you're giving them.
But just because you raised this point, and again, so that people understand, all of these budgets are built on positions that are not necessarily filled during the course of the year.
Right,
Yeah.
we must make assumptions about, what level they'll be filled at, so.
Yeah.
if we know that someone who's leaving, we're gonna be resetting that
Yeah.
salary before the budget comes up.
Mhm.
And, we're gonna be, estimating of where we think that's going to land in the
Yeah.
following year.
Yeah.
I will also say that for the three biggest departments in the town side, DPW, fire, police.
Yeah.
Depending on, it's usually DPW is the highest and then police and fire go back. We, in all three of those departments, for one reason or another, we have historically utilized those salary savings to cover some other aspect of the budget.
Right.
So where, for example, where we haven't done that, like last year, we've had to go to reserve fund. And in DPW's case, the big outlier was snow and ice. Snow and ice is the only thing that the deficit spent on. And so every year, I send, I usually run now, around the first snow emergency of the season, I send a letter to you and to the treasurer and to the state saying, hello, we're gonna deficit spend from here on out because this is how we pay for snow and ice. And in the past couple of years, when we've had relatively mild winters, we have been able to use whatever savings we have in other parts of DPW's budget to cover snow. and ice. In the case of police and fire, we haven't been able to use those salary savings. And I would say to some of that, Charlie and I think, Liz and the team at PSBO would say is that in some ways that's a good thing in the sense that the departments are really starting to understand and internalize what it means to live within the means of their budgets.
Yeah.
But they haven't been able to cover all of the extraneous costs when things go over, like overtime or what have you.
Yeah.
That we've had to go to the reserve fund. But those three departments are the lion's share of what we do. And then when you think of the other departments, that's really a rounding error. Like one
Yeah.
position over
Right.
planning is not really making a significant difference in terms of our projections. But it is a good point. It's a good point to run down. But I just think it's important to understand that for the three big departments, where there are salary savings, we use them in other places.
Mhm.
Well,
It just to put it into perspective for the public that may be listening or may listen in the future. There's currently forecasted, I think you said a $16 million deficit, right? The actuals are not gonna materially impact that. Right? I mean, maybe you're talking a couple $100,000, but it's not gonna make a dent in the deficit, right? And I just think that's important to understand that the deficit's significant. And if we don't have a few positions that aren't hired, or a project isn't done, we're not talking material impact.
And we've also instituted, we've seen this deficit coming, so obviously we've been trying to plan and prep for it. And one of the things that we've done is kind of added a layer to our hiring process. We've created what we're calling a position review committee, and it's essentially enough, before we put an authorization to hire on the board's agenda, we are talking with the department head to talk about, you know, here are the potential reductions that we're seeing. Where does this position fit within kind of what we're looking at? Is this something that's essential? Is this something we can hold off on? And so obviously, you know, we are holding open positions in certain departments in anticipation of those being reductions next year.
David?
So I agree with both Paul and John, but at different levels of the discussion. So with you, Paul, I certainly agree that in the grander scheme of things, a couple of salaries here or there that get reset is basically a drop in the bucket, it doesn't resolve a structural deficit. But to John's point, sometimes a strategy for making sure that we have a balanced budget each year is, I'm not suggesting we do this, is telling every department you're cutting 2%. Or whatever that number may be.
Yeah.
And from a department to department basis, what John's saying does make a difference, because oftentimes a way to meet the department budget would be this position we're not going to fill, like we've done with the police department traditionally. And I'm sure they're not happy about it, but we do that most years. And so at a department level, I think it actually is fairly significant, looking at who's leaving, what those salaries reset to. Broader picture, though, it's less so, and so we need to try to find other ways to resolve this. And to that point, I wanted to ask a little more about non-departmental fixed costs. I know a lot of that is tied up in collective bargaining. Are there any elements there that we do have more direct control over?
Well, we
We'll
have
talk a little
to
bit
go
about-
into all of them. Yeah.
Yeah, and I thank you, David and Paul, for your comment. I just want to sort of make my same point, but in a slightly different way. I think some of this stems from the language that we use in these budget discussions. And I personally don't think deficit is the right word to use to describe what we're facing. In my world, no, in my world, a deficit is you come to the end of your fiscal year, and you realize, holy cow, you know, we haven't paid all our bills. There's about, you know, $8 million worth of bills still outstanding, but we have spent all of our revenue application.
Mhm.
We're in deficit.
Yep.
What we're talking about is budget planning. And we are talking about a gap in future years between what we would like to spend and what we anticipate as revenue. But it isn't it's not set in stone. As David just said, you could plan a budget that is balanced. And it would mean we're gonna balance this budget, and the planned balanced budget for FY 27 requires us to ask all departments to cut back their payroll costs by 2%.
So I
But
mean,
that's what we're gonna plan, you know,
that is what we are working towards. So
Yeah.
this is, if we do nothing,
yeah,
we're gonna be at the holy cow at the end of this.
yeah,
But what our budget, we are not allowed to do that because we have to have a balanced budget.
yeah.
And so in February, we're gonna show you the strategies that we needed to employ in order to come into balance.
Right.
Yeah, and just to be, I just want to, this is an important point. John, I appreciate your perspective on this, and I'm not diminishing your point of view. There's an issue with respect to level of service. So given that what percentage of our expenses are labor and commitments with steps and lanes and contractual and collective bargaining and healthcare and all that, we do know with reasonable certainty what next year's budget in the next 3 years will look like.
Yeah.
Right? And if we are not able to increase revenue to meet that growth, which we have already made commitments to,
Mm.
they're committed. You have to change the level of service, which means layoffs. You're gonna have to lay off people in the town. You're gonna have to lay off people in the schools. That's just the reality. You can't say it can be 2% each department and close a $16 million gap. That's gonna happen over multiple years. So I think that this conversation is leading to a very important realization that we have to talk about publicly, is that without finding a way to close the revenue gap, meaning raising more revenue, that we are going to have an impact on service. We're gonna have an impact on the service of the schools, and we're gonna have an impact on the service of the town. And that's it. And the voters will have to make that decision, but that's what's gonna happen.
Martin?
to follow on to that point, and I agree with you completely, Paul, that that is the decision we are facing. So we have about a $16.6 million deficit to cover. I heard before that, you know, on average across, we've got about $100,000 per person in costs, which is about police, fire, et cetera. But what I'm trying to figure out is how to translate that 16.6 million into a number of people. Is it, if it's 100,000, then that's like 16.6, 166 people. And now I'm trying to figure out that 166, what percentage of like the town staff overall is that number? Like, are we cutting 2% of our staff? Are we cutting 5% of our staff? Are we cutting 10% of the staff? We should know that.
That's right.
That is the question we're trying to understand.
On the town side, if we were, and you'll see this at the end, if there were to be, we were in a no override scenario. And we were not able to raise revenues significantly in any other meaningful way beyond what we've identified here. We'd be looking at eliminating upwards of 20 positions. Now we have around 700 some odd people in town side staff, so 20 positions. You know, do the math, it's low percentages, but
Yeah.
that's 20 positions, and that's across many different departments. That's a significant reduction of service, and I would argue the other unfortunate thing here is that we'll talk about is, in some of those positions are positions that have the potential to increase revenue generation.
Right.
I think particularly in the planning department. It's always the first thing to go. Talk about these things.
Yeah.
It's not, that doesn't make it fair, but that's the reality of the circumstance. And so, yeah, if we were unable to close this gap in other ways, we would be looking at 20 plus positions.
And that particular issue that you talked about in terms of revenue generating positions is, I think, something that we as a select board should talk about.
Yes,
Because
because again, it is your decision as to how, and this is why we're having this conversation now, so we can continue to refine the presentations we bring to you and tell you, this is not what we want to see. What other options do you want us to do at this point? So that's why we're having this discussion.
If we end up in the direction of needing to cut town staff further, are there additional opportunities that you see for privatizing certain services? I'm not saying I endorse that approach. I just like to know.
Not right now. I don't necessarily. We're not in a position, I don't see us as in a position where the costs, there's cost benefit analysis. There's a benefit that outweighs the potential cost there. Ultimately, at the end of the day, right, theoretically, if I cut something in-house, then I can, for example, hire a consultant to do it, and maybe they can use one-time funds for that, utilize it in different ways. I will say that one of the things that I is just is a particular strength of Brookline's financially, and a way that, and something that I inherited from Mel and Melissa and the whole team, that I'm very grateful that they put this in place, is that Brookline thinks very strategically about what services it wants to keep in-house and what services it wants to contract out. We don't have a large budget for contracted services, and that's different than communities. And I think particularly in the building department and capital projects, we have really reaped the benefits of that by having internal project management, which has saved us a huge amount of money in the long run. And so when I think about do we contract services out, that's kind of the gold standard that I look at. I don't necessarily, I am not dogmatic in the sense that none services have to be kept in-house. You know, there is an argument for using private services where we don't have the expertise to do so. But I don't currently see a function that we can buy in-house that would make more sense now.
John,
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that, you know, we've now sort of heard about the question of, grant-funded positions in our budgets and the process by which we hire grants. And the question of staffing levels versus, you know, grant productivity. Because I think that's going to be an important question to deal with in future budgets for the time being, because it's in the headlines every day that this or that traditional expected grant funded, program that starts with the federal government, flows through the state, and then eventually reaches the municipality, that Trump is gonna blow that up. You know, that's not gonna exist anymore. And it almost, demands that there be a discussion, well, if there's gonna be can we put a number on how much less grant funding is gonna be available to us next year versus the current year versus the year before? And do we not then take the next step, which is to say, in terms of the number of staff people that it requires to pursue grants, do we keep the same number if the number of available grants is shrinking? And that's a hard thing to have to look at, but I think it's a necessary thing to have to look at.
We can, yeah, I do want to be mindful of the time. That is a worthwhile conversation to have. I'll go into a little more detail on it, and talk about this.
Yeah.
But yes.
Just getting again to staff cuts. So we talked about on the town side, it would be about 20 out of 700. And not to minimize the 20, but I think that for most in the broader community, that doesn't necessarily sound like a lot. So I think it's important to be able to explain how the level of service and the qualitative nature of it as well would be reduced by not having those 20 positions, and what that would actually mean in terms of impact in the community. On the school side, I think it can sometimes be a little more clear to see what that impact would be, because much of this deficit is on the school side proportionally. And so the reduction in force that we would see on the school side would be a much larger number than 20.
And when do they have to announce the reduction in force?
So typically it's in May that they,
But after the election.
yes.
So 20 divided by 700 is 2.9%.
Yeah, you raise a good point. I would say, again, this is a community of 63,000 people, right? It takes a lot of people to keep this place moving. It's a unique community. It's mixed in character. It requires a lot of high touch effort to get a lot of this stuff moving. And we have, there are cuts we made during the pandemic that we still haven't restored. The departments ask us, for example, we have this huge drive to maintain our tree care. We don't have a horticulture specialist. We haven't had those since 2020. DPW, desperate to get that position back. They ask every year. You have to say every year. Oh, like the community wants it. And so to go in the opposite direction, for example, if we eliminate a building inspector, all building permits are going to take. It's going to cause more of an impediment to growth. What I desperately want to avoid is kind of a death spiral, right? Where the cuts in services, we get more cuts in services because people find the less place to go. So we're even at that level, it's not, we're running that risk. And it's tough, but it's just in the absence of something changing. Those are the kind of cuts that you have to realize.
And we need a more fundamental change, because while some in the community might accept 20 out of 700 for FY27 and FY28, probably be another 20 and then another 20. And at some point you do reach a level where you would just have a collapse.
That's the desk.
And you have the same problem on the school side,
Right.
right? If you diminish, if you increase, whatever the factors are that have people valuing the education in Brookline. We saw people pull their kids and put them in private school during the pandemic. We start lowering service levels, impacting the quality of education. That will see a reduction in people that send their kids to schools in Brookline. It means it impacts everything. It impacts property values. It impacts why people want to come here, why they would actually vote for an override, everything. So I think we really have to be careful. And that's why I say that it would be better to have this discussion settled with the schools quickly so that we can begin the process of educating the community. Because it's going to be a significant lift. I think most operating overrides that have been on the ballot recently have failed, right? That Arlington, Newton, Woburn, was it Woburn? I mean, there's been a number of ballot questions that haven't succeeded.
It's been mixed. Melrose just passed the largest override ever.
Did they?
in this-
Yes.
And last night, Lexington, a debt exclusion for a $660 million high school. That's too small.
Lexington's
It is.
bad, they're bad. Yeah.
So it's mixed, but you're right. It's certainly trending in a direction where it's less automatic than it used
It's
to
not
be.
automatic. The one I'm watching is Stone, which is today, actually.
Is where?
Or Stone. Stone was never passed.
But I also think it's important to keep in mind that we're not taking the simplistic approach of this is the gap, so this will be the override. As mentioned at the outset, it would be a combination of asking the public to increase their property taxes, but at the same time, making some internal cuts. And I think that needs to be part of the narrative as well, both what the community would be losing if we don't maintain the current levels of service, and at the same time, the efforts that have been made to really operate a bit on a shoestring budget anyway, and still make cuts in spite of that. And in fairness to the schools, which are often much maligned in this context, that they do the same thing. It's really tough, because on the school side, they're dealing with unfunded federal mandates that we don't really have as much of on the town side. But on the school side, that's enormous. And there is an issue with more and more students on IEPs, and some argue that some of these IEPs are not truly necessary and that there's doctor shopping that takes place. I don't know the extent that's true, but either way, it's a growing problem and it's very real.
We do have our unfunded mandates from town meeting.
Yes.
We have a few.
Yeah.
NRSC's looking at that. All right, in the interest of time, I have had some reactions, but I'm gonna move on. All right, let's talk about benefits. The overall increase of 9.5 million. Benefits overall are going up by 10%. There's a few things I want to highlight. Your pensions are staying on the existing schedule to get to funded by 2030. OPEBs are getting back onto the schedule of $250,000 a year, which is paused on 26. Group health, we're assuming 12%. Again, so that's the largest increase there. The only other thing on this slide that I have is we have unemployment. We're adding some money to that fund in the face of potential layoffs. Any other thoughts here before I move on? We're gonna talk about the stuff quite a bit already. So health insurance totals 46.7 million, 47.6 million. We're assuming that 12% rate increase. You know, we have an assumption of new subscribers. John, I just want to point out one thing you mentioned, which is that we budget fully for all positions. We don't actually. If we had some room that we thought we could bring those numbers down, we would, and we do it in group health. Melissa shakes out whatever savings there is potentially in group health. We don't fund group health to the tune of every position having a family plan at the highest rate, right? There's some flex there. So we are presenting some positions where we think we can. And again, each rate increase of 1% for health insurance equals 420,000. So on the pension side, we're going up by $3 million, which keeps in line with our annual appropriation requirement of increasing by 7.85%. As the appropriation gets larger, as the 41 million gets larger, that 7.85% puts more and more pressure on the budget. You'll see that on these coming slides. So for OPEBs, our other post-employment benefits, again, we paused those a couple of times. We're assuming that in 27 at $250,000, and we're doing everything we can to save money on those as well.
That 250K.
Yep.
Is just for covering the unfunded liability. We're still making contributions to cover our.
Pay as you go, correct. We're still doing pay as you go as well as funding the unfunded liability. Exactly. Any other questions here? Sorry, moving quickly because we're a little low on time. This is our group health appropriation, and what we're really trying to show you here, if you joined the GIC at one point, we saw a slight amount of savings, and then ever since then, the cost had been ballooning. We're actually well past the point of that savings. In the out years, you know, we're projecting continued significant increases without any change to the market. We really can't project otherwise. So this is really, we'll talk about this more on the next slide. This is really one of the things that's consuming a huge amount of the revenue that's coming from the town. Go ahead, John.
I just want to add, because you know, you're talking about the ballooning costs, ballooning even more in the out years. I think this raises a question which I'm not sure I've ever heard discussed directly, and that is, to what extent does the town's participation in helping employees to cover the cost of their health care count towards the cost of living increase that is accorded to you know, the rank and file as a result of negotiated contracts, excuse me. Because it seems to me that we always pull it apart and sort of say, well, there's this cost of living adjustment, and they say it should be 3% because of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, blah, 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 and the most we can offer them is 2.5%. But I'm not sure I've ever heard us say, as a negotiating position, we are going to take the position that, you know, we're helping you to fund your cost of living through our contribution to your healthcare costs. So when we calculate what is the cost of living increase in this contract, part of that is what we have, especially when if it is in fact going to be increasing by that amount, year to year. And I will say, as you know, someone who spent decades, as a private sector employee, that's not unheard of.
I like the framing of that, John,
Yeah.
for sure. I think that we do try and make those statements. When we're talking about comps and, you know, other communities
Yeah.
and looking at their premium split versus, you know, ours. You know, a lot of them are around 75-25, if not lower.
Yeah,
You know, so I think we do try and highlight it, but I kind of like that in the framing of COLA plus.
yeah,
Of course, COLA in Massachusetts isn't really COLA, it's really a percentage of what is it? 15,000?
We're talking about pensions.
No.
12,000, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
well, no, I'm talking about how, you know, how do people approach the negotiating table, you know, when we've got contracts up, and in general, you'll hear from one side of the table. Well, you know, the latest number just came out as to the cost of living increase, and it's about 3%, therefore we should get a minimum 3%. And do we ever say, yeah, and 2 of that 3% is gonna be a bump up in your paycheck, and the other 1% is gonna be our increased contribution to your healthcare costs. Cause, you know, there's nothing more basic to cost of living than cost of covering your healthcare, essentially.
David?
Another way of looking at what John's raising, I wonder if we have the number on this. So currently our split is 80-20, I believe.
83-17.
83-17, okay. So if 83-17 were to become the more standard 75-25, what would that look like in terms of reduction in our non-departmental costs moving forward? Do we have some idea what that looks like?
Yeah, I haven't run it in a little bit, yeah, I can't, we can get that
We'll
back.
get to it.
Yeah, we'll get back to that. You know, it's been a while since I've run it, so I just would want to do it with the 12% projection.
Noting that it needs agreement from PEC, most of which are school employees, right? So.
Right, and a lot of that's locked into the current contracts, but moving forward, because this is a long-term problem as well as a short-term issue. I'm wondering whether that's something worth exploring, especially if we're the only community that's at 83-17 and everybody else is at around 75. Because we are still offering additional benefits beyond healthcare, such as the materials fee program, which I'm not sure how well we really advertise, but.
I mean, you know, we have made this point in collective bargaining, and I think, you know, in other areas in particular, when longevity of the role was a more of a thing, and you know, but the workforce is changing, and the unions realize this, and the argument they make back to us is, what people care about is the money at the top. They don't realize, you know, when they get a paycheck, they're not necessarily looking at the deductions and being like, oh, I could get more if this deduction were lower. They're saying, this is the amount of money I have, and I take home pay. Federal government takes taxes, the state takes taxes, I pay for my health care, pay the pension, and that's what and then what I get is what I do. And, you know, these questions of the abstract argument, it's not abstract, it is more abstract in their minds. They say, our members are not necessarily gonna look at this and say, well, thanks so much, you cover my healthcare costs. They're gonna say, the number is the number, I want the number to go up.
And this also ties into the privatization discussion. And again, I'm not saying it's a path to go down, but obviously the more people you have on 1099s, the less of an impact you have on these pension pressures.
Question,
Yeah.
is that 83-17 number blended? So it's standard across all of our.
I think there are a couple of indemnity plans that are less, but
Right.
most of our plans are 70.
Thought it was 85/15.
All right, let's keep going. So other post-employment benefits, we are increasing the funding from the operating revenue by $250,000 a year that was paused last year. We're assessing the enterprise funds for their OPEB costs, and we're using whatever runoff we can within the system to help reduce the overall liability. So you'll see it's $250,000 in the OPEB this year. This is earlier, likely you asked, or somebody asked, I forget how much play we have in the non-departmental fixed costs. This is one of those places where the select board has made the decision in the past to pause, to save some money. So again, the pension full funding date is FY 30. We're assuming a slightly lower rate of return, of 6.8%. And as I talked about earlier, the annual required contribution being 7.85% is growing each year as you get closer to FY 30. And so the pension is essentially putting more and more pressure. Pension obligation is putting more and more pressure on the budget as you get closer to the funding date. This is an interesting chart that Melissa added this year to illustrate something we just noticed for the first time. So on the left side here, you'll see percentages, and this is because what we're looking at is the percentage of the Prop 2.5 increase that's being consumed by pensions and group health. So in other words, this is the first year that more than 100% of the Prop 2.5 increase has been taken up entirely by pensions and group health. So in other words, you know, that in the history of Prop 2.5, those numbers have always been below what we're getting from 2.5. Now, for the first year, you're seeing those are eclipsing what we get just from the levy. So, and that's going up each year in the out years, as you can see. So this is just something we wanted to illustrate that we're, you know, pensions and health benefits are really consuming the revenue that we have coming in to go to the town.
Well, when people ask where the money's gone, this is where it goes. But
Is there any reason why you would not, in future versions of this chart, include OPEBs?
okay.
It's a great question.
I think you should. I think it's misleading. Because we've got to pay OPEBs as much as we've got to pay pensions.
Right, I think actually that's a good point, Michael, because we're showing the funding for pensions dropping off in 2030. What would happen based on conversations with the select board before is that this would stay really level and we'd go towards OPEBs instead. But presumably, because we have more control over that, we wouldn't need it to eclipse 100% every year. We could, you know, we could tag it at.
If we changed our policy.
You could, I'm just telling you what you have up. Go ahead.
So I have
Go
a
ahead.
quick question. Do we know, the projected savings when we privatized trash collection with respect, I know, for OPEBs and pensions?
So we won't see that until we reset our schedule. And, you know, I think that there are a variety of assumptions that change when we reset our schedule, so I don't know that we'll see a significant shift in based on that change.
It'll be reflected in the experience rating so that the next measurement date for example, for pensions is December 31st of this month. And then coming into the spring, you know, that drop off will be represented there.
But we should see that it won't increase as, right? Pensions and.
Insofar as that.
Yes, because you're not carrying those.
Insofar as that's not offset by, you know, by expected lifespan of retirees at that moment in time. To the extent that that's not offset by perhaps an additional decrease in the expected rate of return from.
Okay, I understand this.
But I mean, right, I mean, so that'll factor into the experience, I guess that's.
I think so, okay.
All right, so we don't have the CIP for you this week, we'll hopefully have it next week. But all of the years of the forecasting shown you are following the CIP policies, including returning to the 6.6% of prior year net revenue policy, which increases total spending on special appropriations by $4 million. So you can see the changes that we made last year. And just really quickly summarizing, in FY 27, we have roof repairs, piers, fire renovations. And you know, we're talking about the Alston South is still in there. And then in out years, we have Lars Anderson, Davis Path Footbridge, and Washington Street complete streets coming onto the debt schedule projected. So we'll have more on the CIP next week, but that's just to give you a quick preview.
Do we have the funding commitments for Washington Street at this point, or is that money still?
So we've committed to the state that we're doing the work
Yeah.
in order to get
And
that.
but they have money to give us what we need.
Yes, they still haven't, as far as,
That hasn't
we have not heard anything indicating that that's changed.
Are you talking about a possible federal clawback?
Yeah.
But beyond that, didn't they have to still approve it? There were many communities that were applying for that money.
We're on the tip, so we're on the list of approved projects. The concern is always, at some point, if we missed the deadline or if we came out of compliance with what we said we were gonna do, they'd take us out.
I see.
Okay, let's keep going. All right, so this is not appropriated. These are our state and county charges, which are the other side of the state aid sheet that we get. We're assuming modest increases in these. There's not a whole lot for us to go over here. But, just to give you an idea, we will have some costs that we'll see when we get the governor's budget. There'll probably be some changes here. So anything else on this? I don't think. All right, this is my last slide. This is your structural deficit. So we talk about a deficit that's current year. Structural deficit refers to your next and future year budgets. You're projected to have a deficit because expenditures are rising at a percentage rate that is higher than the rate of revenue growth. So in FY 27, you'll see we have 8% on the expenditure side and 4% on the revenue side. That's what we talked about earlier. That's the chart on the left. On the right, we are showing these numbers cumulative. So the cumulative growth of expenditures. So it's 8% in 27. It's 21% by 2029. And revenue only growing by 11.6% by 2022. This is your structural deficit.
So we keep lamenting the cost of the county fee.
Yes.
Is there, what does it take to get out of that?
State has to.
The state has, the legislature
Legislature.
has to vote to
Yes.
let us leave, and move to another.
Yes.
Has that ever been
Like
done?
all the other counties.
Yes, other communities have changed counties, yes.
And what is it take?
Well, it would take Quincy wanting to lose our money.
Okay.
I mean, it is a political question at the end of the day.
Is it purely a question of the legislature or is it a ballot election?
It's a legislature. The legislature gets to decide what. And we can petition them, home petition in. I know that discussions have progressed beyond a theoretical level, but the fact of the matter is the Speaker of the House is currently from Quincy. And I don't think he's gonna let us go. I would love to be wrong. But I think Norfolk County sees a immense amount of revenue. They try and demonstrate that they provide services to us, and I think clear and commissioners are great people that do the work, denigrating the work that they do and employees do. I just think other communities, other counties don't have this level of governance. Is what it is.
Well,
Sorry.
I was just gonna say that I think it would be worthwhile for us to have a discussion about whether we want to put a home rule petition from town meeting.
I think the other big question that you have to answer there is where would we go? Do we go to Suffolk or do we go to Middlesex?
Right,
That's
it's-
important.
And to that point, I would want to know what's the charge for Middlesex? What's the charge for Suffolk?
Middlesex doesn't have a county.
No, not in Suffolk. Both of those counties, both of those county governments are involved. State director services there.
Do the charges to the state?
Yes, you would still pay some.
Okay, so.
So the question is, what will we pay? Because even with Norfolk, it's about 1.1 million. If our charges to the state are gonna be roughly the same, then what's the point? So
Well,
what
they
is it?
would be low.
I guess it would be good to put this on a future agenda to get information so we can have a discussion.
Yeah, John.
I heard the word audit a couple of minutes ago. What is our most recently published audit? And when do we expect our next published audit to?
Good question.
I thought it was a good question.
The year 2023 is our most recently published audit.
Yeah,
We have been working diligently to get our fiscal year 2024 complete. That's been complicated through different factors, but primarily our longstanding audit firm in the last 2 years has been acquired once and then twice by now a large national, one of the larger national firms. And we know that the delays that we are experiencing, we are not alone. They have acknowledged that they are having some difficulty in meeting their obligations, and they're completing that, but we are very close.
So what kind of consequences
Yeah,
might this have for us?
so don't we have to file with Emma by March?
Yeah,
29th
so,
or something?
so,
And we haven't done that in the last couple of years?
no, so with Emma, there's a, intermediary filing that we've met. The primary concern, is with our rating and our rating agency having our finalized fiscal year 24 out.
So we've sent now draft financials to Moody's, which they've asked for. Moody's still wants our final audit, and they want it in short order. We are not the only community dealing with this delay. There are at least 10 or closer to 20. And so Moody's is understanding of this, but they have still said, get us what you can, and get it, otherwise we're going to put you basically on probation, say, well, say we can't make it, we can't make a determination until such time as we get it.
So we must also then be behind in terms of the most recent Moody's evaluation of our.
No, because Moody's, the only formal evaluation happens when we issue debt.
Okay.
But it does raise the question of, should we be rethinking our relationship?
We're gonna have,
Absolutely.
we're gonna have an in-depth postmortem, so it's just, boy. I've been on some mean phone calls.
Okay, that is the structural gap, and I will turn it over to.
Oh,
Oh, you had a question, Mike? Go ahead.
I
Go ahead.
have two.
What's happening in 28 that our revenue is growing negative?
It's flat.
It's,
It should be the same as the chart earlier in the slideshow.
So the Pierce debt exclusion is causing the bump in 27. And then there's a lower estimated free cash as well.
That might be, it's
Yeah.
the low estimate for the page. So if I were to go back, it's many slides, so just give me a second. We're to go all the way back to the beginning here.
Melissa's explanation was actually sufficient.
Right, yeah, you'll see that the free cash number is, well, it's actually. These should be grabbing from here.
Yeah, it is grabbing from there.
Yeah, so it must just be the debt exclusion change. So, any other questions on structural gap?
I had a different person altogether. But winding back to conversations a few minutes ago, the topic came up of our, settlement fund, for legal costs, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not sure I've ever seen, and I would definitely like to see some kind of a report, on the trend in legal settlements, paid for out of our budgets. And so that we can say, if we see something, that's indicative, gosh, looks like we took a real hit, last year. And then can we expect to see similar hits, in the years ahead, or was that just extraordinary? Is there any kind of data we can get on the ebb and flow of costs of legal settlements agreed to by the town year by year by year by year by year?
Yep, in the
yeah.
budget book, we have a history of the liability fund, and it shows the
But
expected.
it's just the fund as a whole, but do we ever say, that was for the settlement of these?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, yeah, I have seen that in going way back, in some past years' annual reports. And, it's good information. It tells you things that you appreciate knowing about, hey, there were 40 settlements last year. And
Yep.
this is typical of them, and this is not typical of them, and so on. Yeah.
Okay, I think I'm turning it over to Jazzy. All right, want to be mindful of the time. I want to know if we continue this discussion next week, and we will be continuing this discussion over the coming months. This is where we these are the highlights of where we are in terms of our plan to close the deficit in the coming year. Override or no override. We're gonna we recommend level funding of the ordinance again. That generates roughly $100,000 in savings on the town side and a little bit more on the school side.
as we did this past year, we would capital revenue funded CIP at 6% and 6.6%. That is the single largest row of your revenue that in the entire proposal. On the town side, it's around $800,000, on the school side, it's around $200,000. With that said, you will see in the CIP how that comes home to roost. There are a lot of things that are competing for our limited dollars in terms of our capital expenditures. And that's it's gonna require us to make difficult choices there. With that said, I think balance of things based on where we are, that's probably the lever that we want to pull in terms of minimizing overall impact. We will have to make tough choices on the CIP side of things, but it is not a catastrophic level choice that we'll be making. It's a matter of, again, living within our needs. Revisiting some of the override commitments from the 23 this we will be looking at in the event of a no override scenario if there was no accompanying there. Short-term rental monitoring, planning capacity, rodent control, all things. I believe actually short-term rental monitoring was in 2018. Can't remember.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, 2018 or 2014 short-term rental monitoring. We added capacity in both the building and fire departments to deal with the increase in short-term rentals, Airbnb and so forth. We pared that back. Planning capacity, if we, one of the areas, if we are gonna say that we're not committing to, searching out increased revenues in multiple areas, then perhaps what we do is we cut economic development. That is not something that I would recommend. It's not something that I want to do. I think we should be going in the opposite. My recommendation would be to go in the opposite direction and recommit ourselves to robust economic development. But in the event that we don't have the resources, that is an area where we might need to see cuts. Rodent control is the other aspect of this. We added positions in both health and DPW to address the rodent problem. We've had some success there. Obviously, it's an ongoing and evolving struggle. But those are the most recent positions we added. So they would be the most recent positions we take out.
Just, and I'm not suggesting we do this, but I know there's been some discussion about this, but sustainability and natural resources.
Yes.
Right, is the newest thing.
That is the.
That is the newest thing, and I'm surprised not to see that as on the list as a potential consideration.
So we've been trying to preserve sustainability wherever possible. Right now, sustainability is grant funded. So that is a lever, but we won't see much benefit from it because right now it's not on the budget.
How much grant funding is required for sustainability?
So right now, sustainability has been running on a $750,000 grant in the course of 3 years. So that next year, the grant will expire. So we would be able to carry sustainability for one more year in FY 27, and there will be an FY 28 sunset date in the event that happens. So for FY 27, we have the money to sustain sustainability. And then we would be looking at options to either retain that capacity in some way, reduce that capacity, or what have you. But that's where we are. This would be in year 3 of our sustainable.
Quick note there, because, as a person who really felt that we should maximize our commitment to sustainability, and in part because there was going to be such a blow of federal dollars that was initiated under the Biden administration.
Yeah.
Clearly that is threatened, but I feel that I have seen evidence already that private sources are stepping up and taking the place of what was the anticipated continued flow, in that area. So I wouldn't, give up sustainability as being something that can be supported through revenues that are from corporate grants, nonprofit grants, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
No, I agree with you, and I think actually, and this is a testament to the sustainability team and to Alexandra and to Aaron, but also to Kara and the whole team of planning and everyone else who's been involved in this process. I think the sustainability division has been a success story. I think we have really seen already the positive impact of winning grants, public and private, focusing our energies on how to be strategic about this. And now we're starting to see that translating into action. We're gonna see over the next couple of years, for example, conversations about solar power, which is going to have long-term, not just sustainability impact, environmental impact, but physical impact on our community. And that's gonna have positive impacts down the line. So I think, I think sustainability is an incredibly worthwhile investment, particularly well integrated into an operational department like it is now. I think, you know, the numbers are gonna tell the story. So I really do wanna, you know, to put a pun in it, it's sustainability.
And we've got a really strong person.
We do,
Yeah.
we're very lucky. to have Alexandra and the whole team.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but I think, Chad, I just want to make sure when you frame this, that it's that, you know, rodent control, these other things that are really important to the community, which they approved for an operating group,
Yes,
right? You're cutting those, saying those are the newest things. They're not the newest.
that's right.
And the sustainability and natural resources, in fairness, I can put everything on the table.
Yep.
Was not approved by Congress,
That's right.
right? So we just have to be, it's really important that we just be honest.
Yeah.
And straightforward and clear when we're talking about this stuff, because we're gonna be called on.
Yep.
When we're not accurate.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. I think the answer there too is that they're the newest things on the operating. Sustainability has had the race to not rest in the operating, right?
Because it's grant.
So I guess that raises question. If we were to propose a 2-year override. And the grant funding is running out for sustainability, would we plan in that override to include funding for sustainability after the grant?
Yes,
So here,
and then we'll talk about reductions in services, position reductions, even in an override scenario. We're talking about, positions either that are currently vacant, or, that could potentially be moved onto non-operating sources of revenue, making those moves. For example, putting a recreation position onto the revolving fund, putting a health position onto the opioid stabilization fund, to get some relief in the operating budget, where then we've got a lot of other positions additionally, when vacant, just eliminating those positions. But we're already at 18 plus, we're already 18 in the current version of this, and I'm up to 20 in an updated version that I'm still working on. In a potentially low override scenario. As Melissa said, we have this new position review committee, we're doing that vacancy analysis. We're not, if in the event that there is a position that is identified for potential reduction, we're holding it. So a lot is then kind of riding operationally and all, but just the yes or no decision, wherever possible. We want to avoid layoffs, right? We don't want to lay people off who are in any positions, move them to other sources, I think if we can, in an appropriate way, sustainable. I don't want to just, it's not, I don't want to treat this as a shell game. So for example, opioid stabilization is a relatively long-term source of funds on health. Revolving, it impacts Rex operations in some ways, but it is sustainable. So it's not like we're putting some one-time grant money in. Best.
Go ahead.
In the position reductions, how many of those are
3.
in each case?
No,
In the 18,
in the 18 plus 3.
and in the 4 case?
0.
Okay.
Do you want to take this opportunity to comment on the use of survey work to
Yeah,
try to align whatever choices we make with the community at large and
Yeah.
their views on these things?
so we take all data from what it's worth. So I will say that over the last couple of years, we have done a number of analyses. We've gone out to people in different contexts and asked them about different questions in different formats. The National Community Survey, I think, is kind of the gold standard there. That's from last year, so we have relatively recent statistically significant data on that front. We know there's been community concern about the poll that was taken more recently in the Flash poll. Absolutely, as Paul pointed out in last meeting, there are lessons that we are learning there and that we need to be mindful and respectful and reflecting the community for there. I am anticipating that we will be getting weighted results from that data later this week, which I think will be, again, we take it for what it's worth, but I think it will be more enlightening in terms of, how the reflects the community makeup of the community, And then from there, you know, we can make those adjustments accordingly. I will say there is a trend, in the community, which is people care about safety, people care about senior services, people care about what works, and, you know, broadly. Those are the big categories that we often hear about. People emphasize that they want those services preserved even in an overrun scenario. So that's where we are focusing our energies. I will say to the point though that David made a little while back, this is FY 27. To talk about FY 28, you know, fire in a no override scenario when the fire contract comes online. Yeah, we may be talking about layoffs that even impact public safety. And so wherever possible, we are prioritizing, the community has asked us to prioritize, but there may be unavoidable consequences if we can't get them.
I said, if I may, I just want to make my own comment, which is, because I do know that there was there's a bit of a kerfuffle over, why are we doing this? Why haven't town meeting members been informed, et cetera? I think that a lot of people who saw the end result welcomed the initiative. They might quibble with, really, I don't agree, that doesn't match with what I think people value, that kind of thing. But to me, the answer isn't to simply forswear doing any surveying.
No.
It's, okay, so how do we do the next survey? How do we make sure that any flaws that people perceived in this measure, and then does the next survey confirm pretty much what we got out of the first survey?
Right.
And the other thing that I know from personal experience, in our household, that people who don't normally engage with town government found extremely interesting was all of the individual comments.
Yeah.
I mean, when was the last time that we saw from the community over 300 individual comments on things that people like, don't like,
Yeah.
wish was different, in the community? And the more we do of that, the better, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I think this is an iterative process.
Should be the results of the comprehensive plan. So, Chess, so I just want to make sure just on expectations about weighting.
Yeah.
There were no questions that would allow some sort of representative sample, right? I mean, the only thing that was asked was your name and your address.
In the poll
To-
itself,
In the poll, so how would they be able to weight?
when you signed up, they took demographic data. When you signed
No,
up,
they didn't.
they didn't.
No, they didn't. Did you take it? I took it. They didn't ask any demographic information.
A little bit.
Other than maybe you're a homeowner or a renter.
There's that, there's also your address, so they can sort of get where you are geographically. I
Yeah.
think there might have been something on age, that part I don't, I think
I'll
there was
double check.
age, but there was
That's what I'm
definitely
saying,
an interest.
just before you get too
Yeah.
far.
Yeah, and again,
I understand.
As we said, I want to take this for what it's worth.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
the
I'm
weight-
pro it. It's
The
fine.
weighting is only as good as the metrics we have
Yeah.
weighted.
But I'm with John. We shouldn't be discarding it.
Absolutely.
It's valuable information.
Yeah, and I want to commend you on the relationship that has been built. I hope it will continue with the Kennedy School and the students at Kennedy School. That's an extremely useful
It's
resource.
great, I think, was it for that and for Tiffany and Legal as well.
Yeah.
Spearheaded that, which was a great opportunity for us, and I really enjoyed, the students are great, they're great, so. All right, let's keep going here so you can have lunch. But obviously this is the big, we have previewed this slide several times at expenditures and revenues. This is the first time it's come to you. This tracks with the 2023 override process, and in that we made an initial potential contours of override presentation. Talking about if there were an override place on the ballot, what would it go to? If it's all right with you, what I'd like to do is start at the top and go down. I will say that you can see this top number here doesn't line up with what was earlier in your packet. That number's gone up a little bit. You'll see it doesn't impact this number for reasons we'll talk about on the next step. So continuity of service is the single largest aspect of this. Maintaining services at the current level. In order to make that up, you will see on the next slide how we do that. There is a combination of reductions, revenue increases, and then a potential override. So of that amount that we're looking at, of almost $3 million, we would be seeking just under half of that in a potential operating 1.35 million. The fire contract. The cost of the new contract in FY 28 is $910,000. This is the tail. So in order to pay for that tail going into FY 28, we need an additional $910,000 in the operating budget. Overtime. We had this conversation, we talked about minimum staffing. We want to maintain our current levels of staffing and not have to deal with reductions in service like brownouts, losing the company. We estimate that it will cost, based on the prior year's request for the reserve fund, around $800,000. So between those two line items, you're looking at around $1.7 million for the fire department. That is the single largest departmental increase in any potential override. Sustainability and other unfunded programs. DPW is, again, that's what I talked about. Sustainability is $325,000. An increase in operations for tree protection on the long term is $250,000. And that pretty much eats up here and the board position. So that gets you to 655. Those are the three initiatives that will be covered under the operating plan. Restoring 6 police officers, $600,000. Adding money to the collective bargaining reserve. This is something that is relatively recent addition. It was a question that was raised in the 2023 override. Why isn't there money going into the collective bargaining reserve? Why aren't you budgeting ahead of time for this? And the answer we gave at that point was, well, when you increase the collective bargaining reserve, all the unions look at that number and say, well, that's fine. And it's difficult to then kind of, but the reality of the situation is we are dealing with an environment in which contract increases are effectively fixed costs. We will see costs beyond the cost of living adjustment, just as a natural consequence of some of these negotiations. And so having money in the collective bargaining reserve to potentially cover for that, and building that into the operating budget now, so that we have that insulation when those things rise, is going to be important. And recognizing that is, unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, I would say, in terms of the benefit to our employees, it's fortunate. Recognizing that it's a fact of life is going to be critical going forward. So putting some money in the collective bargaining reserve on an ongoing basis, so that we have some funds as we continue to renegotiate, because all of our contracts, the contracts that we currently have, will be up at the end of FY27. So having some of that money there. The senior center transportation program is $325,000. That accounts for potential cost inflations and so forth. We're confident with the Council on Aging that's the right number in terms of moving that appropriate forward on a full-time basis. And then operating adjustments for the police department. Their system Larimore needs to be upgraded. And the other big thing is that with the increase in salary of the police department, the unions, in terms of wages and so forth, the gap between the command staff, who are people who are not in the unions, the deputy superintendents, superintendent, is now very low, is very minimal. So there's not a lot of wage differential between the lieutenants and the deputy superintendents and the superintendent. When you factor into the fact, when you factor in the opportunities that people in the union have, lieutenants have, and so forth, for alternative sources of funds that the deputy superintendents and the superintendent don't have. It's a disincentive for people to want to seek promotion above lieutenant. We're very lucky that we have Lieutenant Hatchett's going to be our when you have that 16th, great candidate. We're very excited for her. Very excited for Deputy Superintendent Campbell to superintendent position. But there's not a lot of interest out there. And so in order to get the next generation of people, we need to increase this out. And so that's where we are on the police department front. And that subtotal gets you to $5.3 million, which adjusted for inflation is the same amount the town saw in 2023. It's actually a little. These items down here are things that are on the bubble, things that other departments have requested, that we would suggest for your consideration. Again, roadway repair and maintenance, DPW would love $2.8 million to continue. That's what it would cost to get up into that level where we're actually improving the roads rather than just maintaining them. I do think that number is going to change and move depending on how the pavement protection program goes into effect. We have some time to look at that. And so I I don't necessarily think putting more money into the budget for roadways now, before we start to see the impact of the change that we've made to our policies, is necessarily where we want to go. That said, people like, you put money in roads, so there's that question. Is that worth having a conversation? Or do we want to wait and see what the practical impact of the increased amount of work we're already doing and have is gonna be? Digitization and IT infrastructure, almost every department asks for more money for this, over the course of the summer. The building, clerk's office, IT. People want their systems to be better accessible and more online, and they believe it will make them more responsive and save money in the long. And so the question of whether or not we do that, and if so, to what extent, is one that I think is worth considering. Modernizing parking meter operations, I've left this on here. But I want to talk a little bit about revenue in terms of how to get there. I think we can get there ideally through raising parking fines. And so I don't necessarily want to add this to an operating override. I would rather see that come out of money that is intended to use to fund that program. Paying class at DPW, roughly 10%, if we were to implement the changes of the paying class study that DPW conducted for its employees, it would have to a roughly 30% increase overall in salaries for the unionized members of that team. And then there are knock-on impacts across the board. What we are going to try and do is phase that in over time to limit the shock to the budget and to be able to build on that year over year, focusing on the critical positions first. If we wanted to speed that up, we could. But then it's a question of how much and what do you prioritize. And then the last thing, in our office, we have a budget analyst position that's currently funded by ARPA. Well, I know one of the BFAC recommendations is having a long-term budget analyst in our office. I would also make that person responsible for grant coordination. To John's point, even though there are fewer grants available, there are not zero. And I think having centralized grant administration is something that we would benefit from. So that is a potential thing out there, but as far as things go, that's inside baseball. I don't necessarily know if you go out to the voters if they understand or want you to talk about central office positions. So that is what it is. That's where we are now. I want to emphasize that this is a draft. This is the first time you are seeing this as a select board. This is what we are bringing to you for your feedback. We want your feedback and your suggestions for things that should come on this list, off this list, whether you think the general number is right, whether you think there are things that we should be considering elsewhere. And I know, as Paul said at the outset of this, it's very hard to do that without being in conversation with the schools. But I still want you to have our initial thinking on this so that we can get your feedback as a board and have an understanding of how to refine this as we continue with these next 12 months towards final number, hopefully by January.
So, the 6 police officers, can we show specific benefits of bringing them back?
I think
Because I think people have sort of gotten used to those positions being open.
They have, the department has.
Of course.
Last year, we had to go to the reserve fund for the first time for overtime. Part of that is because it was off. You know, we, and the chief has had to reduce overnight staffing. We've gone to summer staffing. In the summer, it's, you know, bare bones in terms of overnight officers on duty. The chief would really like to have more people on the street in the summer. Right now, he can't do. So we're lucky again. This is, it's reflective of the broader things that we've done in order to make ends meet, right? If we do it right, the public doesn't see it. The public says, well, we don't need it, do we? But I think if you talk to the chief, we do get it.
Okay, that needs to be clearly explained. No.
And, thanks, Bernard. And the way, a lot of this has to do with how we would structure it.
Yeah.
Right, so Stoneham had 2 questions, right? They had a $9 million question.
Yeah.
And they had a 12 or 13 million.
Yes.
And I assume their 9 million version was what was in yellow.
Yeah.
And their 13 million was what was in yellow and pink and red.
Yes.
Right, so I think that's why it's so important to understand the schools, because they may have a similar chart that says, this is, you know, continuity of service for the schools, and this is what we'd like to do to expand and restore something that maybe was taken away in the past.
Yeah. That's right. Johnny,
Yeah, I'm sorry, John,
You gotta choose.
taking notes.
Here's one of these questions that I just think comes up every time there's an override. And it's hard, I think, for the public to grasp. It's hard for me to grasp. If there is an approval of an override, given the amounts that you've laid out here, what does that mean? Does it mean that we've got all of those needs funded for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? If it means 3 years, then what about the 4th year, et cetera? So what exactly do these numbers mean?
this is structured for 3 years. And again, what we talked about at the beginning is the big difference here is that because some of these costs don't come online until later in that cycle, we are building out a reserve, an override reserve fund,
Mhm.
so that we can credibly say to the public, in the event that there are unexpected costs, your services are not going to suffer because we're going to have the money to cover those costs, at least for that 3 year. And then we'll be able to assess where we are. To Charlie's point, we'll be at an inflection point with pension. We'll be at an inflection point with our debt. We're gonna hit peak debt with all of our projects in 28. Yeah, 29. After that, slowly, the amount of burden on taxpayers or excluded debt will start to decrease.
Mhm.
Now, that means we're in for a rough few years because, excluded debt. I think about it this way, the 2023 operating override alone increased people's taxes by roughly 12%, town and schools, a little less than 10%. I think, I'll double check that, roughly in that area. The Pierce School increased people's taxes by 6%. The debt expense.
Yeah.
And so when people see an operating override in isolation, having become so used to them being coupled with debt exclusions,
Right.
they may think, oh man, that impact is going to be huge to us. When what they are actually experiencing is the combined weight of several debt exclusions over the past $500 million in capital work over the last 15 years. That the taxpayers have agreed to shoulder.
In terms of how the ballot questions are presented, so Paul outlined sort of having your yellow category as one, and then yellow plus the 2 different shades of pink is another.
Yeah.
Potentially. A way that I would consider looking at it, though, is by theme.
Yep.
I think that would be the most transparent. It's always bothered me a little bit how sometimes ballot questions bundle a lot of different programming together that's actually not at all related to one another, and then you don't really know, well, did something cross the finish line because something more popular was part of that package, or did something sink because something very unpopular was part of that package? I think we saw that when Baldwin and Driscoll were bundled together. So I personally would lean more toward the category of doing it by theme. So there could be a public safety one, there could be a DPW one, a schools related one. There are a couple others here that don't neatly fit into any of those categories. I'm not sure exactly what I would do with those, because also we want to be mindful to not have 10 ballot questions.
I think that's they refer to that as a cafeteria.
Right.
You have what Paul is referring to is called a pyramid, and that's a cafeteria. And I will say there are benefits and drawbacks.
Another reason I'm attracted to the cafeteria style override is we were just talking moments ago about surveys and understanding what the community really values. That's really the best way to see what the community values. You're going to the voters in a very direct sense, category by category.
Yeah, I think one potential drawback there is to your point. Some of these things are hard to categorize. And some of these things are, the reason why sometimes a lot of things are lumped together is because on their own, it's not particularly attractive, but it is. For example, a lot of this kind of human services, increasing salaries, increasing healthcare costs. So I put about question out there. You want to pay more in the abstract for, our healthcare costs. I think people kind of look at that and say, I don't know. And so bundling things together gives you the sense of you have to take the good with the bad. And so there's pros and cons, I think.
Right.
First of all, thanks to the entire team for doing this work. It's awesome. There's another column of information that I'm thinking about, just in terms of messaging for some of the items. And that is, for lack of a better term, return on investment over the 3 years or maybe over 5 years or something. Because some of these requests within my understanding, some of these requests or some other potential requests from I made are specifically in order to generate future revenues or generate revenues in that time frame. So for example, if we are able to beef up our enforcement capacity and that enforcement capacity brings in more revenue than the cost of the enforcement capacity, or we expect it to, then that's a story that we should try to tell for some of these items that are tougher to explore.
Yeah, one of the hard things I find there is always overpromising, or not being, and sometimes the causation and correlation between the two. It's, for example, I think it is incredibly important to sustain our economic development capacity. What dollar value do I attach to that? That's purpose.
I mean, there are historical values that like they've worked on this and then that generates so we can develop stories.
Yeah.
But even if the story is not numeric but is narrative, to be able to communicate that story is going to be really important.
I want to be mindful of your lunchtime. I will maybe take a few more questions and then we'll speak on the last one.
Okay,
I just have one quick comment, Bernard, if I may, so I want you to, so the messaging or the answer about how long is this money good for the fund in the 3 years? We're gonna have to deal with world language having been approved by the voters and then taken away. We're gonna, based on your proposal, rat enforcement, which probably is one of the number one on the list.
So I will say, in this proposal, in the
Yeah.
override scenario, rat
Yeah.
enforcement doesn't go
Okay.
Part of the continuity of service.
Part of the continuity. Okay, I think it's really important to be clear about what people are getting, because there's a growing distrust
on. Yes.
that's taking place with the voters.
Yeah.
That we're not sticking to our commitments, and that's a problem.
okay, John.
I realize this decision, as I understand you, has not been made yet. But I would advise that we be very careful about creating a bundled question. And people in Brookline who were around for the initial attempt at a Driscoll bundled with Baker school question, Baldwin, excuse me, thank you, Bernard.
Baker's next.
Yeah, I think we'll recognize, putting things in a bundle might be clever in that you're saying to the voter, hey, if you really like that stuff in B, you can have it, but only if you approve A and B. Because there's no option for approving B, but not A and B. What happens in that instance is you maybe pick up some votes for A from people who really want B, but you may lose votes from people who say, this is manipulation, this is cynical. I was given 2 choices, but not the choice I wanted. There will be people who will want to favor an infrastructure, amount, but not necessarily operational amounts. So I'm not saying that decision has been made, but I think it needs to be made very, very carefully.
Let's speed through the last couple slides. This is how we cover that continuity of service. That's the actual gap there. We would propose this amount of cuts. We would realize about $350,000 in additional revenue, and then that dollar amount from the override you see there, a little under half the total there. That leaves us with almost $200,000 that would go into that override stabilization fund. Between that and the $910,000 in year 1 that would go into from the fire, and the $400,000 in collective bargaining, that leaves you with a very healthy override stabilization number that can be used for a variety of purposes to cover these 3 years and potentially beyond. It will impact the course of what a future override would look like 3 years out, to see how well we did, we managed that money, how well we managed the community's expectations in terms of services we provided. And that would then provide the basis of if we needed to go back out again, here's how we would do it. So that's that. Revenue opportunities very quickly. You can see where the lion's share of it is. It's in parking violations. If we raise the four biggest ticket causes by $10, we would generate approximately, we were estimated initially to generating approximately $900,000 of initial revenue. Assume that you would see 90% of that because compliance would go up. People would stop being willing to pay a $40 ticket first before they would be willing to pay a $30 ticket.
Jeff, what would it look like, I'm sorry, can I add? What would it look like if we actually enforced? Because we're not enforcing. There's where people are flaunting the overnight parking regulations. There's people overstaying their stays on meters regularly, the 2-hour limits being, we've got people breaking traffic laws, sitting in parking lanes, double parking on Beacon Street. None of these people are ticketed on a regular basis.
So we do, I know the perception is very similar to the perception on rats. You see one, and you get a sense of that, and there being a pervasive problem. We do enforce because we see significant revenue from this. We are issuing tickets and the tickets are getting paid. There is this question of.
The 6 positions would help with you.
Yeah, 6 positions. It's true. But, so yes, we, increased enforcement would see an increase in revenue, but that's hard to project. And it's also, I don't necessarily think it would be, you're not gonna see a 1-for-1 return. At a certain, you're gonna see diminishing returns in terms of enforcement increases as opposed to, you'll see diminishing returns here too, because but it's on a different scale.
I wanna encourage us. You.
Yeah.
Communicating with the police chief.
Yeah.
To start enforcing our traffic laws, to start enforcing parking more. I see parking people, I understand the level of enforcement, but I also, as much as anybody else, I am up and down the streets all the time because I'm taking kids everywhere. We do not enforce our traffic laws. I very rarely see blue lights behind a vehicle. I almost never see blue lights behind a vehicle parked in a parking in a bike lane. I never see blue lights behind a vehicle blocking Beacon Street, the travel lane because someone's Uber Eats is running in to get stuff or someone else is deciding to go into H. It's just not happening. So we are leaving significant revenue on the table because we're not enforcing to the extent that we should be. And 2, we're making our streets unsafe by not enforcing laws. So I think there's a lot more that.
John.
And I get where Paul's coming from, but I do want to say, I think what he has raised is a question for the board as a whole to discuss, in terms of, police department operational policies and so on. I feel the frustration, but I'm not sure there's a clear answer, until we've had a thorough discussion with the chief and, looked at all sides of this question of what happens when you start doing rigid, law enforcement, because we've been there. We know what can happen.
I think, first of all, I agree with you. The number of times I've ridden down a bike lane and the bike lane is blocked by a truck or a van or happens a lot. And it slows down traffic and it's a quality of life issue in the town. This is part of the narrative on return on investment. So like when I was thinking about 6 officers, I was thinking about like, are they just gonna do more enforcement? What are they gonna do? And are they gonna just relieve our overtime budget? Are they gonna increase our enforcement? Those are really important.
I was going to say to John's point about police department enforcement, I actually think this issue goes beyond just police department enforcement. We have other departments who have the ability to issue fines, and I've had some discussions about this with you and others in private, and they're just not really enforcing fines. And I think that's problematic for 2 reasons. One is leaving revenue on the table, and 2, it sends the message that, you can ignore our bylaws and our street laws, doesn't matter. So I do think that's a discussion we need to have that's more broad and across departments.
We had a period of time in the select board when the police department was told not to enforce laws, so we're recovering from that.
Well, that's not this select.
Pardon me?
That's not the select.
No,
Right?
Not this select.
Right.
But it hasn't been revisited.
For your time.
I mean, I think we need to absolutely revisit it and have a broader discussion. So, yeah.
Let me move forward here. Sorry, that's okay, go ahead.
Yeah, let's keep going.
Yeah, these are where the cuts are coming from. I'm not naming specific positions here, it's neat. A lot of those numbers are in personnel. We're reducing some, areas there. I said zero in planning, I'm sorry, I misspoke, there is one position in planning.
And to be clear, these are cuts that will get the ask down to the
Yes.
level of the ask.
Yes, yes.
On that slide, 2 slides ago, it said continuity of services this much, that bottom line is the cut to
Yeah,
get to.
yeah, yeah.
There is one position in planning.
So,
So, could you talk louder?
Yeah, I'm sorry, there's one position.
I'm as bad as John.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I'm going to keep away. I apologize. It's, so you can see where those potential cuts would be coming from. But again, as I talked about, single largest one there is from CIP, we're reduction from 6% to 6%. Gotta even move forward. Yep. This is the no override scenario. The numbers are much. There are more things, and so as you can see, the numbers are much smaller. I apologize.
Sorry.
Small numbers. I was in this, these slides. But you can see,
It's personnel.
it's personnel. And I would say the other part of this is that I would likely pair this with your permission with warrant articles to potentially repeal services that we can't afford to do. You know, are we gonna be able to do the level of, tree protection? Are we able to do some of the things that we want to do in rec and elsewhere? Probably not. Being able to enforce a dark skies bylaw? Probably not. So we will need to go to town meeting, and where those laws are on the books, we might ask them to come off the books. But again, that's your decision, it's your prerogative. And as you can see, that kind of only gets us to around 2.5 million. When you factor in revenues and so forth, you get a little higher, around 2.8, 2.9. So we're right around where we need to be, but as I said, I'm still looking at the last couple of cuts needed to close the gap, but right now, FTEs. It'd be a better. That is just where. We would need to look very hard at FY 28 because of fire.
Like,
I mentioned the police department sits open positions.
Yeah.
I believe planning has 5 open positions right now.
Yes.
And are those positions part of the cuts, or are they to be held open?
Three of the positions are potentially being.
Three of the positions?
Yes. I would also say that planning is in jeopardy because of CDBG, right? There are positions that are funded by CDBG that are in jeopardy. So there's that issue too.
let me just say that, we missed our lunch.
Yes.
Straight through it. It went straight through lunch.
So.
Which is great.
Well, it was great.
Can we take 15 minutes?
Pardon?
15 minutes?
Well, it'll be very tough to get our afternoon schedule in if we start 15 minutes.
Okay.
We were kind of hoping to start you at the tail end of your lunch.
So if we're willing to stay beyond 2:30,
Well, we
we
can-
can do that.
Paul can't. We have a hard stop at 2:30 usually, not today.
Not today.
Okay, so we can go as long as.
Okay, let's not go too far over.
But the one hard stop I have will be 3:30 because the Lars Anderson meeting is 4 o'clock at town hall.
We also have to check with Abby and make sure Abby can go longer than 2:30. Okay, all right, good. So let's,
So why don't we, take our lunch and eat while we start the discussion?
Well, can I suggest just a 15-minute?
yes, let's take a 15 minute.
15 minutes.
Okay.
That's all.
I agree. Since we're going past 2:30, we can.
Okay, 15-minute file as well as lunch.
Recess. The select board is in recess. So you better figure out a way to get it. I mean, I don't know, I'm not, it's not like you. Yeah.
That's a.
Jack, we need that.
Very
Is really important. Part of it, like, this is going to be your document, and the implementation of it relies on the fact that it reflects your priorities and that you are bought in and you want to see these things happen. So the transition there of getting a lot of detailed feedback is trying to take all the synthesis from things I heard from you in verbal form and try to get it in writing and give you something to really in detail react to. Today, what I'm hoping we can do, so I took a look at all of your feedback. We have different feedback, of course, tried to synthesize it the best I could. And I'm hoping that we can look through the guiding values and the goals, those like the one sentence big goal statement together and get agreement on it. I wanna I want to know if there are big concerns, any flags, with critical things missing. I don't want us to spend a ton of time wordsmithing. What will happen after this meeting is I will send you this draft in document form, and we can do track changes, edits as much as we want. But for today, I wanna know, like, look like on the face of it, is this reflecting the general sentiment? Are there key gaps or key things that are included that maybe should come out? And I really want to make sure we have time to talk about implementation, so I'm hoping to have at least 15 minutes at the end of the meeting to really outline what are the details you all want to see in the implementation path forward. And I know some of you, I'll just have some of you in your feedback, have really specific, awesome feedback on the implementation details, like, you know, talking about the key performance indicators or roles, and like I have captured that. We're not going to be talking about that today. That's going to be an implementation discussion.
Just to clarify,
Mhm.
when you say implementation, do you mean the creation of the roadmap itself, or do you mean the implementation of the tasks of the roadmap?
Yeah. Perfect question. I usually think of information as two things. One is the details of what needs to be in the roadmap to enable it to happen. So you might want to know the timeline, you might want to know if there's like the cost of it, you might want to know who, you might want to know how to measure success. All those are the details I'm hoping we can talk through today, is like, what are those categories that you want to include in? And then I think of like the process part of implementation, which is more, how often do you check in on the roadmap? How often are you updating the roadmap? And that I think we can have at the next discussion in March. Okay, and so then what will come after today is we'll do refinement on the specific language. We will flesh out the implementation details. Exactly who and how I want us to discuss what it should look like. We will meet again in March, where hopefully we'll have the refined text of the roadmap as well as implementation details for you all to take a look at. And then the idea is that I would present this document at, I think, the April select board meeting, for you all to adopt, and you would have a lot of chances for iterative. Okay. So this is now out of date. I'm going to aim to have everyone at like 3. If we go a little over, I think 3:30 is best. Yeah, okay. So we'll talk about the guiding values and the goals. And then I'm hoping that we can talk through the strategies. To what detail, I'm not yet sure. It's gonna depend a little bit on timing. Oh, yes. Okay, one of the challenges in today's meeting is time. Like, you have a lot of strategies and a lot of categories. And so my goal is to try to get us to talk through each of the categories of strategies, which means we're gonna have to move a little bit quickly through them. And so I might even set a timer so I'm aware and you're aware of how much time we have. And then the other challenge, I think, is going to be like the altitude. Like, again, we're really not trying to get into the wordsmithing, the details. We have time for that. I'm trying to get a sense of, do we have the right goals, the right values? Are we headed in the right direction on the strategies that we can then move forward and flesh out? Okay, and then as I said earlier, we're gonna try to keep 15 minutes, 20 minutes at the end to presentation. And because I want to leave this meeting with really clear direction of what we need to be fleshing in our goals. And then very finally, in this framing, just a quick reminder. In strategic planning type processes, people use a lot of different terms. You can take your pick. For the sake of this effort, we've been using these 3. So we have the goals, which are what you want to achieve. And those were taken from the priority areas that we had developed earlier. The strategies are how we're going to operationalize those things, and then the actions are a bit more of the shut. How are you getting to some of those strategies? We have started to talk through actions. Some of you suggested a lot of actions. We're not going to spend too much time on them today because I want to make sure we have the right goals and strategies. Okay. Is that okay?
Yep.
All right. Take time. Okay. So for the guiding values, I'm going to, let me highlight some of the changes. I'm gonna, for the next slide, which is gonna be the list of guiding values, I'm gonna attempt to quickly summarize the changes that have been made since the last version of this, based on your feedback over the last 2 weeks. And then again, I'm hoping to know like any big red flags, any big missing pieces, or at least generally in the right spot. Again, wordsmithing into it. Okay. So these are on the slide handout if you leave it. closer to them. I would say the first one has had a bunch of word changing from you all. Brookline is committed to being a welcoming, accessible, and open-minded community that is diverse, race, ethnicity, authority, income. One major change is there were 3 values, if you recall, that were taken from slightly different places that all referred to community input and decision making, I would say. And so there were a number of suggestions from you to combine them. And so the combined version is that feedback from the stakeholders and broader community must be heard, and alongside the science state that expertise collectively considered in thinking. There's still the element around transparency and responsiveness, making it a predictable place to live, that has and maybe been tweaked, but not much. A good governance and collaboration improves efficiency and outcomes. I don't think that has changed much. And then this last one is a new addition proposed by someone. Resources must be allocated responsibly, balancing service quality with long-term fiscal sustainability. Please, yeah, so let's open it up again, big thoughts, yeah, Bernard.
I don't see where it is here, but feedback from
Yeah, the second.
stakeholders and broad community must be heard. I'd like to add and accepted. But one of the issues is, we listen to people, but we don't really accept what they're saying.
What do you say accepted? I mean, so there's a lot of ideas, you can't accept them all. It's considered.
Accept them all, but you can at least listen and try to understand and accept that you can accept. And maybe accept is not the right word.
Yeah, accepted, I reflect.
Right, I think the word reflected, meaningfully heard, but it can't be accepted because sometimes you have 2 groups who are opposing each other on an issue and you can't.
Well, sometimes you can't. I mean, I'm not always right, so if your position is different from mine, maybe I can learn from yours. I mean, that's the concept I'm trying to get across.
Learn from, maybe, okay.
Incorporated, I think is the word.
Okay, so I'm taking notes on these options, but okay, point taken, I think. Were you gonna add something? Okay. Can we confirm the final one, because that's the newest piece that you haven't said?
This is fiscal responsibility, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Mhm. It's always a good thing.
There's actually, I mean, there's actually 3 values there, right? There's service quality, there's fiscal sustainability, and there's the value of balance, right? And
All wrapped into one beautiful sentence.
one beautiful sentence. And I'm just wondering where that sentence and sentence number 2 about feedback, and because number 2 is really about decision making, right? That we follow.
Well, number 2 is really community engagement. Well, I think it's about community engagement. It's saying we engage with you, and Bernard's saying we listen to you. Right, we consider your input, we act on it.
But it's true that this second piece is more about like inputs into decision.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, both of those things are there. And so when we talk about allocated responsibly, that's like manifested in decision making, right? So that's why I think the 2 of them is sort of.
So I will be transparent, and I added that bullet, the last one, because I think we need to say something and have a goal around being careful with our resources and fiscally sustainable. That's what it is. Now, can you squeeze it into the second bullet? Maybe. But I think it needs to just be specifically called, word it any way you want, but we need to make sure that we're grounded in fiscal sustainability.
So could I ask, Michael, if you want to think about Paul, you're saying this is important to include, I think other.
I think,
people
but others,
seem
I don't know.
Open to it, and then Michael, you're saying there's like maybe a shifting or a reframing, could I
Right.
give that to you as like a takeaway? homework?
Sure, I mean, the thing that I can think about it more briefly, science, data, expertise, resource capacity or fiscal capacity, you know, is the other.
Tag it right on the end of that sentence. So you can almost say, considering decision making to allocate resources responsibly, balancing service equity with long-term business.
We're
I
wordsmithing,
love
which she didn't want us to do.
Right.
Here goes the wordsmith.
I love wordsmithing, I can take that off.
We're gonna incorporate fiscal responsibility and sustainability into our goals and our values.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Whistle will say.
Good addition.
I want to give you a second, maybe to read the next slide and capture that.
Oh, I'm sorry, is there a little,
Oh, yeah,
bit more- just a
sure.
little bit more time on this one? I find it useful, to take each of these 5 bullet points and try to come up with one word that captures what is captured in each bullet point. And I'm sorry, if this sounds like wordsmithing, I don't think it is, but, the word I'd use in the first one is openness, okay, welcoming, accessible. The word I'd use in the second one, is responsive, take in input. The word I'd use in the third one is kind of a mystery to me. And I don't think of predictability as being one of those things that people elevate as a value. So I have a question about that third one. Collaboration, that's a strong word. I'd use that for the fourth one. And then fiscal responsibility, I guess, is the fifth one. But, I'll leave that to others as to whether they think there's a better word for that. I just think that's helpful, and it has allowed me to sort of come to the conclusion that the third one is the weakest of the 5. And I'm wondering if other people feel the same way.
How about you don't like the word predictable?
Or just
Well, I'm just not sure I would raise predictability as one of 5 essential guiding values.
Well, so I think predictable is important because where people come and invest in our community, you're a business, can you count on, stable services, a stable tax base? I think that's important. If you're gonna come buy a home in Brookline and you're gonna invest in the school because you wanna be in the school system, is it predictable that the school system is gonna remain a high quality? Are they gonna continue to pick up the trash? Or my tax is gonna go up 20% a year like they did in Connecticut? I think it's predictability.
any other quick responses? Yeah.
I mean, I think that the predictable and stable is very important. I think what makes that one weak is the first clause tying it to the second. I mean, predictable and making Brookline a predictable and stable place to live is a value. Being transparent and responsive is potentially a different value or a means to an end.
And furthermore, I think it was kind of covered in 2.
I was just gonna say, I wonder if maybe transparency could go in the like good governance sentence, I think. And then the responsiveness, build up responsiveness. Okay, all right.
These are very dense.
I like the cashier opening sentence or opening phrase. Okay, let's keep moving. Because I'll just remind you, those you had actually already developed and then we
Right.
added some things too, so they might have a little bit of the like multi camel or whatever.
And you're saying we're in the ballpark is what you're saying. That's what.
Yeah, and then what's coming is newer, so you're gonna have more to say on it, I think. Okay, so again, very similar for the goals, I'm gonna try to highlight the changes. As best I can, and then again, like wanting to confirm that we're in the right sentiment. I think a lot of the meat of these are in the strategies, which we're come to, so just. I think kind of want to get straight from the goal language. And then to know what's not in here, so I did not include the framing language, which you all had a lot of edits to. Some people offered like full rewrites, which is great. That is captured in the written version of this. And again, you can have, which is in the packet. And I'll send that out to everybody following this meeting. So if you want to get more into the words in the framing, like totally feel free, but for the purposes of today, I was hoping we could not do that. Okay. All right, so there are 7 goals. The first one is still around the core services. So deliver core services to residents reliably, efficiently within the limits of available resources. I will say this one we made from your comments, less about high quality, because there are many types of things you might want to emphasize, like efficiency or speed, and change the word critical to core. I think that because the comment is like, how are we defining critical, really? Which you could say the same about core, just to note. And then just quickly add that in the framing, many of you highlighted that like public education and public safety were not included as like in the long sentence of types of services, so that's in there. The second goal here is more internal on strength and alignment, efficiency. Government, this is a rewrite, but pretty much the same thing. There's a lot happening in the strategies around this goal, just a reminder. Goal 3, nothing has changed in the phrasing. There was a rewrite of the framing. Same with goal 4, which is improve communication to and engagement with residents. That's the same language. 5, expand and preserve affordable and middle income housing. This has changed slightly. And then goal 6, maintain and improve infrastructure quality. That's the same. And then 7, improve the town's ability to mitigate climate change and increase resilience of assets to climate change. That might have had some tweaking from, So my question for you again is like, are these hitting the mark? Are they capturing the big gist of the highest level goals you have? Anything that's missing that you would want to go to?
So on number 5, expand and preserve affordable and middle income. I am concerned that that goal does not adequately represent the breadth of reasonably priced housing across many different dimensions. That we might want to create over time, because I'll be blunt and say, you know, I believe that our overall supply of housing is insufficient, you know, of whatever, you know, whatever price point it comes in. And so the thing that I am worried about is if we sort of set a goal that only deals with specific tiers of housing from an income perspective, that the larger picture of our housing goal might get lost.
So wanting it to say something more along the lines of, like expand, preserve all housing options.
But before we go to that point, I don't know that there's consensus among the 5 of us.
Well, I don't think we need any more $20 million homes, Michael. I just don't think we need them. So, you know, I think that where we're seeing the most pressure, we're losing the middle. We know that.
We know that.
We're losing the middle rapidly in Brookline. We're building 10, 20, $30 million homes in Brookline, chopping down all the trees around them. I'm fine with limiting. I don't think we should say we should build any housing. I think we should be focused. In the housing goal, not say all housing is equal, all housing is not equal.
Others?
And we're not saying it to the exclusion of, you know, high price housing. You know, the goal of the town should be affordable middle income housing.
That's where we should.
I mean, that's our authority.
And there to be one, yeah, John and then David.
Well, you know, I think Michael raises an interesting point, and it gets to, in my mind, the connection between housing that is developed that, in some cases, so face it, is luxury housing. But we use that as kind of a bargaining point for us to bargain some benefits in terms of support for middle income and low income housing. And it's been very effective. And, I'll cite the example of the Newberry development, where the Fisher Hill development, and you don't get much more luxury level of housing than that complex. And we put a lot of work into it, and it was to the overall, I'm convinced it was to the overall good of the community insofar as it had spin-off effects, and benefited our pursuit of some additional units at the Carl Floyd Apartments. So I'm not sure you can only mention, affordable and middle income housing. I would regret anybody in the future if another one of those types of opportunities came along saying to the select board, yeah, but that's inconsistent with what you say your values and your goals are, so let's not do it.
So there's a middle option here on that's like something of maintain, improve, preserve, like all housing with a special attention to. Well, let's get David in the mix.
Yeah.
So I would agree with the middle approach because I appreciate Michael's point. And then another element of that is from a demand on town services perspective. Your $30 million homeowner is actually providing a lot of benefits to him.
Let's build more of those.
Well, that's not quite what I'm saying. So that does pay they pay a lot of taxes. And
They also pick up a lot of land.
true, but they're not demanding as much in the way of town services typically. And to the earlier point about how sometimes the reality is that if you don't have that luxury component to a mixed use development, for instance, you're not going to get the increase in affordable housing. Then there's also if you have new housing that's at the high end, sort of the existing stock will presumably go down in price at an aggregate level. So there are some beneficial impacts even to having increased high-end housing.
You've been listening to some statewide propaganda too much.
That makes sense though, as Bernard pointed out, it's the way this language is currently constructed, it's not saying to the exclusion of luxury and high-end housing, and to the extent that in order to expand and preserve affordable middle income, you need to have a luxury component, that's still compatible.
So let's move forward with like a middle option like I was proposing and then give you guys a chance to weigh in on the work to me, but
Before we change it, Bernard said earlier that because you have that doesn't mean you can't still do luxury. So John's example is still well within that goal because it's a means to achieving that goal.
It could be, but I think John correctly points out that some members of the community might be very literalist in reading our goals and say, so we have this proposal for 80% high-end housing that doesn't meet our goal. What are we doing? We should reject this, even if it would actually be beneficial for the town. So I do see John's points about where further wordsmithing would be potentially useful here, or a footnote or something, so that we're not creating a situation, as John just stated, where we are under pressure to reject a proposal that would otherwise be beneficial because it doesn't meet the literalist interpretation of the goal as it's currently.
wanting the luxury housing as a tool to something else.
Right.
But I want to keep going on our like gut check here.
Can I add one thing? I mean, this is sort of a goal that also includes the issue of diverse pool of residents, and I don't see that anywhere.
That is that we have as a strategy right now within, let me tell you which.
So it's always been a goal of the select board and the town to increase diversity, racial as well as otherwise.
Can we, let me make a note to come back to that, because it is in here, and if you want to elevate it, that's great. Anyone else?
So I guess I don't understand why that's a strategy and not a goal.
And maybe it needs to move. Yeah, let's look at it in the full picture of it, and then we can. Yeah, I think it might be important. You're pointing out that the quite big section.
No, that's a limitation.
That's something that.
Yeah. Okay. So can we go into the strategies? Like, it seems like this is generally passing the gut check. And just to.
But I do want to go back, because I think this is an important point. Michael raised something and we gloss over it about should Brookline's goal be to increase housing supply to the point where we can drop prices down. I think that's kind of where you were coming at. That's, that's an abundant housing statewide initiative, which is build. We're gonna somehow drop prices in Brookline. And by having more inventory. The risk is that Brookline's market is luxury. We could build $5-10 million homes till the cows come home and they would all sell. And that's what the developers will build luxury. That's their preference. And it won't change pricing in Brookline one iota. It might help Everett. It might help some other community, but it's not gonna help Brooklyn. And I think that we have to have this conversation because this is a fundamental difference between the build and those who want to be more intentional around housing outcomes. And I think that should be a fundamental discussion between the board, try to figure it out, because we're not all in agreement that we should just build.
And I'm not sure that's everybody's saying, but I think.
That is kind of, I'm being firm with my language, but that's essentially what he's saying is that housing at all price points, we need to increase inventory because that'll lower prices in Brooklyn. It will not lower prices.
And I think this is, like, you all do have different perspectives on the way to achieve some of the goals, right? And so right now, we can see it once we get there, but there's only one strategy actually in your housing section. And I think it's fine to have
Needs more
multiple.
work.
Sorry?
Probably needs more. work.
Right, exactly. Yeah, there are a few of these that are, especially the last 3, I would say are quite light in the strategies. And I think
Yeah.
there are a number of strategies you all could advance towards some of these goals. And maybe one is like the current strategy is really more focused on low income workforce, middle housing. And maybe there's another thing you want to add around the role of luxury housing to make other housing.
Well, but this is what the comprehensive plan is doing, right? The comprehensive plan is addressing this issue, incorporating what's been done by the housing production plan. So, the board's goal, one of the board's goals should consider somehow, how do we incorporate this idea, executing on the
Yeah.
comprehensive plan, which includes housing.
I think it's great. Let's get David in.
I was just going to say that I don't think necessarily it's about build versus affordability for all. From my perspective, regarding the not necessarily being against some $20 million, $30 million homes, is looking at it from the demand on town services and tax revenue perspective.
Yeah.
Because if you build to the extreme, including in areas that
can't afford-
currently are more advantageous, you can't afford the increased demand on town services. So that's another reason why having housing across all price points is beneficial in terms of a predictable,
Yeah.
stable
Mhm.
tax.
Can be predictable or beneficial, but it's not really a goal that we as a select board should have.
Maybe it's a,
I mean, our need is affordable and middle income housing. That's our need. We don't need, although I'm not saying it's bad, other housing types, high income housing types.
yeah, let's get Michael in.
Okay, so I think my position is a little more balanced than you described.
That's probably true.
A little more nuanced.
I didn't mean to mischaracterize it.
For political effect, sometimes it helps to put things out in the extreme, so I actually appreciate it. That's number one. Number two, getting back to Bernard's point about the makeup of our community. I mean, I think in terms of our housing goals, the reason that we need housing at so many different price points, and we also need the sort of cross fiscal pollination that you talked about before, is because the situation that we have right now is not sustainable in terms of a diverse and vibrant community, right? That's what we've been talking about. So it's possible that when we talk about our housing goal in the broader sense, what we're really talking about is we need to have reasonably priced housing for the breadth of the community that we want to have in Brooklyn. right? And right now, that community is primarily either people who are very wealthy and can afford to buy homes, people who bought homes a long time ago and have benefited from the appreciation, or people who are getting some form of assistance, whether it's government or wealthy relatives or whatever. And as you say, that middle isn't here. But the goal in all of that is to have a housing supply that supports the diversity of our community.
Okay. I wanna, okay, last
Just
word.
one quick
Yep.
question. Bernard, were you talking about economic diversity, racial diversity, all forms of diversity?
Diversity.
Yeah.
Oh, and the one final thing I'd like to say, I know you want to move on, is that I think the most important thing that comes out of this is that we have to be intentional about what we want. It can't be left to market forces. Because if it's market forces, we're gonna get luxury. That's what we're gonna get, and it's gonna displace people. So whether you reword the goal or not, I don't know, but I think it just needs to be very intentional about what we want to have as an outcome.
Okay, let's move to strategies. For this, just really for the sake of time. Okay, so for each of these, I'll just say you all have done less thinking on the strategies, and some like the goals and the themes are not new. The strategies really are not new either. We've all been sharing them with the last few months. They've gotten some refinement. I think we will definitely need to come back to them. And so more what I'm looking for today is I want to show you how they've gotten tweaked and reworked. And I've tried to roughly put them in the prioritization ranking of you all, like you all shared kind of different types of feedback, so it's not gonna be the neatest piece ever, but they're in roughly the right order of like people who thought they were the most important ones at the top, decreasing. And I want to hear your like strong reactions to specific things, like are there ones that you can't live with? Is there something that you desperately think is missing? If things like feel okay, that's great. We can do the wordsmithing pieces later. Okay, I'm gonna set myself a timer to about 10 minutes per goal, okay? And we're all gonna hear it when it goes up. Okay, let me.
Good facilitator.
Desperate.
That's what facilitator.
Okay, so this is gonna be, these are the strategies for the service provision goal. And again, if you wanna follow along in the written version, if you prefer, because then you'll see the goal. These start on page 1, and you'll also see some of the actions that we have for each of these. So this might feel a little incomplete because there are starting to be actions. Okay. So let me try to recap. Okay, so document the required base services each department provides and the source of the requirement. So this came out of the request of like, what are we actually being required to do and where are those things coming from? Communicate to residents the strength of town services and improve the transparency on service performance. This was some like tracking and dashboard type interest here. And this also came out of the idea that like, I heard a lot talking to department heads and others, like we have really great services, we should talk this. Prioritize maintaining existing services and adding additional services only when some current services are eliminated or otherwise modified to accommodate the new proposed services. This is a bit of the multi-headed camel one, I think. Prioritize staff resources and physical buildings and space in upcoming budget cycles as well as necessary to service provision. So I'll give you all a moment. Instead of using that, yeah, go ahead.
So I have a little bit of an issue with 3. I'm a bit concerned that we shouldn't always presume that maintaining what we have right now is the ideal scenario for potentially changing conditions on the ground from time to time. So I think we should modify the language there. But I like the second part. That's add additional services if some of the current ones are eliminated or otherwise modified. So you don't want to, we have limited bandwidth, you can't always add without taking.
And I think that was the main point from some of you is, and from some of the staff too, is we get requests for a lot of new services. If we take on all of those, that means the quality or frequency of others will get diluted. And then so wanting to have that second clause, and then I think, David, you're not alone. Other people are saying, but hey, what if our current service is just status quo and it's actually not that good and we should be switching to something else? So maybe we need like as necessary or kind of something.
Yeah, I would add, in addition to adding additional services, only when some current services are eliminated or otherwise modified, or you find the money for those services.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, because, as time goes on, we need more services. Can't really avoid that. Things. It may mean cutting back someplace, but it may mean just finding the money.
Otherwise, yeah.
So is this number 3, which we all seem to sort of got down to, is this about fiscal responsibility, or is this about, streamlining our services so that the things that we provide, like people understand them and it's a cohesive body of services? Or is it both? Because the question I have about this one is like, why is this important? Like which of our values is it tied back to? And I'm not sure it's clear in the writing, and I'm not sure like we all necessarily have the same idea. I mean,
I'm trying to think back to some of the comments from this. I think this is more about
This is if everything is a priority, nothing is a priority.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I think that's good, Melissa.
so it's more about like, how do we communicate? Like, how do we talk about what services we're providing? I mean, as opposed to saying, like, what is our capacity? What is our resource capacity, whether it's fiscal or people or space? And only providing services to that level.
I think this might be trying to do two things, because I think it does have the fiscal element of but it's more on let's not dilute our existing services because we're just adding on ones that take money away.
So what we're really saying is let's be conscious of what we're providing as services and making sure that these are the proper services that we want.
Well, yeah.
I mean, go ahead.
The thing that's missing, and maybe this is trying to get at it, is continuous improvement. So if you continually improve the service delivery, you may find a more efficient way to do it. You may find an alternative service that might replace it. But this just says maintain the status quo, essentially. And eliminate a service if you want to add a new one. I don't necessarily think that's completely true. Frankly, I think with the advent of how quickly AI is developing, that there's things that are going to happen in the next 5 years. We'll go, wow, we never in the world did we think that you could have an automated vehicle drive around and pick up trash without a person. That we'd still do trash pickup. I'm just making up blue sky here. But we'd save a lot of money and we could add an additional service that we don't currently have.
Yeah.
So I think that's what the otherwise modified is intended to cover.
Yeah.
What you just mentioned, that if there's an improvement, if there's an efficiency
Innovation.
that's identified and innovations in kind. So maybe we can be more precise on the wording to capture that. But I do think this idea is important both in terms of the financial perspective of it, because you can't prioritize everything. And there are limits to bandwidth. And also from the cohesion perspective that Michael identified, because you want to make sure that everything's working in concert with one another and is complementary, competing or somehow diluting from the core existing services, which is what I think the initial intention was in terms of prioritize maintaining existing. I doubt that any of us actually believe that we should never change the status quo. I think it was more about being mindful of the implications of a change somewhere in stream.
So it's not it's core services, because not every existing service is a core service. Right, so there's a base level of
Yeah.
services, so maybe it's a words.
Okay,
Right,
I think we can take that, yeah.
right. I think to your point about continuous improvement, that may actually be a separate strategy, right? Which is to identify opportunities for continuous improvements for the services we provide.
Okay,
Oh, the word that David used, maybe is a word that really is critical here, and that is mindful. Right. In other words, we're thinking about what we need and making decisions based on really appreciating, the entire story.
okay, on any of the other strategies you want to comment on?
I think the word sorry, I'm wordsmithing. For
The gist.
the gist is right, there's,
What's for about? What is that getting at?
This was coming from a number of some of the department heads, and then some of you said that you wanted to elevate it up. And this is the idea that staff and physical spaces are essential to the services that you're providing. And so that they should be, when you're thinking across the budget, if you wanna be focused on your services, then you would need to keep staff and support them.
so in order to make that clear, to make one suggestion, this is about is aligning staff resources with service provision. I think.
I don't know that I entirely agree with, this goal, this strategy. Particularly the part about prioritizing physical buildings and spaces. I think in general, that's probably a good thing, but there might be times where that's not necessarily a priority, especially in current times where remote work is more feasible. Do we really want to prioritize maintaining a physical office somewhere for somebody who doesn't really need to be in that office? So I don't know that I would agree that in every instance, you want to prioritize.
So that goes back to the line.
That goes back to the align, because sometimes align means you take this thing down in order to
Yes.
match what you need to deliver the service.
As I see it, where 4 is coming from is an understandable reaction on the part of departmental staff. That first of all, let's not lose sight of the fact that pay scales have to be competitive, okay? And facilities can't be consistently neglected, without there being consequences to the ability of us to operate within these facilities. So it's kind of a cry for help here, Don't forget about us. And
Say the timer went off, so
Yeah.
if we could do last quick comments, then I'm gonna. Paul.
I think what John really triggered it for me. So this is really about taking care of our people in our facilities, like, keep them in mind as instead of heaping stuff on them. Right?
Exactly.
I think that's what we're hearing from staff probably.
And then I'm just realizing that we're missing one, actually, I missed one, so let me just highlight it for you in the written version of this. Yeah, this working version on page 2. This last bullet is around prioritize information technology efficiencies to improve service delivery and lower costs.
Yeah.
And then there's a number of examples, so
Yeah.
I just want you to know that's there, sorry, it's not in the slides.
Okay. Great.
All right. With that, for now, I'm going to keep us moving. Again, this is not the last time we will. Okay. The next piece is on internal alignment. So that's the strengthen alignment, efficiency, and governance across town government. One thing to note is, I think you all have a lot to say on this and a lot of ideas, which is great. And so there are a lot of proposed or potential actions for each of these strategies. So they are captured again in this Word document version. It might feel like some of the details are missing from this, and that's because you all shared a lot of details. It's in the written. So, okay, at the top, we have modernize and streamline operations. This is around the digitization, the permitting. This is sharing resources between department, grant, staff, et cetera. There was an idea to conduct a comprehensive cross-department whole of town operations assessment to identify some opportunities for efficiencies and cost savings. Okay, strategy number 2 is increase alignment and awareness across town departments and governments. This has things like compile goals and objectives from all departments to integrate the sustainability natural resources department more when it's happening, so to build on that, sharing regular updates with you all. The third strategy
By the
is,
way, not wordsmithing, but you need to work on that sentence. But someone coming out from the outside wouldn't know what you're referring to.
Which one are you referring to?
The second, increase alignment and awareness of what? I guess.
goals, work, you want.
Activity.
Sure. Okay. All right, so the third one, decrease general awareness and budget coordination between the select board and school committee. There's a lot here around like the town school partnership ideas, et cetera. Coordinate and develop criteria to advance major planning projects. This involves an inventory of launch planning processes, develop criteria to identify projects that would benefit from large planning processes, and creating a townwide roadmap of planning processes. Build on the public bodies handbook to increase efficiency and efficacy of public bodies. There are a lot of ideas around that one that he had. Streamline the creation and staff review of warrant articles. A lot of ideas. 2, develop a legislative agenda that aligns with the roadmap. This was a new idea from someone, really to say, to be clear about what your legislative goals are, what warrant articles, types of things you would want to see. And then improve enforcement of policies. I will say, again, remember, these are those in order of people's interests, and some of the newer ones are also at the bottom. This one was lowest, but then people had ideas of actions that they got excited about, I think. And so that includes to update the charges of public bodies to include rules for enforcement, to assess existing bylaws and regulations, to identify and prioritize the level of enforcement, to periodically review master plans, and to develop a policy for when permit fees are waived. So you all then had some more ideas on that one, and maybe it's as a result. Okay, this is a lot. Shall we discuss? Anything stand out? Again, looking for like the strong things.
Yep, so I will, I'll say I added to develop a legislative agenda. The reason why I added that is I think that my experience on the board, brief time, is that we get caught up in the hearing of the operations, the approvals, licensing, stuff like that. And changes that are the community is looking for are often coming from citizen petition warrant. And I think if the board could look at its goals for a strategic plan and come up with a legislative agenda and bring warrant articles, one that would help focus staff on the things that are most important to the board from a warrant article view, and 2, it would help the board in achieving its goals. Let's take housing as an example, right? We want to build more affordable, different price point housing. The board could initiate a project to do that and then bring a warrant article forward to town meeting and get, I think more paying for its buck on planning versus planning having to go respond and staff responding to every article that comes to town meeting. That was the thought behind it.
Yeah, David.
So I really like that idea. I think that it fits very nicely with a broader strategic plan and in terms of implementation. If we're very mindful about the steps that we need to take in order to effectuate our vision, and we ourselves, the board, with support from staff, craft warrant articles in that direction, as opposed to what happens now where it's somewhat random. We take up when based on when a town meeting member decides to make a proposal. And I'm not trying to suggest that we ignore what town meeting members bring forward. But in terms of following our strategic plan, it's not necessarily in concert with the warrant articles that get brought before us.
Any responses to that or to any other strategies?
Well, I'd like to know what eight is, talking about,
Okay,
enforcement of policies, and that. Except for policies of the select board, which we really have to carry out. If we're not going to enforce our policies on the public. And to the extent that we're talking about, for example, boards and commissions, I think that can be addressed in five.
Other policies that not only coming from the board, but that may be in bylaws. That we're not, I mean, do we know the extent to which all the policies and regulations that we're supposed to be enforcing, that's because that's our sworn oath, that we're actually enforcing and not enforcing? I mean, have we ever done an inventory of it? I thought inventory was the word that was used maybe in one of the original versions.
so if you go on in the written version, page 4. And so Bernard, I think a lot of people agreed with you. They were like, kind of, what is going on with this? It doesn't feel that important. But then there are some new sub bullets of potential actions that might color it.
Oh, there it is.
A little bit.
It's bylaws. It's on page 4.
Yeah, page 4.
Page-
Yeah, that.
This thing,
You're about to send it.
So we have, sidewalk shoveling laws, we've got, I mean, there's all kinds of stuff that we're asked to, in our bylaws, we're supposed to enforce as the select board.
And that ties into our earlier discussion a little bit about collecting revenue from fines. Because I get these calls and emails, I'm sure some of you do as well, whenever something's not being enforced, what's going on here, my neighbor's doing X, Y, Z.
Yeah, I get those calls too.
And we don't have the
okay, so
reason,
it's really enforcement of the law. I think that
it could be our regulations too. It could be-
I think we could look at it more broadly to include whether we ourselves as a board follow our own policies. So we often will enact some policy and then maybe go down a different path regardless. And it's important to make sure that our actions are in alignment with existing policies. And to the extent that we need to change a policy because we feel very strongly of a particular course we want to take, that we do that rather than ignoring what's in the books.
Yeah, some policies or bylaws are complaint driven and others were proactive. We may want to reassess that, and some we may want to be more proactive on some.
But what policies would we want to enforce? I mean, I think of that as a bylaws or laws.
I think policies might be the wrong word here, it might be,
Yeah,
of course, the bylaws, policies maybe.
Well, I mean, what about, for example,
Rules and
the
regulations.
policy, I think it's in the select board handbook that says board members have to show up at 2/3 of their meetings, like on all boards and commissions.
Hmm.
I don't know what the exact number is, but we have a policy about attendance on boards and commissions, and if they don't, then do we ask them to resign? Yeah,
I don't know, you can ask the point, I think that we want to make sure we're focusing on bylaws.
I think it should be rules and regulations, bylaws, versus policies.
Okay, well,
And, yeah, that could be addressed in in item 5.
sure.
Yeah, some way.
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess the question I have about legislative agenda is wouldn't a legislative agenda come out of the actions within this roadmap itself? I mean, wouldn't this roadmap end up creating a legislative agenda? So why?
Well, I wouldn't assume it would, unless we say we want the board to start crafting an annual legislative agenda. I think it's never been done before.
So an annual legislative agenda.
Well, staff comes to us and say, hey, we'd like to do this, but we do not sit down as a board to say, what do we want to achieve this year? And based on, now we're doing a strategic plan, we haven't done this before. And is there a change in our bylaws or a new bylaw that we need in order to affect that?
Right.
I don't think, I can't remember a select board that's ever doing that, has ever done
Well, presumably, I mean, we do have fiscal year 27 goals. who's the person who, or the group that decides, well, in order to effectuate that goal, we should like do a bylaw. I mean, if it's annual, that's where it is.
I'm saying it's currently not happening. That's all.
Okay,
So we'll figure out how to
Yeah,
put it into your current structure.
okay,
And maybe it happens at that point where you're developing the yearly goals, which
Right.
again, like the goal moving forward would be a, just look at this roadmap, the 5-year roadmap, and then can trickle down to your
Yeah.
goals for each year and then maybe.
Yeah.
just to capture that, could
Yeah.
you add an action under developed legislative agenda that talks about our fiscal year goals and figuring out.
That's
what action-
incorporated into the annual goals.
Yeah.
Okay,
So the practical matter, the only time we have time to do that would be our September workshop. Because later on, we're focused on the budget and.
I think that if we.
And it's a good idea. I'm
Yeah,
saying it's a good idea.
I think you could do it in the summer. So the first summer session that we have, don't we do it in August? In the summer session, carve off a period of time that just says, review of strategic plan or something or goals. And is there anything that we should be addressing at town
I
meeting?
guess what I'm thinking is that in that first meeting, we're just beginning to work on our goals.
Yeah.
And it's not until later on that they sort of gel and we have a better sense of how.
so I think there's still time to sort out.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
exact
there's a
timing,
timing thing.
But it seems like there's some interest in this. Okay, so we can keep that. Like maybe if one more minute on these strategies. I'll just say, I think this is where you have the most strategies and the most actions, like this is clearly occupying a lot of your thoughts.
And I recognize I'm creating work for you because I will not be able to enjoy that section.
You can always sit in.
Yeah, David.
Number two, what I think is an important element, very often we'll have various studies of something that don't always have representation from every stakeholder group. And what ends up happening is we then have these competing committees that are drafting proposals that essentially cover the same material. And I think a better approach would be make sure that all stakeholders are included from the get-go and do it with one group. And so that's sort of where how I interpret number two to an extent. And that also improves efficiency. It also improves staff resources somewhat if you're not repeating the same study over and over again and just looking at it from slightly different angles.
When I thought about number two, and I think I gave some specific feedback on this, was, we talk about aligning different departments. And the way I articulated this, I think I said, have a KPI, I think a KPI, that departments should have overlapping goals. How many goals are in common between those departments? Because otherwise, how does increase alignment and awareness of town departments? Like, what does that mean? They talk to each other during lunch? I think you have to have specific goals in their annual goal setting, departmental goal setting that says there's some commonality.
Well, that's why I mentioned sort of these multidisciplinary projects and studies. So this comes up a lot in the context of transportation infrastructure, where we might have a study that's just with sort of focused on bicyclist interests, and another one focused on motorists. Why not just put them all together and get it done? I think that would be more efficient. I think it would lead to a more fair result that has community buy-in.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, let's,
just-
less
right.
pieces, yep.
At a higher level, this particular goal, and I think the one before it, have a lot of detail. Because, they are, a lot of what they deal with is sort of process-oriented things within town government. And I'm worried that is going to make this roadmap too internally focused and not responsive enough to like what the community needs. Like, we could have all the perfect processes that we can dream up within this roadmap and still not meet the needs of our town or actually address those concerns. So you said, there's 8 things here and there's lots of actions underneath, and I just want to be mindful of the amount of energy that we can pour into the process without making substantive
Yeah, I think this reminds me of one of the conversations we had, I think at the first workshop, where there's some like different perspectives amongst you all of. Like, is this really about trying to get our, like, in our area of control, getting our own house in order? Or is it more about the actions that we're trying to get our staff to do, like around like the climate and housing and stuff? And so I think I still see that tension for sure, and you're gonna see it in the.
Yeah.
That there's the scarcity of others. Let's give John the last word. And then
Well, just along those lines, you know, there's a part of me that questions whether what we're doing here is taking on the responsibility of our town administrator and that's that goal of increasing alignment and awareness across town departments, I'm sure is something he thinks about all the time. And I'm not sure we need to enter into that level of strategizing. But, you know, it will certainly be part of our evaluation when that time comes of the performance of the town administrator, but not sure it sort of rises to the level of something that we ought to be taking the lead on.
Chaz, do you wanna respond to that at all?
Yeah, I think that's true, and I also think it's okay in my mind, you know, I think the feedback from departments, which departments think they work really well together, right?
Yeah.
The department, and I think that on our side's true. I think there's always room for improvement and efficiencies and, you know, so some of the things I've spoken to you about, for example, inspection of services and parking and so forth, those are midterm goals for interdepartmental improvement that I want to work on.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, you know, the departments feel like they're doing a good job working together, and I think by and large they are, just because that's true, and it doesn't obviate the need for it to be a goal or objective. I think it's helpful for us to have that reinforcement that, yes, we don't look at silos, and we are expecting, and certainly I am expected, I have an expectation from you to continue that work. So knowing who's in charge of that, and knowing that I have my marching orders from you, like there, I focus on that operational integration result.
Just one quick thing, and then we'll go to David, which is, I wonder if an action after this meeting, Chaz, is for you to go through, and especially these internal ones, and say, hey, I think just having the strategy from you to reinforce this is enough, and actually the actions on the implementation are a little in a different, it should be in your heart.
Yep.
So maybe you could flag. Okay.
Sure.
I think that level of collaboration that Chaz is addressing is important, also in a context that might be, to be candid, sometimes uncomfortable for you if there are competing interests between departments. And that can sometimes arise, especially in the context of physical space, as we were talking about earlier. And I think that's where a political body might be in a better position to prioritize in part.
Well, sometimes, you know, I think you're right. It depends on this. Talk about Fisher Hill. The decision about what's going to happen at Fisher Hill is a political decision. And we can provide support, we can provide feedback, we can provide, you know, advice against. But ultimately, the political bodies are going to make that decision about what happens. You know, there are a number of turf wars that don't rise to your level. Sometimes I have to deal with, you know, sometimes right down to, you know, how many rooms does the IT department get, currently at the Upper School of Pierce? You had several meetings about that, and those are more, you know, internecine struggles that we deal with internally and don't necessarily rise to the, but, you know, I think we do a good job generally flagging the issues that rise to that level. And we don't, right, we know that at the end of the day, our role is to provide support to you, which is how these competing interests play out. But it's ultimately the community's decision to make. For internal things like, you know, who gets access to the health department, Jim, that's my area. I don't know, and it's, unless you really want to get involved.
Right.
Well, we're focused on the strategic pieces. Okay, I'm gonna keep this moving. Chaz, I think this is gonna be an important action.
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's move to the fiscal health goal. So this is increase the town's fiscal health and stability. This is, if you're following on in the written version, this is on the bottom of, in the Word doc version, not the slides, it's on the bottom of page 4. I think this one has maybe been rearranged the most. I'm not sure if it's really because there's that much new, but there are some suggested rearrangements. So the first one is pursue ways to increase revenue. There's a number of things, potential actions that were proposed, including proactively seeking out commercial development opportunities, work with the legislative delegation to petition for local option taxes, develop a new growth plan, taxes, fines, fees, etc. Then there was prioritize investments, and so this is still around a lot of the like trying to maintain the AAA bond rating, funding reserves and unrestricted funds. There's a new idea of developing a 5-year service and funding priority list. Pursue ways to reduce costs. This is focus on hiring that will reduce costs or increase revenues more than the cost hired. Review the pilot use agreements with local profits to reduce additional facilities costs and someone suggested identify efforts and services that should be prioritized for work and funding over the next 5 years. I'm not quite sure what to do with that, but we can always come back. That's a specific action. And then advance fiscal accountability. And this included developing standards for warrant articles, which might include identifying funding sources. And developing a process to regularly publicize and engage residents about the precarity and breadth of the financial challenges. And then, okay, that's enough. Sorry. So this is the fiscal health goal. I wanted to run through a few more of the strategy, the actions, because it's a little. Any thoughts on this? Let's go to John and then.
We ought to bring back that budgeting 101 class that we had to, address a piece of this.
We do it every year.
You do? Okay.
Clearly, we're looking forward to it.
We'll publicize it.
Yeah, John and then Dave.
Well, I must say, I had a different impression as to what prioritized investments was all about. And that was, what are the things that we can focus on that will yield long-term improvements in our fiscal situation, as opposed to keep a close eye on where we are depositing our money, that kind of thing. So, I'm not sure which it is. Both are good things to encourage. But I think the one that's more important and would have better long-term outcomes is, how can we strategize there being a expansion of the tax base and investments in Brookline that yield tax benefits to the rest of us, through property development and so on.
I think that's develop a new growth plan in the first.
Well, okay, could be there's overlap there, sure.
David?
In terms of fiscal accountability, for me, I think an important element there is making sure that we have objective measures so that we have an understanding of our return on investments based on what we are allocating. I know Michael frames things often to them in the return on investment. I know that we can't do that. Times there's a subjective, qualitative nature to things, but to the extent possible that we can measure whether something is successful or not, I think that helps with fiscal accountability.
I think that this topic of fiscal accountability actually has more to do with aligning people's understanding of like what they're asking for with the resource requirements of what they're asking for.
So are you saying it's a little more, it's not for the select board, it's for other people, like bringing petitions or?
Yeah, I mean, it talks about like standards for warrant articles. Yeah. Things like that.
So a little mismatch perhaps between the actions and the name.
Yeah.
I think there's a good amount of like continued discussion on some of the actions in here, but for the sake of today and getting like the strategies clear? It sounds like generally people agree with this.
I would probably either swap 1 and 2 or swap 2 and 3 because, you know, increased revenues and these have to be.
Yeah, and this is more in the order of like, people like definitely include this one. So that's all it's reflecting.
Okay.
The one thing that we're doing as part of the operating potential override is this deep focus on revenues and expenses looking forward. Can we continue that after we're done with this round? And have this body, instead of having to reconvene, react every couple of years? Is it worthwhile having a board or commission that's focused on long-term financial health?
I thought that's what the expenditure and revenue committee was designed to do.
Well, but it's temporary. It's gonna,
Well,
I assume it's gonna disband after you're done with this
I
recommendation.
thought it had a longer term.
It's currently set to disband. I think its membership would like to disband its members.
Yeah. And maybe those that are doing it wouldn't want to, but I think it's very helpful, beneficial to have expertise kind of staying on top of. I'm not saying that staff isn't doing a great job, but be able to have this longer term focus. So you thought it was gonna continue, sounds like it's gonna.
Well, no, I thought the idea was that this was a process that would continue even if the committee itself went away.
I mean, the goal here is to hand the baton to the town school partnership. That's really what that is supposed to be, right? The venue, the town school partnership is the venue to have these discussions about what are our policies going, like, how are we gonna deal with this stuff in the future? And I think, you know, what we're seeing now in some of this work, for example, we're trying to be much more deliberate about how the town school partnership works, is to build up that capacity, have those conversations. But if that's not where you think it should live, we can have a discussion about.
I don't know, I do think that what is currently being done is very beneficial and help to be done on a regular basis.
And I think
Who, I don't, I guess it doesn't matter to me.
Well, very short.
Shitty to do it.
yeah, the current committee is very strong, people, very good. So just, I don't want their work to just go on a shelf somewhere. I want us to continue that.
And so one way might be if it does not sunset in some iteration.
Is there a way to add do we want to add something here? That we don't have to decide how it's executed, because that's all we're doing right now, but. Continue long-term financial planning focus. So,
Hearing no disagreements, at least right now. Okay, let's,
Can I give you 2 corrections?
is it wordsmithing?
No, it's not. Let's see, where is it now? Prioritize investments. Issuers don't assign AAA bonds, it's rating agencies.
Right.
And secondly, I'm not sure why payment in lieu of taxes is under
Yeah.
reducing costs.
As a way to reduce the cost that you would spend. It's a bit of a stretch, I'll admit, in the grouping.
It's really a way to increase revenues.
You wanna add it there? Wait,
Yeah.
okay,
That's really there.
A way to increase revenues.
Yeah,
Yeah,
increase
okay,
revenues.
okay.
well, it could reduce costs because you could have access to
Exactly.
facilities. that
Yeah,
you
That
otherwise
is
have to
the
build.
line of thinking that I had, but
Right.
honestly,
We need to elaborate on that.
Yeah.
okay. I think
Explain that.
we're at the point that we can move on this one. Okay, let me take you forward. Okay, so moving to communications and engagement goals, which is improved communication to and engagement with residents, and I already see where I think I know what Bernard is gonna say. So I'll just say, one thing that happened with this is we combined, a few people suggested combining a few goals to be this first one, which is improve communication, engagement, and having the village with town government and services for residents. That one then has a number of like actions in it. Diversify the residents engaged in town processes. And then this one that is in the wrong place, I think, is increase the diversity of Brookline residents. So someone suggested pulling that out as a separate thing, and now it's in a weird category. And then lastly, we have improved the select board's ability to respond to residents And this was some of the ideas from you all around, like, having a person that's assigned to respond to emails, for having more detail on existing communication protocols, or having listening sessions around town at different places.
So is three, we're gonna take three out because doesn't really fit in.
It does, yeah, what do you all want to do? Do you want to pull it out as its own goal? Is there a helpful place?
Well, it should be a goal, seems to me.
So we have one argument for an eighth goal.
And strategies with respect to that is, a separate issue, and that,
That might be homework. Set aside a goal, and still support for strategies.
well, it's currently, under goal 4, and, you know, the strategy includes developing a marketing plan, so I think that's what a strategy is, the goal.
Right, and maybe it needs more, if it's gonna be, does
My-
anyone disagree with that? Yeah.
This may be a little crazy, but I'll throw it out there anyway. Maybe if this becomes its own goal, then what we currently have as goal number 5 is actually subsumed within that goal. The whole business about expanding and preserving affordable and middle income housing, the conversation we were having before. Getting back to,
Yeah,
is-
but the
is-
diversity is broader than just middle income and low income.
Sure, that's why I'm saying it would just be one action amongst many within this area of diversity.
So you would rephrase or label this as something about diversity.
Right, have a goal about diversity, and one of the actions that we take to maintain diversity is to improve our affordable and rural housing.
Got it.
And defining diversity, right? I mean, I think that's the other thing is everybody has an idea. The reason why you responded to Michael is I think as you were talking about, it's not just economic diversity, it's racial diversity.
Yeah.
Right?
And,
Well,
and-
we-
and racial diversity includes, you know, upper income, Black and Hispanic families.
Right, I mean, we talked about a value of diversity that includes race, ethnicity, ability, aging. That's part of our values, so.
Okay, so the option that's on the table right now is to take out this strategy. Diversify the residence program, make it its own goal, and wordsmith that if we need. And then include in that the strategy of like marketing Brookline, and then also around housing for low income individuals.
And just on number 1, and I'm not going to engage in the specifics of the wordsmithing, but I think the way number 1 is currently phrased somewhat implies that we haven't already made strides in that category, and I feel we have. The website was recently revamped. There are these alerts that are specific to different committees. So I think in that area is,
Continue to.
we've had tremendous progress in that area in the last year or 2.
That's great.
So Paul suggested continuing to improve.
Yeah, Dave,
Continue
yeah,
to-
yeah.
Yes,
Right.
or build on.
Right.
Build
Okay, this is now firmly in the word. The point taken. Okay, anything else here?
Improve the select board's ability to respond to residents. You know, we have a policy on this. It's just that it's not carried out because everyone responds to people who call them. And there's no real cohesion there. So I'm not sure.
And this did rank very low, just to be clear, like people were not in the, do you think it's important, but does this rise to the level of inclusion in the map?
So I don't think it does, because to me, this is in that category of, it goes without saying, you can do that.
Yeah.
And when you have too many of the, it goes without saying, I think it weakens the overall document.
Right.
And this maybe is covered in the previous part of this, where we talked about what did we talk about? Well, someone help me here.
The first one,
Oh, talked about
give a lot more help.
enforcing policies.
So I'm hearing a few nudges towards removing.
Yeah.
This. Any concerns with that?
As long as we put it somewhere else.
Oh,
I
you
think-
want it somewhere else?
Well, you could take the actions and put them like you could take those three actions and put them under improving communication, engagement, and habitability.
Yeah,
Right, I find that as an action, this one necessarily, I think it rises to the level.
all right. That, Paul,
I'm good with it.
Okay.
It's exactly what I was gonna say.
all right. Um, Okay, let's keep moving. Okay, right, so this had been the housing. And we just discussed now moving this strategy to be within the new goal around increasing diversity. Is that all you want to say about housing? Or is there something about housing that you would want to say still, and maybe it finds another home? But this is,
So let me add, why is housing its specific goal? When we also have climate needs a goal.
so we have climate.
Yeah.
The last here, infrastructure, climate and housing, and where those are coming from is when I talked to you all on those one-on-ones.
Yeah.
These three were like the topics that you all were like, this is a really big, important thing.
Mhm.
And
So, this is just talking about, strategies for existing middle income workforce, middle income housing. I mean, we also want to talk about, creating new housing.
yeah,
I agree with you, Bernard. I'm not sure why the emphasis on preservation. Was that intended in the very literal sense of?
Well, I mean, we have a lot of middle income housing in town already, and they're being torn down to be,
Right.
Right.
for, serial box housing.
Right.
And, that's, the idea there.
The more you lose, the more you have to then go build.
okay, so we can add though a bill too, I think this is from a conversation when you all were developing your fiscal year goal section. But I think it's totally fine to add.
I think one of the strategies should be to start taking action on the plans that we develop. Right?
Taking action on them.
On the plans that we develop, we've got a housing production plan, we should start to execute on and.
Yeah.
Have the housing production.
Yeah, constantly, doing things. Discussing that.
No, but I think this is an interesting avenue you could go, because for both the housing one and just to foreshadow the climate one. Someone suggested this first, the one that's, actually a few people suggested this strategy, which is really to like implement the CARP that's being developed right now. And so I think it was almost in response to saying, hey, there's a lot of thinking the town staff right now how to do this and implement it. And so we, rather than redoing that thinking ourselves, shouldn't our role be to support that? And I think that's a little bit what you're saying.
I think we've got a lot of planning activity already.
So are you saying that we should have a strategy to implement the comprehensive plan, implement the housing production plan?
Well,
I'm not sure
What
the
we're
HPP.
talking about is, basically a report on where we are. Right? Isn't that what the one on, the car was about? Yeah.
Adopt, implement, and track
Right,
progress.
okay, so that's sort of a report. Where are we? What have we done?
So I would do so we haven't finished the CARP, but the CARP will, have specific actions. It needs to be funded, executed, and tracked. I would do the same for the comprehensive plan, which incorporates much of the housing production plan, but you could do both of them if you wanted. I just think we should execute on plans that have been developed and make sure that we're monitoring it, and making adjustments at the end.
And to your point, I mean, I think the word implement is important here. So it's not just a report, it's to take the existing plan and actually.
It's something we can look at and say, well, we've accomplished something, or we haven't accomplished something.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
So then right now what you would have for housing is you would have this goal with some wordsmithing around new construction. And also implement, track the comprehensive plan.
The track, I would do both.
You
I
would
would
do-
say the comprehensive plan and the housing production plan, because there's, the comprehensive plan may not exactly pull in everything from the housing production plan. The housing production plan might go much more specific, but that's the direction I would go in without wordsmithing.
Do either of those plans? If we did implement both of those plans, would we have met this strategy as well?
Of increasing housing?
Well,
Or
of
whatever.
preserving
Yeah.
preserving middle income workforce and low income.
Yeah, so the next step, yeah, it's a process. So the housing the comprehensive plan, even the housing production plan, has not yet developed zoning changes, right?
Right,
So there'll have to be a follow-on activity from the comprehensive plan to go start building out, okay, are there additional further studies for areas of town to determine what the zoning is, that needs to be brought to town meeting, blah, 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 blah. Like that's
Right.
what would need to be done.
okay.
And so I think what you're signaling with this idea around the housing piece or climate is that you all really, like, this is a priority for all of you, and you really want staff and residents to know that and take it and run with it. And that you know there are a lot of intermittent steps to get there. You're not gonna rehash them here, but you're gonna look to what's.
We're not
been
gonna develop a
developed.
new plan.
Right.
Plans. There's no new planning activity. It's like.
Yeah.
Execute
Use
on the plans that are currently underway or have been completed.
Right, it's to drill that, to fund them, to staff them, to
Right,
implement.
and, I mean, this board may, or a future board may decide that what's in the housing production plan, a portion of it needs to be.
Yeah.
Or could be, a portion of the comprehensive plan could be executed, at a certain time, but, I think those are the two studies that should be followed.
It could be a worthwhile exercise thinking about the implementation is each year when you're developing your fiscal year goals, if you could maybe check in with the people that are tasked with implementing the comprehensive plan and the CAR to say like, what are the immediate priorities this year? Like what would need select board action, and then those would flow from there.
Mhm.
Okay. Can I move us to infrastructure?
Yeah.
Yeah, can I ask one question before, because I'm now kind of in the weeds of goals. Did we have an economic development goal as well?
You don't have one.
We don't have.
I probably did, where John proposed specifically, I think it was 500,000 in the project.
Yeah.
Well,
Someone referenced a new growth plan. I actually didn't know what that specifically was.
Yeah, that's
But is
new
that the-
New revenue. growth,
that's,
economic
yeah, it's
development.
about revenue. I mean, that new growth plan might include commercial.
Well, that's my point, it's housing and commercial, a lot of that is go hand in hand because we're doing mixed use.
In the fiscal zone, you have a proactively pursue commercial development.
I feel like economic development almost needs to be a separate program.
Is there a plan that exists that we would do a similar type of?
It's part of, isn't it
Not
part of?
cohesive. Right,
So
Right.
maybe you might see one?
it may initiate, and refine the myriad of economic development.
Any responses to that idea? So basically to add a goal around economic development, and that would include as the main strategy to have a plan.
Yeah, the goal might be, as I think John was, some number, right? That, I think somewhere I read it, didn't I see 5 to 15 or 15 to 20 million in new growth revenue? Didn't I?
That was an idea that you had back in the summer, I think.
Yeah,
I'm not sure I've seen it, so it could be.
yeah, so somewhere we
Yeah,
lost
came up.
the idea of economic
We
development,
hit it.
growth. Oops.
Well, are you talking about economic development purely in measured purely by incremental tax revenue, or are you talking about economic growth for a different purpose? I mean,
I would make, well, how you want to measure it, I don't know what the measurement would be, but I think it's new revenue.
Right, however we get there,
Yeah.
I think the important measure is net new revenue.
Right.
so let me ask the question this way. What is the guiding value that drives the need for that goal?
Financial stability.
Okay,
Okay,
okay.
Term financial stability.
Don't we have some type of economic development plan? We should.
We think about this in terms of discrete projects and efforts, but I mean, so I think this is where I do think this discussion is really crucial, right?
There's an opportunity.
There's an opportunity here. And I think you're gonna hear this from expenditures, sort of that and phone with some of the members discussing these issues of, we say we want growth, right? And then when specific things come up, there's want growth. And so I think we gotta figure out what that, how to get through that, how to stop thinking in the abstract and start thinking about. Yes, this, for example, and I think Chestnut Hill West is a great example of this, you know, we've now identified an opportunity for growth. We are working at refining that, we're trying to bring in all stakeholders. The process is working, it's not the easiest process, but it's, you know, it's moving towards town meeting this spring, which is great.
It's a very discrete, we don't have a comprehensive for revenue growth. So EDAB, which I'm now the liaison, I think they do a lot of this thinking. I don't necessarily think it bubbles up into a formal actionable plan that is supported and executed and monitored by the select board. And I think we should initiate something like that.
They do come to front of the board.
Yeah, they do.
You're trying to.
Yeah, what they're trying, but it's not, but it's more like, you know, any board and commission coming, like I think we need to elevate it to a specific goal and strategy for the board, and then it's monitored and executed with performance metrics.
I certainly agree with you, Paul. I think to some extent, the planning department might very loosely or internally have an idea about the order in which to do things, because we did Harvard Street first. That was somewhat related to the MBTA.
Totally reactionary to state.
It was reactionary, but that explains the timing of really everything in a way. And right now it's Chestnut Hill West because City Realty bought that parcel. Up next, I anticipate will be ComEv, but we'll see.
But it's all reactionary. I mean, that's the problem.
Okay, but I want to push back a little bit. For example, in the MBTA Communities Act, there were at least 2 years of study on Harvard Street before MBTA-CA became an issue. And I think what happened, the opportunity was that, you know, we needed to comply with MBTA-CA, and the planning department which had been studying Harvard Street, you decided to use that opportunity in order to move forward that plan for Harvard Street. And in the same way, Chestnut Hill commercial area, you know, was planned for redevelopment, and then City Realty bought the space, and now it's sort of morphed because of that opportunity. But I think that those things were part of the plan. The place that I see planning on this as sort of more challenging is when there are citizen petitions that come and to the planning department and ends up taking staff resources away from the things that they were intending to do. You know, like Cox Perry has been sitting around for years.
That's more of a housing, I guess you're raising a good point, but that's all reactionary. The point is, I, as a select board member, can't point to an economic development plan that we're executing.
Is anyone against that idea to try to have a little more comprehensive approach developed for economic development?
And I will just say, I encourage you in doing this to go back and look at when Kara presents, the planning department presents, as part of the annual budget presentations. I often think they do one of the better jobs of explaining what the department is doing and why. In particular, I think Kara does a great job with these graphs, which she talks about. Level of what does the community want? How much effort is it going to take in our department wide? You know, so I think going back and taking a look at that as a potential jumping off point, saying if that's what you're looking for, more of that, or a more regular update on that, that's certainly something we could do. Or if there's something more to that that you might want from us.
I think what I'm suggesting is that economic development be elevated into our 5-year plan.
So I agree with Paul, and I've often made this point at prior workshops, and I really think a major focus of ours needs to be proactive economic development, not reactive. Very often we're reactive. A parcel goes for sale, maybe we can jump in on time like Newbury, and maybe not. And there's now a very recent example of that in Hellenic. So I do think to the extent that we develop an economic development plan and that we adhere to it, And that instead of waiting for opportunities to pop up, and thank you for explaining the broader context around Harvard Street, it was entirely reactive. But oftentimes it is reactive when we time a study that we undertake or a proposal. We really shouldn't be doing that. We have a map of the town, we know what the major parcels are, we should determine what is it that we want and go for it.
But, you know, Chaz, I think it's, and just one point, I'm hearing something, I wanna make a check. This isn't a commentary on this first. This is a commentary on what the select board's talked to, right? This has to be a major pillar of the select board's focus. I think the most focus is saying.
One area, one other place that we might wanna look is, to ask if it's time for an upgrade to the major parcel study. And what's the name of the other study that goes with that? But we did have a study from 2015, I think, of all of our major parcels.
Yeah.
And maybe we need to look at that again as the foundation for development.
Okay,
And also, the real property asset committee that we
Right.
propose and then,
Would be nice to have.
yes.
Well, again, so if we could come up with an assignment, so to speak, for EDAP. And they've done a lot of this work. State Planning's done some of this work and say the select board would like to have a comprehensive plan for economic development, including ABC. And have them go do it. I think they would love to jump on it, to tell you the truth.
I think I'm hearing enough support for this idea that we should include it for now. If, Paul, I might especially invite you, if you wanna look back through some of those presentations, like, if you could start to delineate what A, B, and C
Are you assigning something?
would be, I might even put on the action list. I think that would be great. Okay. Let's move to infrastructure. So. Infrastructure, right, okay, so right now there are two strategies. And I'll note that this first one is kind of similar to what we were talking about, development and part of it's basically that it would be helpful to have a comprehensive town infrastructure. This is an idea from someone, actually I think a few people kind of were getting to this in their feedback. That would basically list out and then prioritize what the infrastructure needs are. And so that we have a schedule for what would come and potential funding sources. And that also has a sub point around the balancing roadway maintenance and complete street guidance.
So one of the complaints I had about what was put in front of us was there was too much. It's too much. It's just too much strategy, too many goals. It took me 3 days to get you the feedback. I sat down for like an hour and a half at a time. It's too much. Like, I think that we probably already do this. It's part of DPW. It's part of, like, I don't necessarily think we need to have an infrastructure goal for a 5-year plan. Somehow that can incorporate into something else, a CIP, but this thing needs to be trimmed because there's too much. Did anybody else feel like this was, too
You
much?
feel like the feedback process was too much, but do you feel like that's too many people?
In effect, isn't the 5-year capital improvement plan our infrastructure long-term plan?
CIP?
CIP.
Infrastructure, or is it?
Huh?
It includes infrastructure, but that's not, if we're talking about something broader than just that, or.
Well, you know, water sewer, has plans. Highway has plans, in terms of,
Building department has plans.
how, and building department has plans. I don't feel like we're lacking, long-term look at our infrastructure needs and a certain amount of planning and even, try to identify how much is going to cost in each of the out years and where's the funding going to come from, et cetera. We already do that. It's kind of an essential part of our budgeting process.
Well, I mean, another way to look at this is to look at it in ways similar to the way we've looked at other things, right? We could say, incorporate the Vision Zero plan we just approved, incorporate the transportation master plan. As you say, there are plenty of plans and we don't need to reinvent the wheel, but but having sort of turning this roadmap into a roadmap for implementing the plans that we've developed might actually be more efficient and easier to parse.
We talked about this with Abby, and this was one of the goals, that it felt like there was constant interest in maintaining and improving infrastructure, but there's not very many strategies and actions that come out of that. It's just a value that the select board has. I wonder if what you're pointing to, Michael, is almost that, you know, this maybe could be subsumed into one of your other goals that already talks about implementing plans. You know what I mean? That already talks about implementing, you know, what we have out there already.
I feel like one that, you know, Joe, just to push back, just to push back a bit. I think that's like something that we actually do good,
Yeah.
right? We spend a tremendous amount of time talking about maintenance of schools, we got a pavement index thing, we talk complete streets, we got more plans and focus on infrastructure. I think it's actually one of our strengths. So I don't, again, I think we already got it. That's my.
Yeah, John?
Well, for me, from my point of view, what we're most in need of in that area is some kind of measure that compares how much bang for the buck we get for road repair and maintenance dollars with other communities, and very specific reporting. It's 2025. These are the streets we said we would do. These are the streets we did. This is how much we paid for asphalt. This is how much we covered, you know, how much mileage we got covered with the asphalt that, you know, we paid for. And this is what other communities are paying. Do we get as good a price on the raw materials? Do we do the paving in the same ways? Or do we do paving in a way that is more expensive, but maybe better, you know, cost effective in the long run? I never see that level of specificity, and I don't see that level of tracking. You know, how much does it cost us to fix a street, quote unquote, per yard, per, you know?
I mean, DPW has provided similar reports. And maybe what you're asking is us to specifically ask different departments for updates on, you know, their infrastructure work.
Yeah,
I
I think they're getting
David
better
to
at
get
it.
them.
Yeah.
Let's go to
Yeah.
David and then we can cut to Michael.
So I think some of what John is mentioning, the data is available. It's sometimes part of it is presented to us. The part that I think might be missing, and I hear this often from members in the community, is what is the methodology behind which street gets repaved, for instance, or gets worked on? What is the order? Why is it done in that order? Why does it seem that
That gets back to our communication.
Well, I don't think it's just communication. I think it's also about what is the rationale behind an order that we go in? What is it?
Yeah.
Why this street why street X instead of street?
So we should just ask DPW or whoever
Let's,
to do that.
let's go to Michael.
Okay, so I actually think that they have an order and they have a methodology, and it is communication to be able to communicate that. And we already have that goal. It's part of goal number 1. It says communicate to residents the strength of town services and improve transparency on service performance. Right, that is the goal. I think that the strategies around infrastructure, like what our goals should be, should more focus on, like, what are the infrastructure, how do we want to either maintain or improve the infrastructure that we have? Like, for example, I've brought up Vision Zero before. Do we want to make our system safer, right? That would be a broad goal that would be appropriate for the roadmap. But the communication of the details on our activities, I agree with you. You know, that's a communication and transparency issue. But this goal here has to do with the improvement and maintenance of of what kinds of improvements and balance to our
So-
system we want.
I think what I'm hearing is one proposal to get rid of the first strategy here. Recognizing that some of the communication desires that David and John are talking about are captured earlier in goal 1. And maybe there's also just like an internal thing about more reporting from DPW to you all on these, and then maybe it's a public thing. I'm not sure. And then Michael, you're proposing, do we want to have a strategy that's kind of the adopt, implement, track progress on your existing plans, like Vision Zero, whereas Paul's proposing, should we just take out this goal? So any thoughts about those two options, adding in, implementing existing plans, or just removing this?
I think maybe as we did in previous example, turning it into an action underneath another goal. Or a strategy underneath another goal.
Which one?
So part of it was about communication.
Right.
As you and Paul said,
Yeah.
that captures where John and I were just concerned. And then the part about identifying infrastructure that we want to preserve or enhance.
Service quality or something.
Right, we could go under
Yeah.
service quality.
Right. I mean, the reason why I lift up something like the transportation master plan, the bicycle network plan, or Vision Zero, is that those are really sort of tangible choices that we are making in terms of what are the improvements that we want. And just in terms of communicating with the rest of the public, I think that it's helpful in this kind of area to be tangible. Because it means that we're making choices.
They're tangible, but they also, are visionary. And I'm not sure they, relate directly in measurable ways to how will we know that we're making progress towards Vision Zero? Well, the simple answer is you'll know by virtue of how many speed humps, projects did you do in a given year? How many intersection improvements did you do that were safety related to prevent, collisions at intersections?
How many injuries and fatalities we have.
That's what Vision Zero is meant to.
Yeah.
And, I'm not sure we approach our annual spending on street maintenance and street, projects in that fashion where, we sort of say, these projects will get us closer to our Vision Zero goal.
But this is a roadmap for.
So Abby, we're gonna need some more time to figure out whether
Then-
strategies for infrastructure is a strategy or a goal but let's leave it the way it is for now, but my sense is we're running out of gas on this. Right?
Yeah, I sense it's also running out of gas. I do wanna quickly go to climate, but I also sense our appetite maybe is decreasing. So for climate, there was again this like adopt, implement, harm. There was another one another strategy suggested development action plans to reach the climate goals that you have already set, track progress and periodically update goals, realistic and achievable. Involve all departments of climate change and resiliency work and balancing the cost of achieving climate policy goals between individual residents. Yeah, this one did not receive a ton of appetite, still included on.
I think in number 2, the part periodically update goals and action plans goes to the thing that David said before, and it goes without saying.
Right. One. So that's proposal to remove that.
Yeah.
Good. We got rid of one, Paul.
No, not the entire goal, just the second.
Yeah.
We have a 2030 or 2040 plan. Am I not correct in saying that?
We just changed.
Now it's 2050.
To align with
2050, are we 2050 now?
Yeah, so I mean, wouldn't the obvious approach under this category be, commit to supporting, achieving the goals of that plan and then each year report on our progress in meeting the goals of that plan?
And is that in the code?
We don't
That
we don't
goal,
have a plan.
We-
We're developing.
that's just a goal, there's not a plan for net zero.
Right.
Yeah.
That's why developing action plans
It
is
supports.
there. I mean, or as a set of roadmap tests, I think being actually
And,
trained to help.
And I wanna make sure I phrase this properly, because this is, I don't wanna be misinterpreted, but this is a changing landscape around climate initiatives, and, the state's moved out its day. We know that there's pressure coming from federal agencies that are gonna potentially reduce funding, prioritization of, you know, various goals around fossil fuels. You know, we are not in a stable environment for being able to, plan and execute a climate plan, because it seems to be unstable. We have dramatically rising electrical costs, dramatically rising gas, putting a lot of pressure on residents. I'm wondering, what does that mean for us? I'm not trying to change the goal, but it's certainly the situation, the environment that we're now working in is much different than it was 6 months ago, even a year ago. Would you agree with that?
I think you're talking largely about the sort of political and economic environments.
Yeah.
There's also the science,
And science too.
right? The science is another factor, you know, that we can't ignore.
Yeah, I'm not questioning the science, I'm questioning the stability to be able to execute on. And how do we build that into our goals? I mean,
Well-
we're using grant funding right now.
Yeah, if I may, I think, you know, we're at a moment of opportunity here because, you know, we've now got Alexandra Vecchio, you know, clearly in charge of a, you know, sustainability effort under the town administration. And I think a good direction to go in would be to put the emphasis more on what is being offered to us by our sustainability director and that division as being important things to fund and achieve in year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. And you know, take away this whole business of there were some very visionary goals adopted 5 years ago or updated 2 years ago or whatever, most of which most people don't think are realistic, and just get the conversation back on, you know, what is the informed opinion of our department person and the department that she works under as to the things we could do, should do, and will do year by year that
Let's
are
go, David.
going to make a difference.
That's why I agree with John largely, but also I think that especially in this category, we want to have measurable, attainable
Right.
goals that we as a town can accomplish. Because to Paul's point, we can't really effectuate the broader vision independently on our own. And it's a bit unfair to hold ourselves accountable in a category where we have a very infinitesimally small impact. And so to the extent where we are in full control of something, we should articulate what that something is. Maybe it's tree protection, for instance, and that becomes one of our measurable goals.
Yeah,
I would say, and, you know, in the conversations I've had as the liaison to ZIAB and conversations I've had with Director Vecchio, that I am very confident that she would answer that question, implement the CARP. Right. We're
Which is
developing
practical
CARP.
and feasible, I believe.
Yes, it is
Right, the CARP
definitely,
is a practical.
it's
should be a
designed to
practical-
be an achievable set of goals, and it's all being sort of worked out in that
Yeah.
in that context. So it may be that we actually don't need goal number 2 at all, because goal number 2 is subsumed within the CARP.
right, I agree, I think I'm hearing, get rid of this one,
Yeah.
focus on the CARP, maybe change, this one is in all departments and countries.
Yeah,
It
that's-
could also be like, just really support the work of the sustainability division that's new and doing a lot, or something like that.
But I'm sure that, I mean, that's the way that she's treating the CARP.
yeah,
is-
1 and 4 are really.
Okay,
I agree.
Because we can't do it ourselves.
I'm sorry.
I said we can't do it all ourselves.
Nope.
Let Abby wrap up.
okay, we're doing so right. Let me try to, we have, I think like, let's try to do 10 minutes on implementation planning, okay? I'm gonna try to be snap,
And then we're done?
and then we're done.
Okay.
Okay, implementation, to Michael's point earlier, oh wait, no, that's not, that's fine. when I think of implementation, I think of two things. This is the details of what we want to include in the roadmap so these can happen. That's like roles, responsibilities, timeline, budget, things like that. And then also the process of checking in. I want us to talk about that. The first bullet today of what details need to be included in the roadmap, because then some people are going to spend the next 3 months trying to flush that out. The process we'll talk about in March.
When you say some people, which people?
Well, this is a question I have.
Okay.
I mean, I'm happy to help with some of this, and I'm also not the person to make the work plan for the staff. It seems like there are some select board members, I'm not going to name names, who are really good at thinking in the weeds on details and have already started brainstorming things to include in the implementation details, and maybe they want to be involved, maybe we get the department heads involved. I think it could look like a number of things. Let's skip this for time. These are just some of the things you all said in your interviews that you were looking for. I wanted to share just a few really quick examples of what this can look like. So this is just this is a very high level and static version where this is a school committee and they were working because they had like kind of their goal, they had interest instead, it was better for them. And then they had like the main direction. They didn't do a lot of action planning at all because they were handing this to their superintendent, who was then going to go and do all of that work. So this is one version. You could have a bit of detail and also static. This is another group we worked with, a water quality protection board in Vermont. So they have objectives, which we have our work goals, some framing, and then they have a long table, cut it for size, or they have a task, which would be our strategy, the actions that would happen, indicators of success. So how do you know you're reaching it, who's involved, and a date. And then there's a more live version, and this is actually an example from your from the town meeting tracker. Thank you. So this is being updated continually, I understand. And it has some more of those details. But it's used as like a worksheet over time to update. So I just wanted to give those examples. What do I have next? Oh, right. Some potential details that could be included. These are based on things you all have said. So somebody who said like, who's the responsible group, the timeline, you could do like a fiscal year, or it could just be a short, long term type of strategy, performance indicators, costs, could just be a low, medium, high, rather than like trying to figure out a specific budget allocation. The type of action you could include, so is it like a budget action or something else? The level of effort and the priority. So those are just examples. I would just caution that the more specific details you put in, there's a lot of make work that happens for that. And maybe that's something you deem to be really important, and that's great. But just to flag that it then requires a more active process of updating it. And is that something you want people to really spend their time on? And that's fine if you do.
Updating the roadmap.
Just tracking the actions, not even updating the tools, but like tracking the actions. So I'm trying to get a sense of like which of these details are important to, because again, from this meeting, some people, including perhaps some of you, are going to have to go and fill this out, and so we need to know what.
So this doesn't mean I'm volunteering for anything, but I do want to talk. So the thing that we struggle with, even as we were having discussions around the goals, is it a goal? What do we mean by that goal? My brain's too tired to think of all what they all about. Let's take housing. What's the goal for housing? Or what's the goal for economic development? I do think that there should be a very specific measurable goal. If we're talking about economic development as an example, we would say we want to increase net new taxable revenue by $5 million and have a target date. Maybe it's by the end of the 5-year plan, but I think it needs to be that specific. I wouldn't have a whole bunch. I wouldn't have 5 into each economic development, but that way it'll ground us in what we're talking about. Otherwise, it could be a wordy goal. And it's like, well, what do you mean by that? So that would be the one contribution I'd like to make on this discussion, is have it be measurable so that when we do come back annually or biannually, we can say, how are we doing tracking against that goal? And if we're coming up short, why is it? We need an adjustment in our strategy, etc.
So kind of tracking the goal, not the actions.
not yet, we can talk about this later, but I'm just saying at the high level. Each goal should have some new measurable expression that's measured, an expression that's measured.
Others?
I think, you sort of glossed over it quickly, but you also mentioned by when.
Yes.
And so in addition, measurable, that would be time bound.
Yes.
And we're getting close to SMART goals, if anybody's familiar with that
Yeah.
methodology.
Yes.
And just to question, are you saying, cause I thought one thing you were saying, Paul, is like, maybe it's by the end of the 5 years, we would have developed.
Or whatever it could be, you may have, some goals that you could start measuring next year. Right away, and something else that it wouldn't be measurable for 3 years because you haven't built it out yet. But I'm just saying, it's gotta be measurable, identified, measurable, and as Michael said, time bound, when are you gonna do it?
Specific, what is it? Specific, measurable,
Actionable timeframe. Smart,
relevant, relevant,
attainable.
attainable.
I'm just gonna note that like, for the metric thing, I think you all might have a lot to say about each metric. So we should.
And I think I
make sure we
gave you a
have enough
bunch,
of that.
I already
You
gave
did.
you, so I've
I
already done
was
my work.
hinting at you.
I did my work. I didn't give you-
Yes, I would say that you don't need to share ideas for that, because we have those, but I think you all are then going to want to discuss, because the metrics that you're putting forward, I think some of you might disagree with. Do we want to
Yeah.
get into the like numbers back and forth? In which case, I think we might need another meeting beyond March,
Yeah.
because I think you guys could get really into
Yeah.
that, and that's fine, but we need the time.
Bernard, as an example, just a very good example. So you brought up diversity, right? We want to increase diversity. What does that mean? Is that racial diversity? Is it economic diversity? If it is, do we have a target? Do we, right now, Black population is less than 3%. Do we want it to be 5% by a certain date or 3%? I think it should be specific.
You can't set these targets and expect to achieve them.
Well,
It's really a question of, in terms of increasing Black population, for
Yeah.
example, a marketing effort targeting different income categories to encourage them to move into Brooklyn, to reach out to hospitals, universities, and other employers who bring people in to get them to,
So it's like, did it
yeah.
happen? How
Yeah,
many?
so I mean, and you never know how successful you may be.
I agree, but I think if you don't express it, if you don't express the goal almost numerically, or some way to increase the Black population by some percent, or just increase it, you won't know even to measure that metric. So I think it's just important to have.
I agree with Paul. Broadly speaking, that it's important to have a measurable metric for each of our goals, so we know whether we're on pace to achieve it or not.
My example may have been a bad one.
In the context of diversity, though, I'm a little more uncomfortable.
Yeah, I agree. I'm
About
just
trying to increase certain groups by X number, which
It was
as a
an
percentage has an impact on lowering some other group, and that's very uncomfortable.
was merely just an example.
But I like how Bernard was proposing measuring that. It could be through marketing efforts.
Yeah.
Still, your point stands. Have a measurable way of looking at each of our goals.
Could I actually not, like, I don't wanna take this example further, but I wanna use it as an example of the amount of conversation I think you all will want to have on each of these. And I think one way we could do is we could have another, outside of your normal workshop, we could have another meeting to really go through it line by line. That would be, if you thought this was a lot of feedback to give, like, that's gonna be more, that's okay if you wanna do it. Another option is I think we could have, can you have 2 select board members together? Is if there are 2 people that wanna get into this, that feel strongly about some of these things, we could do a small working group and break it up into chunks and then propose that.
So,
There may be multiple, so on different topics.
your experience, because you've done
Yeah.
this for other
Yeah,
groups like ours, what is most effective? Is it to have a numeric expression? Is it to leave it more wordy? What's?
yeah, I think it does depend on the group. I will say that this is also a bias that I have. I would actually I would leave it a little bit wordier. And less try to nail down every specific detail, because I think that ends up, like, things change, things are evolving. I think that the goal of this effort, as I understood it, was to try to tell staff where your priorities are. And yes, it's great to send a date, it's great to send a responsible person, but, and I think you could have a more informal check-in on it every year, maybe invite the department heads to share how they're doing. I think it might just end up being a lot of work to lay out some really specific things.
So maybe that's the next step. Maybe
It
it's
could
something
be.
that we refine in the future.
I also think one of the advantages of putting into our strategies the implementation of other plans that already exist is that those plans already have responsible parties and goals and timelines as well, or at least they should. And so, for example, you know, if implementing the comprehensive plan or taking the next steps, I mean, I'm assuming that when the comprehensive plan comes, there's going to be a set of goals within it, you know, and how those goals are achieved. So we don't necessarily have to do that.
So I think we can do both in terms of have the wordier elements, but also have specific goals. I'm a little uncomfortable with it just being words, because what ends up happening, and John, you've made this point in prior conversations, and I share your view for the most part on this, that lots of communities have strategic plans. If they're all words, you kind of ignore it after a little while, and that's just the reality. And if you have those specific metrics that keep you grounded, I think that you have something clear to work toward. That's important, and that's not to discount the words, because you still want to have a more global idea of what it is you're pursuing, and conditions do change, and you might want to refine those goals. But I think you need specific targets so that you know what you're working toward. Because, for example, with diversity, increase diversity, improve communication. If that's all it boils down to, what are you really doing? And then it gets ignored.
Well, whatever the measurable goals are, let's make it one page, so it's easy to update and follow, and it's not a ream of a binder full of.
But to Michael's point, I think what we could do is look at the existing plans and maybe try to call out some of those specific targets that they make, so that we have sort of one place we can look at for what our metrics are and all these different goals. Because it might be a little difficult to be constantly referring to some other plan somewhere and having to dig out the elements you want from that plan. And I'm not against referencing it, but for our own purposes, I think if you have a centralized list of what your targets are, that can be helpful.
Yeah, I'm not sure with the plans that we're talking about, because they are all so detailed and so that we want to go through the exercise of going through those plans and extracting our most important goals, given that the people who created those plans have already put a lot of thought into that work. That sounds duplicative.
Okay, I think people are reaching their end. I don't think we have an answer on this.
Abby, when do we run out of your time? What's your constraint?
Right, I think that the target that you all had set was the April meeting, which is currently when we could do a no cost extension on my contract and have this as a longer
If we
discussion.
wanted to stay within budget with whatever we're doing
That
with you,
I think that would.
it's April, you said that
Yeah,
we're supposed to be done?
April is and I think part of the timing there though was to keep you on track for updating your next year fiscal year goals. So you wanna have this stuff framed up, so then when we go to do the specific annual goals, you're ready. Is that right?
Yeah.
I mean, presumably you have you have many meetings, so we could, if we wanna do a slight extension. But we wouldn't get another workshop in timing wise, I think.
I think we might want to try to slide one in though, even if it's partial, because this idea of having just two of us set the goals. I mean, I might agree with some of them, but we might not. And I think ultimately the five of us want to agree on what the goals are.
Well, it's more
I mean,
about the
the
measure,
measure.
right? The goals you will have.
Correct. I mean, the specific metrics, to the extent that we're going in that direction with specific metrics, I think all five of us would want to discuss them.
So we can have this as a part of our regular meeting.
Yeah, we can have, exactly, we can have either fully remote or another regular in-person meeting, or we just put this as an agenda.
Well, if we have on one of our meetings that's light, and it's more just consent and a couple of, approval of commissions or something, maybe you can add this.
And I think this is actually a topic that would be of immense interest to the general public, and I think that the general public follows our evening meetings more than our workshops.
Okay, So that sounds good. So why don't we do for next steps here? I'm going to take our conversation today and make an updated version of this working version of the roadmap and send that all for you to, if you want to get into some of the wordsmithing details.
And could you
By
make
when?
it one document, so too?
Yes,
Yeah.
it'll just be this.
That would be a great idea.
And by when is that happening?
I think I could
Questions?
confidently
By when?
say, the end of next week.
The end of,
Oh, that's great.
okay,
So then, because I'm gonna staff with retention right now, technically speaking, so I don't have so much time this week. But next week would be fine.
okay.
And then, so then you all can have some time to review it. In the simultaneously, I know, Paul put together some ideas of KPIs, maybe we could use those as a starting point. And then we'll come together, maybe before March, we could do this addition
That seems like a good idea.
to keep it going. Does that
Okay.
sound?
And then I have one action item
Yes.
to combine.
We do. What's yours? Yes, the fiscal responsibility into the decision making.
Okay, okay.
Version.
So I can get that to you by the end of this week.
We also talked about looping departments and assignments, so maybe this could be an opportunity to invite some of them to attend this regular meeting.
Yeah, I think in particular, Paul, if we can circulate your proposed metrics to the departments.
I'd have to see them again. Did you send me what I sent you? I didn't get a record of what I gave. you.
Do you wanna do that with these? I mean, only Paul has looked at these. I feel like. it would be-
Let other folks take it to you. Also.
Yeah. So maybe why don't I do that? Why don't, okay, I will, in one document, I will send the updated working version and then I will add the proposed by Paul KPIs.
Which, by the way, they were just examples, so.
Yeah, and it was
Yeah.
great. So just know it's very
Yeah.
much fine. for-
Paul, do you do that in every category?
Yeah.
I did a lot,
Did.
most of them, were, yeah.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank
We will
Thank
talk
you.
soon.
Thank you.
Great job. Katie.
Yeah, 11 was leaving.